Okay, let me check to make sure the sound is clear enough because this is going to be a stream that is much needed. Okay, we've had this conversation for a while. I've been very busy, and it seems like these men have decided to come back together because it seems like when there is no one for certain people to flock to, they'll flock to anything or anyone. That's what I'm noticing here on YouTube. Um, yes, but we're gonna talk about these black manosphere bear because it seems like they trying to come back up. They're trying to come back up, um, and it's time for somebody to give them a spanking. What's going on, Spacely man? How you doing, my brother? Now, when I talk about the black manosphere, hey, positive, how you doing, sis? I gave in. I just was dealing with my grandson. He's sick, and girl, I'm hoping he don't have coronavirus because if he do, I'm in trouble. That's all I can say. I knew, when I love him too much for him to see him sick and not be able to touch him and deal with him. So we just gonna pray this one out. But anyway, yes, we're gonna be talking about the Black Manosphere. So I'm not sure how many of you saw me on a stream this Sunday. I was invited, and the conversation was about because we talked about a lot of things, but originally I was told the conversation was going to be about um, submission, women submitting, and what does that mean? What do women think about the word submission anyway, right? And I thought it was going to be a great topic, which it was. It was a great topic. It just kind of went everywhere, right? And I can explain to you why. So when we have conversations about submission, relationships, and you have a conversation with women who aren't in relationships or men, right? Who aren't in real relationships, then the conversation is minute, right? It don't even make sense because it's almost like those of us who can really talk about the topic and give some real insight are overlooked. It doesn't matter. See, I'm gonna be overlooked regardless. I'm overlooked because I'm older. I'm overlooked because I'm married. Like people come up with all kinds of excuses not to listen. But I have a question for most of you. Do you really think that men and women have changed over the fucking years as it relates to relationships amongst each other? When my husband was younger and I was a younger woman, the same bullshit that you younger men and women go through today was the same shit that went on back then. Same shit that my parents went through, the same shit my parents went through when it comes to relationships. What does that mean? That means a man meets a woman meets a man, and from there, a lot of decisions are to be made. The problem with the black manosphere is that they don't want women to have decisions to make. They argue the fact. If you listen to them closely, they will tell you this, especially the slow ones, right? I'm not going to mention this one particular dude's name. He did come on that stream towards the end. He absolutely said that the problem is that women wants to be able to choose the men they want to be with. That's what that nigga said. I was like, yes. We want to be able to choose the men we want to be with. And the only type of men who are angry about that are the men who aren't being chosen. But I would venture to say that the reason you aren't being chosen is because of your black manosphere thinking. You absolutely think that you should be able to walk out in the street, hit a woman over her fucking head, and drag her to your place, and she's going to get in the kitchen and start cooking you a meal. Hey, Sassy, how you doing? These men are ridiculous. These black men are ridiculous. What's up, King? The Queendom. How you doing, my sister? They truly have an issue with a woman making choices or having choices. I listen to these men say the problem is that legally a man can't tell a woman what to do with her body. And I'm like, yeah, what's the problem with that? I don't tell you what to do with your body. We can't tell you who to go have sex with and not to have sex with. Not we can't tell you who not to go and create babies with. You know what these fools rely on? The fact that they say, well, women, abortion, they start to bring up fucking abortions. But let me tell you something. I don't even have a decision to have an abortion if I don't get pregnant. And I can't get pregnant without a male. And these black men want to act like they would absolutely choose to have a baby with a woman he may have had a one night stand with. She ends up pregnant. He wants to act like he wants to have a choice. And most of these men do have choices. The women will come and tell you, I'm pregnant. And then your ass skirt up and want to run. Many of you have pulled out that goddamn $300 and something for an abortion. Well, I don't know how much abortions cost these days, okay? I'm just throwing a number out there. But you will throw out that money in order so you won't have a whole 21 years of, could be connected to a woman you don't even fucking know. But in the same time, you want to complain about women having abortions, and on top of that, you keep bringing up a number that is false. When y'all niggas gonna act like you have some sense? And when I say that, I mean you're on the internet, which means you can look up information. If you're going to a website that their entire goal is to get rid of abortion, then don't rely on their information when they give you the information that they give you. Because I'm telling you this, first and foremost, when a woman has an abortion, it depends on, because we have two different type of abortion systems, in case you didn't know. In case some of you don't know, which most black people do not know, but a woman can have an abortion through her regular doctor. Now, if that's true, a white woman with good insurance, that's right. She can go to her private fucking doctor and he will help her abort her child. She don't have to go to Planned Parenthood. So when y'all see these fucking numbers from Planned Parenthood, so you claim that's where they come from. That's what that website claimed. Then the numbers aren't real. Yeah, we can't win. Hey, reigning woman, how you doing, sister? DD from New York, what's going on? Okay. The numbers that some of these websites, what you have to do, right? That's what what I learned in college. I think these kids learn it. You all learn it sooner. I had to actually go to college to learn some of these things, which is knowing if the information is credible, right? Back in the day, there was no internet. So if you read it in a book or a magazine, you assumed that it was true. But now we have websites. And I think some people assume that if the website looked like it's nicely designed, and the writing looks professional, then you assume that the information is correct, and that is false. Anybody can make a website. Anybody. Jim Marie, what's going on, sister? But anyway, so these men want when they start complaining about us making bad decisions, they bring up abortion. But see, abortion is both a male and a female issue. Then they start saying, well, I didn't have any say in it. No, you had some say, hopefully with the woman you slept with. Hopefully you had a conversation with her. Then he was like, well, no, legally, on a legal stance, I don't have a say. And I was like, well, you shouldn't have a say. You should not have a say on what I do with my body. Like on some real shit, I don't think these men are upset, yo, that we have the ability to tell them no. They are upset. That one dude, like I said, I'm not gonna mention his name. He's really, well, you women, if you women think that you're gonna have the right, you have the right to say what you're gonna do with your body, then you take responsibility. And I'm like, well, yes, we take responsibility. A woman having abortion in itself is her taking fucking responsibility if that's what she chooses to do, right? Because you got one or two choices: have the baby or not have the baby. Either way, it's a choice that she's made. She's taken on the responsibility because if she went down to have that abortion, that was a decision she made. And if she has the child, you all complain out of both sides of your mouth. You complain, oh, I didn't really know her, and now I'm a dad, and I have no say about it. All I could do is give her my money. You complain about that. And then on the other side of your mouth, oh, well, she had an abortion, and I didn't have any say to it. So you complain about that. No matter what, the woman can't win with some of you fucking losers. And I call you losers because that's what you are. Because you're whining about a decision. Whining about a decision that you can't have control over. As you sit your ass in your mama's garage or basement playing video games and jumping on YouTube talking about women not being fair. These men want to be able to go, hey, Chaos, how you doing? These men really want to be able to go over, pick the woman. I'm serious. They want to be able to go and pick her. They want to pick her when she's young, even when his ass might not be young. You want to pick her when he's young, right? They claim before she have children. They said that a woman want to be able to go out there and have fun and do what she want to do, and then she expects us to come in and rescue her later. No, nobody expects you to do shit. The men who don't have a problem dating a woman who already have children, then those men aren't complaining. It's you niggas who can't get a woman. You can't get a woman if she don't have children. That's because of your thinking. What's up, Sister George? KD, how you doing? I hope I spoke to everybody. Let me look. I'm gonna put the link in the room for anybody want to come up. But yes, I'm here to say to you, because I was in the chat. It was Sister George and Concrete Roses. They have fabulous conversations. Fabulous conversations. Good topics. What I find though is that the men, not all of them, because see, I don't want people to confuse. When I say men, I'm talking about men, right? When I talk positive about men, I'm talking about men. Unfortunately, here on YouTube, we have these black manosphere men, and I don't want to just be outright disrespectful and call them boys, but mentally, that's what they are. Okay? They're mentally just immature. Maybe if I use the word immature, they'll feel better, but I don't think so. Okay, you're immature. I watched over there where I was having fun, but I watched at least 50% of the boys/men over there this weekend. Are they just over there just to downgrade women? They're sitting in a chat on in a woman's space. Really, they claim that the space is a man's space when it's a woman's channel. Women channel. The channel is for two women. The goddamn title of the goddamn channel is The Woman's Perspective. And yet they claim that those women are in their space. How could that even fucking be? So they decide to go into a woman's channel and then claim that they are doing something wrong. And what happening is these men have nowhere to go on that day, so they conjure in that area, and they like it because they like being able to beat up on women. Some of those men are married men. They're married, yo. You ever wondered why? And this is for the question for the men. You ever wonder why a married man will be on YouTube telling men not to get married? How could a married man be against marriage and you take him serious? Think about that. How could that be? Remember, the divorce rate is high as fuck. That means that we all can get divorces like that. You could get a divorce for anything. Truly, you can. Okay, for anything. And these men complain when they get divorced. When a woman divorced, they, oh, women are filing the most divorces. Yes, because see, most women, when they end up breaking up for whatever reason, it could be that he did something, it could be that he didn't do something that he should be doing. It could be her, right? She decided to move on, whatever the reason. I'm not trying to place blame, me, myself, but the men want to place blame. They're placing blame on the woman because they can see to through the stats, right? Because I can't say the word I wanted to say. Through the stats, they see that women file for divorces more. And they make that equate that the woman is at fault. I've had people in my family. I had an aunt and an uncle, right? So aunt and uncle was together when I was born. And my aunt and uncle, when I was I wasn't even a teenager when they ended up separating. I wasn't even a teenager. I think maybe I probably was like 10, 11 years old. And up until they died, they were still married. But guess what? They hadn't lived with each other for over 30 years. He ended up in multitude of relationships. She ended up in multitude of relationships. They never divorced, but they was never together in 30 years. So I say that to say that not everybody want to get divorced. For whatever reason, they did not get divorced. But these days, with the choices that women have, usually they're going to get divorced. If me and my husband were to end up getting divorced, right, or breaking up, shit, there's too many options out there. So many options out there that yes, I'm not gonna stay attached to his fucking wagon. And I know these men gonna use what I'm about to say to spin it their way. I'm not gonna stay attached to his wagon when I can go and get another man. That is the option that they don't want us to have, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, everybody? Hates Angel. How you doing, my brother? He said none of those people are men. I agree with you. V-Dub, what's going on, baby? See, I recognize men. And listen, there's a lot of men here on YouTube. A lot of them. Okay? I see some in the room right now. In this area, we have a lot of men. We have a lot of men come over. They know how to have conversations with women. They don't have to beat up on women to get their point across. They don't have to blame the woman. You see what I'm saying? They don't have to do that. And they don't do that. These men are men. And whether they was married, dating, or even single, they are still men. We have a lot of boys over here who think because they can't get a woman, they are fighting with themselves. I think it's an inner battle, right? And they're upset at the woman because the women who they are choosing to try to be with may be already in relationships. You know how fucked up that is for a man to blame a woman because she's already in a relationship. I've seen it happen. I'm in Walmart and this young man approaches this young woman, she's attractive. He wasn't bad looking. He approaches her And she informs him that she is already in a relationship. And he straight up called her a bitch. And I'm like, like that shit was like, what? And some of these men slash boys, you wonder why women do not smile in your face. You wonder why you can't get that submission just on sight. It's because a lot of you are untrustworthy and you don't deserve it. So those men were arguing that women should submit to them. And the thing is, most of us as women on that panel, we had no problem with submitting. I have no problem letting you all know that if my husband called me downstairs right now and tell me he's hungry, I'm gonna say what you want to eat, baby, and I'm gonna make it happen, whether I'm cooking it for him or going to place an order, picking it up, whatever. I have no problem. You all have watched videos of me doing my husband's feet, baby, and y'all definitely seen me cook, clean, all of that. I don't have a problem doing that, and I've been doing that since I've been married. I think, though, in the beginning, I can relate to the younger women when it comes to this word submission. And the reason I think the women are looking at it the way in a negative is because you men, you present it to us in a negative. You're telling us you don't want to be submissive. You're supposed to let me decide what we're going to do. And you know what? A lot of you men aren't even ready for a woman who will submit fully to you. Anyway, let me put the link in because I know I have a lot of intelligent people might have something to say. I'm on StreamYards. Yeah, I'm on StreamYards. Okay. I'll be choosing between StreamYards and Zoom, and I have to remember how to use this shit. But anyway, these black manosphere men are losers. And if you listen to them, just listen to them. Ladies, they're complaining. And they normally are complaining that we have the right to our body. Somebody, and this guy was intelligent in his statement, but he was, to me, immature, but he was more on that religious tip. So I don't jump on the men who are following a religion, right? And the reason I don't do that because I don't want to put down people religion. Your religious beliefs is yours, and I'm never gonna. I don't want to throw that in your face. As long as you don't throw no shit in my face, I'm gonna throw that shit in your face. Hey, the general, how you doing? He said the problem is that you are from a no. That's what they tell you, and that's what they tell me, the general. Come up here, my brother. See, you are one of those men I consider men. Even when we disagree, there is a level of respect towards you, General. And that's because I know a man when I see a man, right? You and I can disagree, and I'm okay with that. And I think you are okay with that also, right? We might have a discussion. You disagree, I disagree, but still we know. I don't think you ever question whether I'm a woman or not. And I know most definitely never question whether you are a man or not. You know, and but you, I know, I've seen you, so I know. Okay, I've seen you before, so I know you could get a woman. I'm about to say a man. God damn it! I know that you could get a woman, and based on things that you told me, you probably was a player back in your day, right? You've been married several times and shit. And I'm not saying it in a bad way, but what I am saying is, it's not that the times has changed. It's that some of these boys aren't men. Don't let them tell you, because even these young people will even tell you, well, you too old. It's not like that no more. You see what I'm saying? That's what they do to me. That's what they do to you. Then if let's say I was younger and I'm married, they'll say, well, Bob, you're married. You don't know what it's like out here. Hey, how you doing, Joe? I'm gonna just say this. I don't know what some of these young people are thinking for real. But if you think for one moment that I don't have thousands of men jumping in my DMs, then y'all are crazy. We have young men and I have the older men. I appeal to men. I don't appeal to all men, but I appeal to men. And the same way a man would jump in a younger girl's DM, the men jump in my DM. The same level of respect that they give other women, they give to me. And I don't really get the disrespect that some of the younger women get, because I don't play, right? I'm one of the women who just don't play. As soon as somebody come at me, I go back at them and stop their asses. Okay? I'm not to be played with. But yes, I don't know why they say it's different back in the day. What you think is different? I'm gonna wait for him to come up so we can have the discussion on what is different, because I don't see anything different. The only thing I can say that is different from our time and today is access. In other words, there was no internet, right? So you can only cheat as far as you can go, which means that if I don't find a man in my area, then shit, I might have to go to another area to get another man, or to get a man. It was more difficult. We had less cheating because we had less access to each other. Hey, Carol, how you doing? Jackie, how you doing, sis? Raiders, what's going on? We had less access to each other. In other words, with the internet, I have access to people I should not have access to, right? But as people, we tend to go where people are, and we tend to want to listen to different perspectives, most of us anyway. And some people want to, if you disagree with somebody, some people like disagreeing with people. They just go looking for people just to disagree with them. Nothing's wrong with that. Okay. Those are called discussions. But let's say the internet wasn't there, most of us wouldn't know each other. We wouldn't come across each other. With the internet, while you sleeping, my husband sleeping next to me, he could also be texting another bitch in California. We can even go farther than California. My husband could be texting another bitch in England, in Africa. You see, there's access. That shit right there is the only difference. And on top of that, just because some people are confused, y'all confusing access with availability. In other words, you think just because you can hit a woman up and chat with her for a moment, you think that means something. That doesn't mean shit. And some women get confused that way also. They think because of men are hitting them in their DMs, they think that means something. That don't mean shit. That don't mean not a goddamn thing. Just because a man hits you up, he could be on the side of his wife and hit you up and ask you, how you doing, beautiful? He could be sitting on side of his fucking boyfriend and hit you up talking about, how you doing, beautiful? You might be just a fantasy, a relationship in his mind. One of those fantasy relationships. I've been many men's fantasy relationships. Men paid me to be in their fantasy relationships. Men paid me just to talk to them on the phone. Men paid me just to jump on cam for them. Men paid me for that access. So I think I have a different perspective because I know, right? And because I made the men pay me, I always understood that for me, this is fantasy. You see what I'm saying? So I do have that perspective of saying I know what's real and what's not. Let me see. Haven't caught you live in so long. Yeah, I haven't been on YouTube. Girl, I started a little small business and then this corona started. But I'm still over here trying to make this money. You know what I'm saying? We have more power and resources of our own. That's what's different. Oh, you talking about as far as the women? Yes. Now, so I think I mentioned that in a chat this weekend. People want to know what was the differences between women back then and women now. The men want us to go back in time and do this thing that they have romanticized. And when I say romanticized, that means through television, maybe a few books y'all have read, TV shows, you all think that marriage back then was a certain way. And I'm here to tell you that marriage back then wasn't the way it's perceived to be on television. And we all should know that, right? We know that television is a reality. You should know that. So why wouldn't you think that what you saw in the movies or TV shows, why would you believe black people, we wasn't even living like white people. When they tell us that black women, why did you, jump on board of feminism? Why did you do this? Why? And it didn't benefit you and this and that and the third. And I explained to them why black women went with feminism. It was out of necessity for our entire community, right? So before they were made to give us jobs, they would give a black woman a job. If they trusted anyone within the black community, most definitely it was the woman. So where black men couldn't get a job, once they started educating, giving us free, and when I say free, because there was people who had money to where they can educate themselves, but for the most part, black people, we didn't have access to education that way, right? For the education. So yes, they started giving free college courses or technical schools, what we call them today, right? I remember my mother going to a school called OIC. I was little. I was so little. But I remember her because she was so excited, y'all. My mother was excited that she was going to school. And I remember even her taking me to the class. I'm not sure what we went there for, to pick up some paperwork, drop off. I'm not sure. I was young. But I remember OIC. I'll never forget it, right? Because my mom was so excited. It's just one of those memories that embedded in my brain. Anyway, she went for a secretarial, learn how to type. We've come a long way, but I hear you young people make it seem like, well, we ain't do nothing through this and through that. We haven't come anywhere. We still where we were, or we worse than we were. We're not nowhere near worse than we were. We are a lot better than we were. We are a lot better than we were in the 70s, most definitely in the 60s, and most definitely the 50s. People, y'all keep remembering this one little area where they ended up having the bank for the black people and shit like that. That was not nationwide. We did have little areas, right, where the black areas were, people were surviving. They had property and shit like that. Until they wanted to come out of jealousy and destroy it. And they was able to do that. They can't just do that anymore. Hey, what's up, hypocrites? How you doing? I was gonna hit you up earlier, hypocrites. Anyway, did I speak to everybody? Jen Marie, what's going on? Raiders, what's going on? Any and everybody welcome to come up. Okay. But yes, we truly have come a long way. Should we be farther along? Yes. We take a couple of steps forward, then they knock us back a few steps. We have these black manosphere, because I want to get back on them. We have these black manospheres, y'all. They are fucking ridiculous. They want to be so different. I guess I used to be that way, and I'm gonna tell you what I mean. Where you want to be different. You don't want to be lumped in the group. And what I found is that some people want to be different so badly that even if it's detrimental to their own self, they still will follow because they just want to be different. We have black fucking men on here talking about voting, even though most of these niggas know they can't vote. You need to sit your whole ass down some motherfucker where you have fucked up your shit from the beginning. You need to be fighting the people you want to side with because they want to make sure that you can never vote again. These motherfuckers or on this YouTube shit, not only are they beating down on women, but then they decided that they're gonna beat down on uh, our black president. You're gonna beat down on Democrats or Republicans. Like, I don't think they even understand what that means. They just know they're opposite. They think that most blacks are Democrats. They don't know this to be a fact. So they decide they want to be different. So they go with Republicans. But if you start asking them anything that has to do with politics, the motherfuckers don't know it. They only know what you hear in the media. And remember, even their buddy always talking about don't trust the media. Fake news, fake news. They on here repeating fake news all the goddamn time, especially if it's against women. There were more Eatonvilles than Greenwoods. That's right. Let me see. Yeah, if you want the link, I did put the link in. What's going on, Curlin, my brother? What's going on? How you been? I am putting the right link in, right? Because I know somebody said they were coming up. I'm not sure. Real life in cyberspace, how you doing? I'm glad you're doing well also, sis. Preem, what's going on? Man, I'm waiting for y'all to jump up here so we can have a conversation. I know some of y'all gonna disagree with me, right? Preem is one of the people who he and I disagree on, especially when I mention politics. Oh my God. I should have never mentioned politics, baby. Because we disagree. But I think I'm hoping that Preem know that there's a level of respect for him. We may disagree, but I've never, in the beginning we was doing what I call drama. He attacked me, I attack him, but that was all in for me fun. But we've had great conversations, and I've never claimed that he wasn't a man. I try to take most of you at face value, right? If you tell me certain things, certain times in your voice and some of the things you say, I could tell whether you're lying or not. Some of these men cannot get women, but some of these men you could kind of tell. Now they say certain things, you'd be like, yeah, he ain't got no problem getting no woman. You know what I mean? He ain't got no problem getting no woman. Um, but I'm just wondering why some of you men, how is it that you fall in line with these goddamn black manosphere? What's up, General? How you doing, my brother? Say something. Wait a minute. Am I okay? You there? Uh, I can't hear him. Can anybody hear him? I hear something in the background though. Hello. Okay, while he getting everything straight, kind of heard something in the background, but I couldn't hear him. What's going on, Sister George? They definitely didn't get here by accident. By the way, y'all make sure y'all check out Sister George's um oh, we're gonna put these minutes. Make sure y'all check out Sister George's channel because it be popping, piping hot over there, baby. Okay, great conversations for real, for real. The General, you're on mute right now, and Preem, I'm waiting for you to connect. It says the. Let me see. Let me try. Okay, there we go.
What up, Bob? What up, Bob? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear both of you. Yes, I can.
What up, Preem?
What up, Q?
How y'all
What's
doing?
up, baby? What's good? Hey, we good. We good. I'm just listening. Go ahead. I got you.
No, go ahead. I was waiting for you. When you told me, when I saw you in the room, I was like, yeah, because we around the same age, right? So we from the same time. So and I notice even when because I be in the background sometimes. I notice even when you're chatting with these young men, they like to discredit you because they'll say you older. And my question to you: do you feel that way? Do you feel like truly that times has changed between men and women, or has the men and women growing up just aren't the same? Like the men aren't like us or our parents.
Well, that constitutes what I said earlier in your chat. We live in a different time. Everything right now is at the touch of a fingertip, right?
Mm,
So, so we didn't have that. We had to actually go out when we were, in our teens and dating through high school. We actually had to have interpersonal conversations. You had to be there in the person's face, right?
right,
So it wasn't, oh, are we Netflixing and chilling, or we just we fucking and all. It wasn't any of that. You actually had to get to know someone. So now, as you fast forward over the past 35 years or so, that's changed with the invention of the internet and all of these things, the way we date, speed dating, internet dating, and all of these things, right? So
right,
you don't really have to show and prove who you are. You can be anybody you want to be on the internet.
right,
So now when you got to sit in front of that person, it's okay, they're on their phone, you're on your phone, and you just sitting there. What interactions are you having? Outside of text messages, I text you enough and I made you feel comfortable enough to come out and meet me. Now we're here. What's the interaction that we're gonna have? So dating has changed, all right? And then the
right,
mindset, the way that we think, that our thought process over the past 35 years has changed. Marriage is down, divorce is up. I know from my own personal experiences. And a lot of people are not who they say they are, number one. Number two, more people are becoming educated. Men and women are becoming educated as it opposed to the laws. This is why you will hear some men say, I don't see the value in getting married, because I saw what was happening over the course of the last 35 years or so. And I only see where the majority of the time a man who gets married will lose half of the things that he goes out and works for. And in today's time, men are just tired of taking shorts. Women are tired of taking shorts. I've said this, and you've heard me say this before, and I'll be real quick, and I'll pass the mic. Here's the problem. You gotta really pay attention and listen, because if you don't, you're gonna miss it. Men are trying to keep what they have in their pockets while trying to get what women have in their panties without giving up little to next to anything. I'll say it again for you. Men are trying to keep the money that they have in their pockets while trying to fuck for free, basically. All right? I don't want to
right,
take you out to dinner. I don't want to do anything for you. I'm not doing none of that shit. We fucking or no. On the flip side of that, women are trying to get what men have in their pockets without giving up next to little, if anything, that they have in their panties. In other words, I want you to take me out. I want you to wine me and dine me, but I'm not interested in having sex with you. The bottom line is we're fucking or no. We live in a very super synthesized sexual world in today's time. It's all
right,
about fucking. Women want men to do shit for them without having to give up anything. Men want women to fuck them without having to invest anything. This is where we are in the society. And it's real easy to see. I don't understand
right.
why people try to make it so complicated.
No, you're
Well,
I
right.
truly don't.
well, Q, don't wrap that up just yet. Question is, what you just said is the outcome, is the result. What's the cause?
The cause is that we've had single parent households. Now every time we bring this up, we want to deep dive into it, and we want to say, well, it's the man's fault because they walked off and left, or it's the woman's fault because she ran the man off. Well, and then women will say, well, ain't no way in the world nobody could run me off of my kids, or whatever the case may be. Well, you got men that are saying it's just too much of a fucking hassle to put up with some of y'all bullshit over nothing. All right, that's number one. Number two, you can't be a man and know what a man does unless you first see and observe what a man does and how he operates. That's first.
Mm,
Secondly, you cannot be a woman to a man if you do not see or understand what a woman's role is in the relationship, how they operate, how she interacts with that man in the house. If you
right,
grew up in a female dominated environment as a man, a young man growing up, you're going to be swayed by that. You're going to have more female attributes, right? If you grow up in a household as a young girl and you grow up under a man's rule, you're going to think more so like a man. Steve Harvey did it best when he wrote the book, Act Like a Woman, Think Like a Man. That fucked a lot of people up 15 years ago when that movie came out, when the book came out. It's got a lot of women walking around here thinking that they are, listen, so you don't miss it. You got a lot of women walking around here in today's modern era thinking that they are equal to or just as strong as And you
Amen.
are, in many cases, they are independent as men. So most men do not want to deal with a woman that he has to come home to, and I have to fight after I've been fighting out in the streets on my job, just in society in general, and now I have to come home and I have to fight with you for a position within our home.
Right.
No,
Right.
no.
No, I see your point. And I'm agreeing with you 100%. I think well 99%. There's one thing I want to change. And I say that when you said, remember, we are in a sexualized um era. So I think the women, they do want what's in the man's pockets. They want the men to come into their world and help them, but they are willing to have sex with them. The men are just saying your sex isn't enough. We want more. And
I'm
that's
glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, Bomb, because you have to understand that, and this is what we've gotten away from, and I think a lot of people in the modern era don't understand this, right? There are rules, regulations, there are roles within a relationship. Okay, there are roles. I don't get to come home as a man and then the lights are turned off and you say, well, why you didn't pay the light bill? I don't get to say because I was tired and I don't feel like it. But on the flip side, men come home every day to dirty homes, sinks, dishes in the sinks, floors not vacuumed. And the answer is, well, I was tired. I work like you do too. No, you want equality. See, this is the thing that has been missed. They talk about equality. Women wanted equality. The women's rights movements and all this shit, equal rights and all this shit, right? So that
so that
means that
means that
now if you want to be in this relationship, you have to put in under the new way of thinking, the modern way of thinking, you have to now be equal in this relationship. That means that you must get up, go out there, work, because you asked for that. Now you have to come home, take care of the children, because that's a part of the fucking responsibility of having a family, that you still have to pull do your role. I still have to do my role as a man.
So
I
Wait,
still have to
can I
come
ask you a
home.
question? Let me ask you.
Let me
Okay,
finish.
so okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna wrap it up. I still have to
so
come home and make sure that the bills are paid. I still have to come home and make sure that everybody's safe. I still got to come home and fix the light switch. I still got to come home and cut the grass. I still got to come home and fix the plumbing. I still have to do all of those things that men have been required even after working 12 to 15, 16 hours a day.
you know the problem, the reason why um, the problems of Black America, and I don't have any skin in the game, so I'm indifferent to, I'm agnostic to, will never get solved because unfortunately the conversation always focuses on the result or the problem and never kind of reverse engineers or goes back to talk about the problem. I mean, to talk about the root cause. It's kind of like when folks are campaigning or they're protesting about you get more time for having a gram of crack than you do a gram of cocaine. That's an asinine discussion. It's an asinine protest. It's an asinine debate because what the fuck are you doing with a gram of crack on you anyway? Or the three strikes rule that was on the West Coast. It's like, okay, why the fuck are you getting hit up with three felonies? With three felonies, how you manage that? How do you manage 3 times to get put in that position? When
when
90%, when 90%, hold on, give me a second, when 90% of the rest of the population doesn't even get to that. So it's kind of like they don't even do the critical thinking to be like, hold on, let's not talk about the shit show or the shit storm. Let's not even focus on the shit. Let's put that to the side. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and get in a time machine and try to hit the rewind button to figure out where this shit broke left at. How did it break left? And unless and until, and it's not going to happen because it's too far gone. That's why the smart brothers and the smart sisters, they blacks it from Blackistan. Because unless, and again, it's not going to happen because there's too many interested parties in this thing to allow black people to do the black Americans to do the critical thinking, to go back and be like, where and how did this shit break down? But Q touched on it, but unfortunately, only briefly for a hot second. It's the family thing. It's the cultural thing. You know what I'm saying? But I'll leave it at that. Let this other brother go.
What I want to say first is why are we still debating and arguing over roles? We only had roles back then because women couldn't work, so the man went out and worked. So if he went out in the field and worked and one was at home, of course she's going to take care of stuff. But in today's society, both men and women work. And in the black community, both men and women got to work to sustain a comfortable living if you go by society rules. So
so
So the fact that you say that, what? First of all, I don't know what man nowadays that fix the plumbing, cut the grass, fix the light plugs and all that. Because let's be honest, we call
Right.
somebody for that. I have a landscaper. Okay, when my plumbing go bad, I call the plumber guy. That's why he got his own business to come fix it. A woman can get on the phone and call that too. But one thing that we can't do is we can't have a baby. We not with the kids majority of the time. They with the kids majority of the time. They pick them up. They do homework and all that. So we need to get out of this whole what's role, my role, her role, and all that. Everything is entwined. It all comes to have a
If I
successful,
can, eh,
healthy. Let me finish. To have a to me to have a healthy relationship, you have to complement each other, bounce off each other. There are some things that you might do extra, there's some things she might do extra. But this whole role stuff, that's now if you got that in your relationship, then kudos and it works. But that doesn't work for everybody, especially not in today's
well,
side of women nowadays.
well, I mean, it's not about so much. And I think somebody has to mute something. It's not about women. It's not about women working because even when women weren't out in the workforce, they were still working. They were still putting in the hours a day. They were still putting in the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours a day. So then now it's just the things that they did do during those hours. They've contracted that shit out. You know what I'm saying? The school system is doing a lot of it. And the folks who watch the kids before they go to work, and the folks and the after school care folks are doing it. So they're
Right, but
contracting
those
that
women,
shit out.
but,
So
but those
mhm.
women were broken down, were beaten down, bodies
How
was
do you
out of
mean?
shape. We all know our big mamas. Our big mamas didn't look like the 50, 60-year-old women today's, that they're able to have
No,
more
no,
time to
no,
get out
no.
there and work on
Oh,
themselves. And go ahead.
I would gravely disagree with you because, and let me be careful with this because then the escape hatch to this argument is, oh, they're putting stuff in the food. All you gotta do is look at video, brother. All you gotta do is look at some black and white tape. Look at some of the marches in the '60s. Look at those black women in the '60s that were marching.
But you don't know
I
if
mean,
those black women
there's
had kids or
hold on, hold on,
not.
hold on, hold on,
Not
hold on,
all black women had
hold on,
kids
hold on,
back
hold on.
then.
Brother, come on, stop it.
Okay, go ahead.
What black, bro? I mean,
What about the black
really,
women in the 60s?
exactly, exactly. So he's talking about he said Big Mama and her bodies and the sisters, were all big and fat. That's not true.
No, he
That
didn't
is
say that.
totally
He didn't
untrue.
say
That's
all
not
of them now.
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you
Uh
saying
huh.
that they had to do everything. They're working
No,
outside the home. They're coming home doing 11 hours and it's to take care of the kids and all that. What I'm saying is they didn't have no
no, no,
time for
no, no,
themselves.
no, 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 no. I'm not.
What you don't know what
What are you
about?
listening
You're
to?
not hearing what I'm saying. Okay, what are you saying? Please enlighten me.
Okay, listen. I said the women were putting in hours back then the same way they're putting in hours now. So it's not about them having a job. You know what I'm saying? And that the job changed because women
They
were
were
still
they
putting
were
in
putting
hours.
hours
They were
doing
still
what?
putting in
They
work.
was putting hours doing what?
They were putting hours in the home.
Okay, so
They
then you didn't
were
hear
they
what I'm
were they
saying.
were
What I'm saying
okay.
is back then, if we talking about back then, they was just putting
Remember this.
hours in the
Remember this.
home.
Remember this.
Okay,
Remember
wait a
this.
minute.
Re,
Wait
re,
a minute. Wait
remember
a
this.
minute.
Remember this. Remember this. Go ahead.
Y'all are absolutely talking over each other, and y'all not understanding one another. I think Preem, you gotta listen to what he's saying because he's saying something different than what you think he's saying.
All right.
But
Go ahead.
so when he was talking about women working back then, when you said that, we assumed that you meant out of the home. But if she was working in the home, then yeah, she was working in the home. And but now women aren't just working expected to work in the home because we have to work outside too, right?
Okay,
No,
right.
that right there, that right there is a choice. I mean, I'm around women all day in the market that we service who choose not to go ahead and work outside of the home. They make that choice. They choose to be homemakers. They make that choice. Now they also have degrees. If they want to work outside the home, they can go work outside the home if they want to. They just choose not to. It's a choice.
But
It's
that's
a
not that many.
decision.
That's not a
All
choice
right.
that many of us can make.
Why not?
I'm gonna give you. I would like to give you guys a few examples. All right, and they're recent examples. Jada Pinkett Smith didn't have to work outside of the home. She has arguably one of the most handsome men, no homo, in black society. One of the most popular men, very wealthy. Right? What was the reason why she did what she did? Okay,
You made
stop,
a
freeze.
choice.
Nobody say nothing. Hold
Wait
on,
a minute.
hold on,
Oh,
hold
wait.
on.
Okay.
Let's go back. Let's look at Steph Curry's wife.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hold
No. Let
Wait.
him talk, bro.
No,
Because
no.
that.
No, the reason
let
I
him
say
finish.
because both of the Jada Pickett Smith was Jada Pickett before she became a Smith, so she was
It doesn't
already
matter. But see
No, but
here's
let him
here's
go and
what
talk.
here's
okay.
what happens. Okay, Steph Curry, $200 million motherfucking man. Wife can do whatever the fuck she wants to do. Why does she feel the need to go up on national TV and say that she wants attention from other men too? All right, stop, freeze, pause. Here's another scenario for you. Dr. Dre, his wife, just want to get a divorce. We don't know why. Well, I don't know why. I hadn't followed it that close as of yet. So you have all these women who have these apex men at the top of their game, wealthy, who are now opting out of the relationship. Divorce is being declared at an 80% clip by women. By
Wait a minute.
women.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so we go ahead. Go ahead.
let me respond to that. So my response to that is that you understand that
What's the
money
point?
doesn't that money means less in relationships. It's about love and interaction. Okay, so obviously these women are not feeling the love from their multi-million dollar men who are out there making all this money and doing and giving their time to everybody else but them. That's number
Okay,
one.
okay.
Number two, wait, wait, let me get number two.
Why?
Let me get number two out and you can respond. Number two, then now you got women who work in the home, right? So they're not going on in the work field. They're not getting their own money. So then you can't be mad when they asking for half of what you make. Multi-million dollar man.
I
And my thing is,
so
if I can't go outside and make my
Right.
own money and then I divorce you, now yes, I want to get half of what you got because I did majority in the household to let you go out there and get half.
okay,
So now you let this woman go out there and work
okay.
herself, and she makes as much as you. Then when y'all
Well,
divorced, it might not be
all
no
right.
half plus
Do
split.
this,
You
do
might
this.
be 50.
Okay, okay. Okay, do this. Now, remind us again why you said earlier that women are working outside of the home right now and getting their own money. What was your reason
No,
behind that?
what I said was is that in
Hmm.
today's society now compared to the
Hmm.
30s, 40s, and 50s when women couldn't work because women couldn't technically work and
Cool.
earn a paycheck
Hmm.
technically until
Hmm.
what 1967 maybe a little
Why
after.
are they
So
why are they
before,
why are they choosing to work outside the home today?
why they choose it? Well, because you
Yeah.
got men that will have wives
Hmm.
and families otherwhere else. You have men that will divorce them and leave them with nothing. So now these women want to have some assets for themselves. To me, it seemed like, or to go out and
Okay,
do
so
stuff. Plus, the world, wait,
okay,
the world has
wait.
changed from your sister, your mother, your homegirl doing your nails and your hair to now we have beauty salons and all this. And you can't just give
Uh-huh.
a woman an allowance. Some women might like that, but some women don't
What?
want no $5 allowance. They
Hold
might
on,
want
hold
their
on, hold
own
on, hold
money.
on, hold on.
Or,
Hold on.
or
So
in most America, you ask me a
women,
question, let me finish.
you just gave like
Okay, go
13
ahead.
answers to the one
Well,
question, brother,
I'm taking all your points, so you're gonna do the same.
you might still be searching for the right one. So you said
There's
women are
I'm
many.
working.
not searching for
So
There's
you
nothing.
said
many answers.
women are working outside the home. Women are marrying men and choosing to work outside the home because they know their husbands have other wives and are going to divorce them.
We said
No,
back then, are you listening? Dude, you're not listening. You're not
that's not what he
listening.
said.
You're hearing to speak.
That's exactly what he said.
No,
That's
Okay.
exactly
no,
what he said.
Okay.
no,
I'm
no.
sorry. Go ahead. I'll mute.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
I'm
I'll
a
mute.
woman.
Just a
Let
second.
me answer. I can answer. So in today's society, you basically need two, three incomes just to survive. Also, women, right, may have, and let's be honest, we have a lot of educated sisters, right, who may have the education in order to make more money than her mate. So there's various reasons, and there are women who just want to work. I was one
Oh,
of
okay,
those women
Bob.
who,
Okay, Bob.
uh-huh.
Okay, Bob. So how much does a four head household need? And I know it depends on if you're living in New York and California. It's a whole lot different if you're living in Arkansas. But
Okay,
just
well, I
bear
live in
with me here.
California. I live in
So how
California.
much? I'm talking to Bob, brother. Chill. So how much does a standard four head household need to survive, Bob, in today's America to survive? And
Two incomes.
with I'm sorry.
You
Yeah.
said,
Okay. Well, I need data. I need a number. So what number do they need that's causing two, three incomes or women to get these jobs? What's the number? How much do they need to make in America?
But
in middle America?
I can't answer that because, like you said, it's different
You have
across.
to have an answer.
No, there's different.
Okay, well, pick one.
You
Well,
need a
pick one.
different
Pick
amount,
one.
like you said, in
Pick
New
one.
York and
Give me the
California
South.
than in
Give
double
me the South. Give me the
living in the
South.
South.
Hold on.
You
Hold on.
live in the South. I live in. Let me get an answer to my question before y'all move on. I'm getting an answer to my question. So, Mom, give me the South. I live in the South. You live in the South. How much is
I
a
don't live
mom,
in the.
dad, 2 kids?
I don't
Oh
live in
no,
the South.
that's right. You were from Louisiana. I apologize.
Right.
Just give me a number.
At
Well,
least
shit. Okay.
35,000.
Yes, let's go with 75.
Okay, so it takes 3 incomes to make $75,000 in this country.
Well,
In
it
the South?
depends.
Hell yeah, depends on what you work for. A household on the railroads. Or you work for one
Um,
of those manufacturing plants? Hell yeah, in the South. What you talking? My family's from the South, from Arkansas. Hell yeah, you ain't gonna get in the South. You know what the minimum wage is? Shit, that shit
so
barely
hold on.
$8. What you talking
Listen,
about?
listen, bro. They call it minimum wage for a reason.
Right, because majority of them are making minimum wage.
That's
What are you
right.
talking about? What are you talking about?
Okay. So now
Sit down. Come
again,
on, man.
why are your standards so low? Why is that the
What?
first thing that you went to is minimum wage?
Because
Why
that's
is
what
minimum
most of
wage
us
the
Because
make.
standard?
that's where the average black. I don't know what race you are or what race you
Mhm.
cohabitate with, but that's what the
Mhm.
average black American makes, especially down
Why?
there
Why?
in Arkansas
Why
and
is
all
that?
that.
Oh
Why
Because
is
of
that?
Lord, you
Why is
money,
that?
asking us why? It's
because
a
of
many reasons.
education,
Hold
because of the economy, because of broken
on. Because
households, because of
okay, broken households, correct.
because of incarceration of the
Mhm.
males and the women around here. That's why. So,
No,
Okay,
no,
anything
anything
else?
else you want to
no.
address, my brother?
Okay.
Are you a bigger fan of facts or feelings? Do you understand that the facts say the facts
Okay.
are proven, irrespective of race? They could be white, they could be Asian, they could be Arabic, they could be Russian, they could be black, irrespective of race. If you come up in a non two parent household, you are guaranteed. You have an 80% guarantee of living in poverty. So if you know that to be a fact, fix that shit.
No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that.
There you
Now
go.
that's
There
not an
you go.
argument. I'm with you on that.
There you
But
go.
we have to speak in we speaking in
So so
reality
it
and
so
what's
so
going
it
on
doesn't
today.
have to do with the South, the North, black, white. It has to do with culture and family. I'm sorry, I'm mute now because you got another person up
Okay.
here.
So I want to welcome Mr. Fantastic up here, but also I want to say this: we having a lot of different conversations because y'all want to jump on Jada, and ask why she did what she did. What did she do? And then you want to, then you're upset
No,
at the
that
young
wasn't
lady,
y'all. That
huh?
wasn't y'all. That was him.
Not y'all, not
That
you.
wasn't
You
y'all.
yeah,
That
not
was
y'all.
general.
Okay. Anyway,
Get it right.
yeah, because y'all want to blame, and when I say y'all, I'm talking about those who want to blame that woman for doing something that's a part of their relationship.
And then let me say something to General because he gave out two women, right, that he tried to make housewives, but none of them are housewives because before Jada had a career before Will, and when she was with Will, she was still working. We forgot she had a sitcom called Hop On. We forgot she created this podcast that's making money, and we don't know what else other kind of business she got. Let's go to the Curry girl. She has plenty of side hustle business, so she's working. She ain't just sitting at home popping
Okay.
out kids, cooking and cleaning. So you gave two
Oh,
bad examples, bro.
okay, brother. Hey, you must first understand something. When you get married, and this is just my opinion. When you get married, you become one. So you have to become unselfish. In other words, you're connected to that person. So it's for the good of the both of you, not for the good of yourself.
Right?
And
We
I
all
get that.
It's
So if
okay.
you become
It's
one,
okay.
then you can't get mad when you split and become two and they won't have.
right.
Right. Let me
What?
ask- let me
Whoa,
let me
whoa,
and
whoa.
nobody
What? What?
nobody
Right.
nobody
Can I get in
all
on
right.
this?
So first of
Yeah, go
all,
ahead.
nobody is complaining about having to give
But
a
you said
woman.
that.
First of all,
You said
nobody.
that,
I'm not.
correct?
First of all, I am not complaining if you have a woman that has been invested in you and your home and your business and the children that you have in your family, and she's not worked for 30, 25, 30 years of that time and the marriage goes south. Yes, she's entitled to. She should be
But it
entitled to
don't
something.
matter. The day you say I do, and you mail that certificate off, and they mail you back a certificate to say that y'all are married. Now, what yours become hers. So when y'all split, is she still get half of what was hers? I don't
And
care
this
who
is
No,
the
why. And
no,
this is
no. What are you talking
under
about?
that
Stop it.
and
That's a
under
No,
that
fact.
no.
Yeah, it is because that's the point. Well, look, that's the
and
rules.
under
That
that
we
and
all
That's
under
know
not
that
that's
the
the
provision.
rule.
rules.
No, no,
And
no, no, no.
man,
And
come
under that
on.
It's not
provision
the
right
rule.
there, and under that provision right there is the reason why marriage is down, divorce is up, and these younger
And
men in
men
this
are not getting
generation
married. And
are
why? And
not
why
talking
marriage?
about getting married.
And
And
why?
that's
And why?
fine. That just means
Even.
pick better
Hold on.
women.
Hold on.
There-
Hold on. And
There's your
even hold
answer.
on. Shut
There's
up.
your answer, Preem. The men
Well,
aren't
hold.
getting
Well,
married.
hold on. But real quick, shout out, Bomb. I heard you say something earlier before you got the link, and I just came back through. You saw you were still on. Yes, I am a married guy suggesting that dudes don't get married because the system is fucked up. I don't know if this guy is married or what his relationship situation is, but I cannot suggest to any man, or even my son to get married when he is almost but guaranteed. There's a 70% chance, 7 times out of 10, bomb. If you knew you was gonna walk out of your house today and get shot in the face at a 70% chance, would you leave out your house?
No.
Thank you. So that's what you're telling. That's what. Just because I'm married and
I
it's
wasn't
working
talking
for
about
me.
you. I didn't know you was against marriage. You against marriage?
Yeah,
No,
I
okay.
am.
So let me answer.
I
This is
am.
my
I
this is my thing.
didn't know
I'm
that.
not saying. First of all, I didn't say whether it was right or wrong. I'm saying what it is. Because if it wasn't like that, then we wouldn't have laws called prenups that either man or women could take to protect your assets
Pre
when you're going into this
prenups are
whatever. Huh?
brother. Are you aware of pretty much prenups being non-existent? It's just a piece of paper. It's useless. The majority of women, and again, in a feminist society, in the way they've written
I
court
understand
laws
there's stuff to get
in favor of
around.
the
They
women.
got you get kids, you get alimony. I
All
get
right
that. What
then.
I'm
So
saying is
why would you bring it
because this,
up?
this is what I'm saying. Okay, so question: when you married your wife, correct? So you signed that pretty much now that y'all won, correct? So when if she leaves, whether she she just want to leave, she don't want to be with you no more. So then you gonna let her leave with nothing, or you
No, I'm
think she
not
should
saying
get
leave that.
nothing?
Oh wait, well no, not let her leave with nothing, but let her leave with half. Fuck no.
Well, okay,
Okay,
well
wait a minute.
look,
Wait a
I didn't
minute
make the
before.
numbers.
Wait. I
I
need
wait,
to.
wait, hold on, wait one
Wait,
second, bro.
wait.
I didn't make the. Okay, go ahead.
I need to say hi. I want to say hi to the people I didn't say hi to. I'm not gonna say name by name because there's so many of you, but welcome. And I also want to say, Preem, I want you to listen because remember you said we need to know what the issue is, and we've determined that it's family, and now you're hearing that it's the men who are against the family.
That's bullshit. That's horse shit.
Okay,
That's
so
what you
No,
hearing.
that's not true. Whoa. No. Hold on, wait. Bomb, that's not
Yeah,
bomb. See,
I'm hearing
you
horse shit.
gaslight. You gaslight, bomb.
no,
No, not against her, bomb. No one's against the family. The thing is this.
But
Again,
exactly, Bob.
bomb,
No,
bomb.
Wait a
nobody's
minute.
saying that, Bob.
You just said you're against marriage. So what
Okay,
you having kids? You're having kids and you're saying you're telling people not to get married.
bomb. What is a marriage? What is a marriage, bomb?
a union between two people, agreement,
Okay, so
Hmm?
what is a monogamous relationship, brother?
an agreement to two people not to involve no
All
one
right. So
else.
the only difference between, and again, we can go back and we use this historical perspective or context for your great 3 times great grandma. They didn't have a state sanctioned marriage
Right.
because they weren't able to by law. They weren't able to, but they still did. They still lived together. They still raised a family, and voila, you're here. So again,
Right, but that's why. But
until
that's why the
until the
laws has
laws.
changed. The laws only
Well,
changed when
okay,
the
and
past
it's
made
changed
it.
in favor. It's changed against the man and in favor of the woman. So that's why you
Right,
shouldn't get a
Is,
state
but
is it
sanctioned
it
against
marriage.
the
but it
man
changed.
or
But
against
listen,
Yes, it
where
is.
it
non?
changed. It changed against the men because men were leaving and leaving the women without anything. Now these women got to defend for themselves with the kids they got in this family while they off with another family. If we're going
And
to be
and
honest.
again, brother, but no. What was the
So when you
degree of that?
chose to get married, you
Brother,
signed up
hold on,
for
wait,
that.
wait,
That's what I'm
brother.
saying.
You got to give the proper context, sir. You have to get the proper context.
Okay, what's the
That
proper
was
context?
the proper context is that was the minority, the vast minority of what was happening. There was very few men doing that, leaving their women, leaving their families and
Laws
children
don't.
home dry
That's
It's
not
hard.
without
It was
absolutely
hard. It
anything.
was hard for laws back then to change on a few people.
Right.
Come on now.
You
Like,
know
hey,
that's
Come
not
on
hold
true.
now.
on,
Maybe
hold on, bro.
now,
Wait, brother,
but back then, come on, man.
My
hold up.
grandfather was a Rolling Stone, baby. I
Come
have
on.
aunts that I didn't even
Come
know was
on.
my aunts.
Okay, but Bomb, you know what happened though, Bomb. Again, and again, who do you think voted for those laws to be changed in favor of the women
Women
So
couldn't
why
vote.
when women
right.
were allowed to vote?
Okay, so why the
Well, let
man
me
didn't
add
vote
something
then?
right quick. Well,
Okay,
well,
this is my
well,
question.
let me
Well, one
add
more
something.
thing. Let me add one more thing. So why are men now, or it don't seem like it, are now fighting for these laws? I don't never see
They
laws on the
are.
book for
You're
lower child
unaware.
support.
You're
Well,
unaware, brother.
I'm
You're
just
unaware,
saying.
They
But
are.
brother. You're
there's
ignorant.
not,
They are.
there's not a big push then. It's not a big push
It is
then
no, it is.
because
Because hold on,
then
brother,
there's
brother. Brother. It's a
Men
Well,
don't
history.
vote,
are we
so it
gonna have
can't
the
be right.
that's
conversation,
what
or we
I'm
just gonna
saying.
Brother,
talk
Come
over?
on,
brother.
Are
man.
we
Hold on,
going to
wait.
have?
Again, brother.
Are we
You're
going to have the
ignorant, and I'm
conversation? Or we
not saying
just
this
gonna
in a
talk
bad
over
way.
each other?
Well, hold on,
Are
General.
we
Let me
gonna
just say
have the
this.
conversation, or we just gonna talk
You
over each other?
nah. Well,
No,
Let's
no,
have
I'm
a
just trying to.
real
I'm
honest
just trying to counter.
conversation.
I'm just trying to counter the point as he's saying it because he's saying a lot of things, but he's unaware. So again, I'm
Right,
not
but you
saying this
got
in
to
a
let him.
negative.
But we have to let each other finish so that we can have good
no,
corner.
no, no. Well, then enlighten me. Well, then enlighten me, then, Mr. Fantastic, because I haven't seen none of these laws on the vote. And I live in California, where child support is rampant. Okay,
Well,
divorce
that's
is rampant. Okay, and I haven't
we.
seen we have all these men who are against it. I'm pretty sure we would have seen a law on the ballot or something. Hell, I
No,
seen weed on the
again,
ballot before I seen child support on the ballot.
yeah, of course, of course. You know why? You know why? You know why child support will never be on the ballot? Because child support is a one, especially in Texas. Texas makes over $2 billion a year in child support. You understand that? You know that?
Okay, so what about marriage then? Marriage rates then? Because in California, you 10 years, she guarantee half.
What do you mean by the marriage? The marriage thing again. That's something that's
What I'm
controlled,
saying
and
is,
you
you
talk.
saying that I'm ignorant to the fact that there are
Hey,
men
let
who are
him
out
finish,
here
man. You're
who
asking a
are
question. Let him
Well, no,
who
finish.
are pushing.
give him context. Let him get the context. General, we good. I'm good. Go ahead. Listen, brother.
No, I'm
Make your
saying
point.
you said I was into the fact that there are men out here who are pushing for these laws to change, but I haven't heard or seen anything about it. So are we moving
Well,
aside?
and I'm trying. No, and then again, I'm trying to explain it to you. You have to have enough, not just the people asking for it. You have to have the actual legislators put it to the vote and get enough legislators to approve it, whether it be your local city council or your state representatives or whatnot, for it to even get up on the ballot at the state level, bro. All right, the weed thing, they didn't just say all of a sudden, hey, people want weed. No, they had to be approved to get on the ballot. I know this for a fact because it just happened in Florida. It got passed within the last couple of years, as far as like medical marijuana or whatnot. These things get voted up by your elected officials. So what happens is this: you're not ever going to get enough of people to bring it up to the elected officials and elected officials to raise it enough to the point where it gets on the state ballot. Because again, you be taking money away from the state. You think that Texas is ever going to take away $2 billion a year from its
Fuck
budget, bro?
no.
But
Okay,
never.
so then let me ask this then. So if you say that it's slim possibility that these two laws, the amount you pay in, and when you get divorced, and then child support, either having or not having, or the rate, if it's nearly impossible to happen, then what are you fighting for then? So then that's the wrong battle to fight then.
Well, no, it's
Right.
not the wrong. It's not.
That's why men are simply not proposing marriage. They're simply
Thank you,
walking
General.
away.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
but I
General.
That's
mean,
why.
and that's fine.
No,
I'm not here to
you're
argue that.
you're trying to make a reason behind something that men have taken upon themselves. Say, well, okay, we tried to get this shit on the ballot, but it gets voted down, right?
Well,
Okay,
General,
wherever.
I never said
Wait
that
a
man
minute.
should get married.
I didn't say you did.
Oh, okay,
But
okay.
that's the conversation. Okay, so men are now saying, well, fuck it. They wanted equality. What's equal about this system? What about did you know that it's been alleged that at least 37% of children being born to married couples, the man is not the father of them? Did you know that?
Um,
What?
Did you know
you
that you
enlighten
don't
me.
even have to? Did you know that you don't
What?
even have to sign? You don't even have to sign the birth certificate
That's true, Bond.
if you're
I didn't
living
hear
with
it.
a woman, if you
No, he said
are
if you married
living
to a
with a
woman,
woman,
uh-huh.
if you are living with a woman, you got a live-in girlfriend. She gets pregnant by somebody else, but you and her are residing together. Did you know that you are automatically on the hook for child support?
What state is
Did
that?
you know?
Yeah, what state is
Did
that?
you
That's
know?
not
What state
here.
is that?
That's not
It's
true.
Any
all
state,
over.
Nah,
hold up,
No, that's not
any
true.
state that
no, that's
recognizes, hold
not.
on, any state that recognizes
Any
common
sta-
law marriage. Hold on, wait,
Thank you.
Oh,
let me help you out.
common
Any
law
state that
marriage.
recognizes,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
That's
any
not
state that
many.
recognizes
That's
common law
not many.
marriage.
There's only like 3 states. That's
Okay.
it.
No, it's way
Right,
Did,
but
more than
then,
did,
three, Bob.
Nah,
Bob,
it's
it's
but,
way
not
more
but
than
then
three.
many.
you change the, but then you change the
let
context because he's making it sound like your
hold
boyfriend and
hold
girlfriend. You got to
Right.
hold
say,
on.
it
You gotta
accurate.
you gotta you gotta listen so you will understand what I'm putting out here. Did you know if you marry a woman and she has a child and the father cannot be found and you and her get a divorce, you become the default father of the child. Therefore,
Yes,
you
yes.
will pay child support for a child that's not yours. Where is that equal and just under the law?
This is why. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. You have to pick your women. You have to pick your. If you're gonna pick a woman to marry, then you need to go and pick the right one. I'm not saying this. Is what
Okay,
I'm saying.
so
Brother,
No,
we
let
always
brother.
me
go back.
finish. Let me
Man,
finish.
stop
You
with
just
that
said
pick.
something. So this is my thing. So if you don't want that responsibility, then don't marry a woman who has kids. Because you know,
Right. There you
once
go.
you get married, then you're going to be tied to this woman. You tied to her. See what you left. See, it's other stuff too, not just kids. Her
Eh,
debt,
eh,
her school debt, whatever debt she got, you
right,
allowed
all of
for it
that.
too. So it's everything. So my thing is, then do a better job of investigating the woman that you
Okay,
about to
stop.
marry,
Oh,
and you be
okay,
good.
I get you. Now, here's the problem. A lot of brothers did not look at it like that because you get invested in relationships for
So
the
then
sake of
they ignorant
love.
then.
Wait a
So then
minute,
they
man.
ignorant then.
Wait a minute. Goddamn. You get invested into a relationship for the sake of love, right? So now that men are finding these things out once they go through it and the word is getting out, men are saying, right, pick a better woman. Now it's coming down to pick a better woman. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because before, men didn't know that if you marry a woman that got a whole lot of goddamn student loan debt and shit, you could be the default, have to pay for that shit through default. A lot of men didn't even know that. So you got to understand, knowledge is power, brother.
Okay, so you start off with saying love then. So then if it's love, then why you divorce not you? Men divorcing women because she got big because she had babies. Men divorcing a
That,
woman because she
That,
not doing this. Then
ho-
love should,
hold on, General.
love, love
Let me
should
tag in real quick.
oversee all that
go
then,
ahead,
man,
man.
correct? Come on,
But
man.
hold on, brother. You speaking a lot, man. But I don't think you're aware of the actual stats and facts and numbers. Do you
Okay,
know?
well give me the
Who,
stats, facts, and numbers then, because your
okay,
stats and
well,
facts and numbers
I
can be
am,
misruled as
I
well,
am,
though,
bro.
right?
I will.
It can
I'm
be
not trying to
swung from
again.
state to state, right?
Okay, well, no. This is national, sir. And
Okay,
nationally,
okay,
women, women, women start 60 to 80% of divorces, brother. 60 to 80.
okay.
I
I believe
mentioned
that.
that
So do you know
earlier.
what that means? So hold on.
I
So do
believe
you know what
that.
that means, bro? So do you know
Uh-huh.
what that means? So
What do it mean?
at no point in time are there more men starting divorces than women. Again, I said 60. I didn't say 49. I didn't say 51. I said 60. At the
Okay.
lowest rate is
But it doesn't
60%.
mean it's her fault they got divorced. It just means that she filed. He could have
But
done
bomb.
something.
Hold on. Hold on, Eddie. Bomb, that's a great point. But listen, this is what I'm telling you. It's not and the majority of those divorces aren't domestic violence or abuse or anything like that. The majority of the divorces are what, bomb? Irreconcilable differences.
And that just
Irreconcilable
means
differences.
that nobody giving fault. That's it. They don't want to tell. Like if my husband cheated on
Okay,
me, I
but
don't want to go to court and fight and accuse him of that if I don't have to. They're gonna give me
okay,
a divorce.
well,
So
still, but that's what I'm saying. That would still be something that we would all agree is like. I'm not gonna say it's trivial, but it's not detrimental, right? Somebody cheating and getting somebody on the side is not the same as somebody going upside your damn head, right?
right, it's not the
Okay,
same, but some women not putting up with that,
Well,
just like you
wait, but I
men.
want to know,
okay, so
I want to
bomb,
know,
give me
you
the
brought up
percentage. So
that
you
fact.
so
Wait, but you brought up that fact to make what statement?
to make a divorce statement about what? You tried to put it on
No,
the
I'm
men about
saying
getting divorced.
I'm not putting it on nobody. What I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, the man holds all the power to a certain extent. You have the
Huh?
money. No, listen to what I'm saying.
Mhm.
You have majority of the time you have the money, correct? You have majority of the time you got more money than your woman, correct? You do a majority of the working, correct? You taking pretty much all the fault when you leave or get divorced, correct? So all I'm saying is then do a better job of choosing and picking because the law
Okay,
is not
so
going
hold
to
on. So
change. So
okay,
if you
so hold
don't want
on.
to get married, then stay. Then don't get married. But the ones who get
Okay,
married, this is the agreement that you signed up for when you enter this agreement with this woman. You agreed to all of that. So
okay,
then
and
deal
this is
with it.
why
Stop
we
crying about it.
And this is why we're telling these young men not to get married. Exactly. You just built the whole case for
But if
everything
you,
being the
but listen,
opposite of what
if
you
you're
said.
going
But
to
instead
tell
of
them,
saying,
Hold on. I let
no,
you
listen.
speak. Hold on.
Okay,
I
you're
let you
right.
speak.
You're right.
Hold on.
You're right. Go ahead.
Hold on.
You're right.
So again, you just built up the case exactly for the point we're making. The man don't have all the power. He has all of the risk. All of the
Okay.
risk. He
Okay.
has like the most money. He does the most work. He has the most to lose, and he loses the most in the divorce. The woman don't lose shit. A woman can come into the motherfucking marriage with absolutely nothing. We've seen it, and that's not just celebrities. Not just celebrities. That's regular motherfuckers. Okay, people can talk that shit about, oh well, men pay the less amount of alimony and all this shit, but that's still something. A penny is more than nothing, is it not? In a lot of the situations when the woman doesn't have anything, and that's not even including kids. If she has kids, it's a guarantee. That's an 18-year fucking lease, okay, for a child that you still have to take care of and pay for and take care of at the same time. Not faulting or saying that's an issue, but the woman gets to double dip. I have to,
Okay. So let me.
especially if I was married to her, she gets to
Okay.
claim
So let me
And a
say this.
everything.
child that may or may not even be yours.
Okay. So let me say this. I agree with everything you said. My argument with you two is not the fact that you're telling young men not to get married. My thing is enlighten them on the consequences. Don't say no, don't get married. I mean, well, you can tell them whatever you want, but I wouldn't tell them no, don't get married. Like for
tell
me,
them to
I have,
choose
I,
correctly.
I have, I have a 19-year-old son who's at a university. Had a girlfriend since they was in the. Bomb, I remember this ninth grade. He's still with her. I told her to break up with him because you're going to a place where you're going to see beautiful women. You're going to see that, so you don't have cheating on and all this stuff, whatever. I didn't. Her family is pushing them to get married and all this. I told her, no, you don't want to get married right now. Go finish what you need to do in life, whether it's still football, it's your business degree and all that. And then when you come to that point where you ready to settle down, if she's the one and you cool with everything, then you marry her. But I'm going to give my son everything. So everything you say, you tell these young men, I'm telling my son that, but I'm not saying
All right,
don't
bro.
get
So
married. All I'm
we on
saying
the
is
same team.
right. So I'm just saying,
We
what
singing
I'm
the
just
same
saying is
song. Because you're
right. So what
still
I'm
telling your
saying
son,
is,
hold
huh?
on, you're still telling your son not to get married. That's what I'm
At
telling you, regardless.
19,
At
Right,
19,
no,
at
man.
it
19.
doesn't matter. Wait, it doesn't matter whether it's 19,
Yes,
whether
yes,
it's
it does
30
Oh,
or
it
because
does
whatever.
matter.
when you especially when you marry her, now you have more responsibilities to this woman as if you wasn't your girlfriend. Like when he away and he had a hard day at practice,
Oh shit,
a girlfriend, he ain't got to answer the phone and say, "Hey, what you doing?" But if that's his wife, he got to answer that phone. If she's pregnant with his child, he has to answer that phone.
he ain't got to answer the phone.
Well, if that's his wife he's going to, then he gonna catch hell. She gonna be
He don't have
bitching and
to. I mean,
complaining.
hey,
Okay, well he doesn't have to,
phones
but to
work
be
the same way for
respectful,
everybody.
to your marriage when y'all living in different states and y'all married and all that, whoever it might be, and 19-year-old go live your life and do what you want to do, and then make sure 5, 6 years down the line when you complete everything and you focus on that. If she's the one and she's still there, then go and marry her and y'all live a happy life. All I'm saying is I'm not telling them don't get married, period, at all. I'm just saying don't get married now, and then these are the consequences. But now you know, so now
Okay,
you're not ignorant to it. Like you enlighten me on some
okay,
stuff. So now I'm not ignorant to it, and that's how it should roll. That's all I'm saying.
okay, but yeah, but this is what I'm saying again. So basically, you're telling your son to take
Yes.
a 30% chance of success at something in life. That's what you're telling him.
Well, look, life is a gamble, bro. Do you have a business? I have a business.
Okay, again, yeah,
Right.
yeah, I
So
do.
I took a big risk on my financial business, and it paid out very well. But if I was scared to take that risk, then I might have got the reward. Very
Was it a
taking a risk.
70% loss? Hold up. Was your business risk a 70% loss?
Let me tell you something. My big business risk was between me being homeless and me being successful as I am now. And I
Well,
put it to you like
you
that.
was playing with house. Well, you had nothing to lose then. That's 1,000% profit. If you got the chance
Well,
of being homeless or winning, I mean that's a great bet.
that's the same thing
That's
as
the
when you
opposite
pick
of
a
marriage.
woman. It's the same thing
Well,
picking a
no,
woman
again,
because either
oh,
you're gonna
again,
hit
I'm
that
glad you said
great
that. Hold on,
woman
wait.
or you're gonna be
I'm
in
glad you
debt
said
to
that.
her forever.
Hold on, I'm glad you said that. That's what it was. I wanted to get to that point. There's no such thing as picking the right one. Y'all, can we get off? Can we get off of that?
It is. You pick the
No, it's
Yes.
right
not.
one for you,
No, it's
bruh.
not, brother.
Okay,
Listen,
well then
listen.
look, that's
It's
how you
not.
feel. We can't argue over
Hold on, it's not
feelings.
how I feel. It's a fact. Again,
Okay.
it's not how I feel. It's a fact. Because you know what? Everybody, or the majority of people, start off in marriage with good intentions. We love each other. We care each other. It's gonna last forever, right? But then what happens? You find out how fucking long forever is. People change. People grow. People evolve. Relationships change. People may get closer. People may get further apart. Like mom said, somebody may cheat. A lot of shit happens, okay? But no one goes into it of picking a person knowing for sure who that person is going to be 10 years down, 5 years down the line, 10 years
But
down the
at the
line,
end of
hell,
the day,
even 10
if you
months down the
have
line.
a great relationship with that woman or with that man, if you
Wait,
guys are in tune,
Brother.
then you guys
don't
can
just choose a pretty
overcome.
smile in the ass, a big
No,
ass
Right,
and
you
but
a
guys
again,
can overcome things. Let's just take Will and Jada. Okay, let's just take things because they recent and we had to talk about them. She cheated. The world knows. He's still married to her. Whether what nobody say, whether he get back, go get some side pussy or some side nigga or whatever the fact is, they're still married, and can't nobody say that he's right or he's wrong because that's their marriage. So at the end of the day, you might not feel that your wife is good for you, and that's your choice. But whoever I'm with, I can feel like they the best thing for me. And if something happens that ain't
it's,
detrimental to me going to jail or her losing her life, it's always fixable. You choose to walk
it's
away from stuff that you want to.
right,
Men and
right.
damn,
women.
bro. It's good until you got to kill her. It's good. It's good up
I
until you got
mean,
to kill
look, what it does say between what life and death, right? So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, my point is that you chose that woman, she chose that man, and you choose to leave. Everybody got divorced, chose to leave. Now, in some cases, the man didn't want it or the woman didn't want it. But you can't be with somebody who don't want you. So at the end of the day, you got to pick the best person for you. And if it's for you to be single for the rest of your life, that's fine. But then don't push, don't push be single. Like I don't push being married onto nobody. You got to get married for your own reasons to the one that you want to pick. That's all I'm saying.
But yeah, man, like I said, that's still that's a big theory and theoretical, bro. There's no such thing as the right one because everyone ideally starts out with the right one, but people change over time. Like I said, and people can act. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but it's been several people that have found out their whole entire life, bro, their whole marriage was a lie. They had a story about a guy to where all three of his kids wasn't his, man. Dude found out he had some disease that made him sterile. He not even able to fucking have children. And this bitch done had three, bro. Three till
And that
adulthood.
happens. And then you got
Okay.
somebody who's been together for 90 years and they 100 and they got 10 kids and grandkids and whatever, and they still love each other.
And
Well,
So
all
this
those and the,
and nothing's changed. You know, back in the day, they used to say "mama's babies, papa's maybes." Now, the only thing
right.
changed is that we got DNA tests now. What's up, Shell?
Hey, Bomb.
How
I
you
I
doing,
haven't
Shell?
talked to you in a long time. It's so nice to hear from you.
Same to you. What you want to add, sister? We need some sisters up here.
Yeah, I just was. I mean, I love your show, and it was really interesting listening to the men. The one thing I just wanted to say is if you're gonna put things out there as facts, let them be facts. I can't remember which one of the gentlemen, but one of the gentlemen was talking, and he said if you're living with a woman and she has a baby, you're presumed to be the father, and you have to pay child support, and that's just not factual. That's not factual at all. Whether you're in a common law marriage state or wherever you are, if you're not married, that is not a fact. So what will happen is you could be tested,
Um.
and even if you're married, let me just finish. Even if you're married legally,
Okay.
you are presumed to be the father. You're legally presumed to be the father if you have a child within a marriage. You can overcome that presumption. You just have to. You can't wait till the kid's 15 because then it's not in the kid's best interest. But if you suspect that, that's something that you can do early on in your relationship. You can go to court. You can say, "Hey, I think that I'm presumed to be the father, but I don't think I am." I can tell you I've seen this happen personally. So I that's what I wanted to add. One thing that frustrates me is that, you guys have these great discussions, but then people throw out things that are not truthful, they're not factual. And, let's and then throwing out statistics like 30% of children born into marriages are not the are not the husband's children. If
that's
you
true.
throw a statistic out like that, you should really tell us where you got that from so we can all see it because
What
that's an
you can Google
outrageous
it.
statistic.
But ma'am, just real quick, I don't know, but listen, the thing about I can give you examples of both of those situations. But I mean, you can just Google is your friend. I can Google the situation where a man has been held as the father in a common law marriage, even though the child wasn't his. And again, the same position when it comes to a man that's being forced to pay for a child that's not his. One particularly, it was a white dude by all means. They were separated, legally separated, and the woman knew for a fact. You can Google this story that she had a sexual relationship and got pregnant by another man during that separation. She still decided to not name that man as the father and to go after the father as child support, and the state upheld it, ma'am. Knowing this,
How old was the
she said
child when he decided to fight it, though?
a baby,
Exactly. That's what I was
a
saying, Bomb.
baby,
Like,
bomb.
you,
Again,
no,
I
no.
just told you,
Well,
Mm-mm.
I
then
just
tell us
told
the
you,
name. Here's
ma'am,
what
a
I'm gonna tell you,
newborn
Bomb.
baby.
No, well,
No.
I can't say this. I can't. In some cases, that is true because I have people in the court system. That is true, especially in California, because the state would rather somebody take care of them than they can take care of them. But that's not in all
Thank you. The
cases.
state wants the money. Oh,
But
the
then
state
also
wants
too,
the
you
money.
got to throw in that thirty
Here's what.
percent. Can I say something real quick, and then I'll give it to you, sister. Also, you got to throw in that 30%. Rather get those men fight to get that baby, off of them because they had the money to go get a
Right.
lawyer and all that. A lot of them didn't, so then the baby stuck with them. So yes, it does happen, and does happen in my state where if you're married to a woman and she had an outside baby, technically that baby is yours, and you can be the father of that baby, and that man don't have no rights. So you can actually take that child and say he binds or fight for him or do whatever. So it's also benefits as well as is not benefits to that situation.
Well, let me just add this, okay? Because I know we're when we tell all these stories that we read or we heard of, that's sort of anecdotal, and there's all kinds of like outliers. Like you can say this, I heard this happen, that happened, but I'm just talking about what typically happens. And you don't even need to hire a lawyer. Like for instance, I had a case one time, right, where a white mom had a baby that was mixed. She was married to a white man, and he still had to go through the court process, right? And he was super frustrated because they were married, and he's presumed to be the father. And he goes, "Hey, listen, look at this kid. Clearly, this child is not mine." But he still had to go. He had to fight. He couldn't just sit there. And what I find in our community with a lot of our men, they don't take advantage of the system. They're not familiar with it. They're not comfortable with it. They don't do it. They
Mhm.
just sit and complain. And then,
True.
10, 15 years later, then they'll be like, that child's not even mine and I'm paying child support. It's like, yeah, because you didn't do anything about it. That's
Right.
the issue. When it comes up, you take care of it then. The court system, whether you like it or not, is also here for you. You don't even also always have to hire an attorney. If you live in a community like even a medium-sized city, there's all kinds of fathers' rights groups. There's all kinds of ways to get help, and people just don't do it. They sit and they complain.
Well, I have to give a little pushback.
Well,
Here in California, it ain't like that.
I got to
It's
give a
not
lot.
And
that
let me
easy.
I got
let
to.
me say
It's
this:
I
not
the
that
woman
easy
does
to
not.
return it.
The woman
I got
does
to give
not
a
have
lot of
to
pushback.
lie. Wait a minute. The woman does not have to put that the husband is the father, because if she holds his last name, all she does is put who that she's married. They don't ask who
Right.
do you know who the father is. They ask who are you married to
That's right.
legally.
Right.
So when y'all make it seem like the woman she's intentionally lied, she went over there and she said, "Oh, this is the dad." That's
Nah,
not how
bomb.
it works.
Nah, bomb. If she cheating, then she need to come
either
out and say,
or.
"Well, I slept with somebody." So come on now, bomb.
And the
That's more
paperwork don't
different.
ask
But
that. What
see,
are you talking about?
here's okay.
But I'm
But
talking about
here's the
for that
bigger
father
issue.
though.
Here's the bigger issue. The bigger issue is why should you, as a man, even be subjected to that if she knows that there's a
Thank
possibility
you.
that you are not the fucking father in the first place? You
Well,
see,
come
this
on,
is the
man. You
bigger
gotta be
issue.
fair. It's the
Come
same
on, man.
issue as a
God
man
damn,
cheating
bro. Why
too.
come on, bro. Please,
All right, go ahead.
just allow me to finish, man.
Sure, General.
That's all I ask. I just want to have the honest conversation. The
Okay.
bigger issue is it is a cultural problem. The bigger issue is why should I even be subjected to having to go to court to prove that a child isn't mine in the first place? Why is it that she simply cannot be honest about it? Just like
Well,
the brother in Detroit, who made national news, who had a child support case where it was said that he owed $33,000 in back child support. This man wasn't even. The court proved that he wasn't the father. She said he wasn't the father. His attorney proved that it wasn't the father, and the state said, "Nope, you're still going to pay this $33,000 in back child support."
and I explained why. But let me just say two things, Bomb, and I don't want to take over, but I want to say two things. First of all, Bomb made a point. She said, how old was the child? Because what happens is if you let this go on and on in the eyes of the court, what's in the best interest of the child, that's what takes precedent. It's not about you. They don't care about you and your child support order.
Okay.
They care that this child has a legal father. So that's what's
Right.
in the best interest of the child. If you do not do
No,
it early on, you will be stuck. And that's how the court sees it. That's number one.
So you mean
Number
to
two,
tell
wait,
me?
whoa, whoa,
So
whoa.
you
Let me
mean to
finish.
tell me
Let
that
me
somebody?
finish.
You mean to
Let me
tell?
finish. I just have one more
I
point
just
to
want to.
make. I want to
Well,
have
come on.
one more point to make because then you said, why are these things happening in the first place? These things happen because there are people with bad character. The same
Mm-hmm.
reason why there's men who go get outside babies. people mess up.
Right.
There are women who are messed up and there are men who are messed up. That's why this stuff happens. And that's common sense. It's the same thing on both sides.
Right.
I don't disagree with you, but here's the problem. Just like here where I am in the state of Texas, I can't tell you because of what I do, the job that I do within the DOD. I can't tell you how many soldiers are fighting child support cases where they have had no contact with these women whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But because these women know their names and they go down there and they have that baby and then they say, who's the father? And then they just name some random ass dude. And the next thing he's getting a child support case put against him. What the fuck? So don't tell
And
me,
can I?
and it's not that it's just about being bad characters. Yes, people have, I know. But what happens is a matter of fact. You wanted facts, I'll give you facts. I know at least 30 young men that are in my command right now that are having child support cases where they've had no contact with these women whatsoever. None whatsoever. They just was a name and a face and they remembered it. And when that child got pushed into the world, when the name came up, she named that young man.
And
And
what do
now
you
these
do?
young men, have to go to the provost marshal's office. They have to go through all this unnecessary legal bullshit to clear their names of being fathers of children.
But that's not unnecessary. It may be
But
inconvenient, but it's quite necessary to clear your name. That's
but
what the message that you're preaching is, that people, oh, you shouldn't have to go through this. And we got too many men saying that already. That's why they stay out of the system. That's why they're in these situations. Whether it's
but
uncomfortable and it annoys you and it stresses you, you need to fight that stuff. You
Right.
need
but
to
I'm
hold
not.
fight
on.
it. That's why
And
you
they
got
keep
so
Hold
many
on.
blaming
people
Yeah.
black
affected.
women. They keep blaming
But
women.
no,
This
no.
is not
Right.
Where you
us.
at? But hold on, wait. I think you guys are missing this point. The point is this. The point is that the law shouldn't even be possible. It shouldn't be possible for a woman to just randomly pull a name out of a hat and say, "Hey," with no consequence, and then run the chance of
Thank you.
again a lot of things that happen, especially for people in the military and whatnot. If you time it just right, she could name a soldier or someone that's in the military that's from, let's say, Fort Hood, right? And then his last known address is what? His last known address is Fort Hood. He's done moved. They don't have the proper forwarding thing. And I'm just for context, ma'am. I'm guessing you're some type of lawyer or you're
Attorney.
an attorney or something. I imagine.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. So this happened, and I'm in the military also, and I've seen this happen. A dude won't find out for years. Okay, a man, he can't find out because he doesn't get the proper notice. The state takes advantage of this because the state is only about money. Let and being that you're a lawyer, you know what this means. The best interest of the child means who's gonna give the state the most money if we make them pay. Who is 90% of the time going to be the man? That's what the best interest of the
Okay, let
child
me
means.
just say something. That's not what the best interest of the child means, because there's a lot of people who are on child support orders and the money doesn't go to the state, it goes to the other parent. So here's
Ma'am,
what you
hold on,
started off
wait.
saying.
You're being
Let me
disingenuous
just
again.
say,
What state are you in? Hold on, wait. But let's just
I'm
let's
not
be
getting
honest.
into what state I'm in, but let me tell you this.
Well, okay,
You
well, this is
started
well. Hold on,
off
let me tell you
saying,
this.
you
Hold on, wait.
started
You're,
off
you're being
saying,
disingenuous. Wait, just let me tell you why you're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous because you and I both know what the states, most states, the majority of states in this country have switched over from where you just give the direct payment to the parent. You have to do what? You have to go to a state disbursement system, ma'am. That's how the state makes money off of child support.
You have to go
So
through a
you're being
let
clearinghouse.
me
disingenuous.
just tell you this. You started off saying this should be illegal. This shouldn't be able to happen. How in the world would you enforce such a law? You have two people who have sex, right? How are we
No,
going to enforce this on these
no,
women?
you're ma'am. That's what we're
Hold
trying to hold on.
on. I didn't interrupt you.
My
How
bad.
would such a law be enforced? If a woman says, we have women out here. I have seen women, right, who have named 50 dudes. And I'm not kidding, right? They've named all these men because they've dope dated. They, all kinds of situations. They don't know who the baby's father is. It's not that they're just making it up. Sometimes they just don't know because of the lifestyle
Ma'am,
they
how
lead.
so, ma'am, how can you go through 50 men and not know? And I mean, let's just say that's it, outright. So let's just say
Going through
five.
50 men. That's
But,
why.
but,
That's
but
right.
that's what I'm saying. So listen, what I'm telling you. Where's the man's again? Do you understand that she just had a 50 times chance of just getting the wrong address of the wrong fucking receiver's information of one man being that guy to never get the notice and get 18 years of child support? And like you
No,
said, it
if you don't
only
get
takes you a few
what you're
years.
saying, you guys are using to a very limited situation. You keep talking about the military. That's not the majority
Not
of
just
people.
even
Most
military.
people
Hold
on
on, hold on,
child
hold
support, hold on. Most people on child support are not in the military. If
on.
you
Okay,
have an inkling, if you and you know these situations do not occur with, oh, I just didn't know. What happens in the majority of these cases is men do not fight. They don't go to court. It's too inconvenient. It's too much of a
no,
headache. and then they whine. The kid might be 14 years old, and they'll be like, "I just
No,
found out this kid isn't mine.
no,
Why am I
is that,
paying child
ma'am?
support?"
That's not. Again, you're
Yes,
being
it is.
disingenuous. No, it's not. You're
It's
being
That's how
not.
disingenuous.
most of the cases
Hold
are.
on, because no, it's not. I can give you an
The
example
men
of outside
run.
the military. Hold on, wait. I can give you an even better example outside the military where they still know exactly where this man is, but somehow things don't get to the man because of mailing. Child support, as you know, is not even like it's not even regular court. It's not even family court. It's own separate division. All child support does is mail the notice to say, hey, you have a claim against you for child support. This person, whoever it is saying that you, sir, are the father of said child. If you do not respond to the thing, we'll take this as a notice of you pretty much accepting
Yep.
the thing for this and so on and so forth. This is happening to people in jail. It happens to people in jail all the time. People that are locked up in correctional facilities where the same state that's charging them knows exactly where they are, but because they do not receive the mail and they do not respond within the time they matter, oh well, what happens? There's another dude in Texas that this dude after he got out of jail, he had over $20,000 of child support on, and the man had been in jail for however many years, but the state still wanted their back child support money. Why? Because he never received a thing. So, ma'am, I really, really respect your experience and this and the other, but you're being a woman right now, and you're not telling the truth.
Well,
You're
I'm
not
sitting
telling
here
the
right
truth.
next to my own husband, who's a man, and he agrees with me as well.
Well,
This
that's
is
fine.
you tell.
Of
Let
course
me.
he does.
How
Yeah,
come you
y'all
guys
going
talk and I give you
anecdotal, and
respect?
you're talking to a woman who have experienced actual cases. We're not saying neither. We're saying both can be true, right? The
Yes.
situations that you men are saying are true, and the situation she is saying is true also. Y'all making it seem like no, it's either one way. And when a
No,
woman gave a name, then she knew it was the wrong name. But some of these
Right.
women don't know if it's the right name. Some of them just hoping, well, he look like he has a job,
Yes.
and so I do know his name, and so I'm gonna put his name. It could be something as simple as that.
mom, why is that okay? Again, why is
So,
that
When I
It's
say
cool?
not
nobody
so
say
okay.
that's the
it's
Shouldn't be
problem.
okay.
possible.
It's
That's
not
That shouldn't
okay.
be
can I
possible. That shouldn't be legal.
can I
That's
chime
all.
in
When
for
you
just
say
a
it shouldn't
moment?
be
That's the
legal, how?
equivalent.
That's what I asked you. How
But
would we enforce such a thing? How would we prove? How would we do that? Do you know there are a lot of promiscuous people out here who have sex with a lot of people? What are we supposed to do? Okay, ma'am, you don't know who your
you
baby
again.
daddy is. Let's lock you
Well,
up.
Well, hold on. You make a penalty. You make a penalty. You make a penalty for a false claim. Very
exactly.
simple. Make a
But if
penalty for a
she
They
false
don't
don't
claim.
even
really
know it's a
know,
false
then
claim.
That's her
if
fault. And listen,
no,
that's the penalty of being promiscuous and not
That's
Oh
well
my
having
then how
God.
about this?
sexual
So then,
Okay, wait a
okay.
experience.
minute.
So
Let's
then,
go. Wait a minute.
I have a
I let's
okay,
let
go
me
ahead.
agree with you. Okay, so let me say if you're not the dad, there's a penalty against her. But if you happen to be a dad, are you okay with taking the penalty? Like if, for instance, she say
Right.
you,
well,
if
yeah.
she say you the father, and
But
you
bomb,
claim, well, I'm not, or
but
you,
you're gonna take the penalty regardless
Say
because
that,
you're gonna
Bob.
have to be paying her 18 years of child support. There is no lose, there's no win for the man. Listen,
Well, I have one better then.
It's not.
So
you
then,
guys are
does the
framing
man
it where the
who
But
man
wait
cheats
a
loses
on
minute.
either
his
way.
parents?
Answer what
So
Bomb
then,
said. Bomb made a good point. You're saying we should penalize women who name the wrong man. If you are a man and
Yep.
you fight, and the fight could go on for
Yep.
years, right? You could be fighting for 2 years in court. That's not my child for whatever reasons. And guess what? Then you are. Should you too be penalized? Because you should know.
And ma'am, hold on, ma'am. And again, this is
Yeah,
what I'm
you're gonna
saying
be.
to you.
Yeah, you're gonna be. Hold on.
You're
Hold
going to
on.
be
Let me add
penalized by
this.
paying 18
I'll
years of
answer.
child support. You're
well,
going to
that,
be
but
That's not a
that's
penalty.
not a penalty.
Can I
That's
answer the
your
it is.
question?
duty.
wait,
Okay,
why
well,
why
okay,
is child
well,
Can I?
support a penalty?
okay, well,
Can I
You
you
answer?
ain't
paying
go.
the child,
Well,
Okay,
you
well.
gotta
great.
take care of it, don't you?
Wait.
How's
Hold
that a
on.
penalty? Isn't the mother taking care of it too?
Right. Right. I agree.
No, she's
I'm not.
not.
I didn't.
9 times out of 10, she's
Hello.
not.
Can you hear me? I didn't say that it was a. Hello. Can you
Yeah,
hear
go
me?
ahead.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead,
we
go
Can
can
you
ahead.
hear you.
hear
Go
me?
ahead.
Bomb Cherry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
All
hear you.
right.
Go ahead.
Don't. Now I don't look at. I don't look at having to take care of your children as a penalty. That's what any man, responsible man, is supposed to do. However, I agree with Mr. Fantastic. If she pins that baby on a man who she believes could or could not be the father, it turns out that he is not the father, she should get a penalty. What's the penalty? The penalty is that she should not receive any funding whatsoever for the child until she's able to verify the right man.
Well,
And then it
but what
curbs
kind of
behavior.
penalty? Isn't that what she's already living with?
Well,
Okay,
no,
let me just say this.
I
Let's look at the
Point
reality
blank
of,
and
of
simple.
child support, right? Because one thing that really drives me crazy
I must have
online is
lost
you hear
y'all.
so many men complaining about that's their big thing, child
They
support.
pay
Let's not even get
$27
into
a
the
week.
Hey, you bomb. You just took the words out of my
That's the
mouth. I
woman's
was
fault.
just about to talk about. Well, let's talk about average amounts that they pay. But okay, let's say this. Like she should be penalized. She's already penalized. She's taking care of a kid by herself. What are you talking
Well,
about?
that's her fault though, ma'am.
But
Again,
that's
that's
okay.
again,
Then,
you're
but
rewarding, you're rewarding
who's
bad
rewarding what?
behavior.
What's
You're
the
rewarding
reward?
bad. You're rewarding bad decision making of the
What's the
ultimate, of the most
reward?
important, of the utmost important. You guys are talking about rewarding a woman for being irresponsible sexually,
How?
bringing a life into this world. Hold on, wait, bringing a life into this world by herself. And if you're talking about $27 an hour, $27 a month, or whatever it may be, in poverty on top of that. Again, why? This is a problem with black people. This is a problem with the black community. We keep allowing and we keep encouraging and we keep rewarding these women for having these children out of wedlock, no fucking daddy, don't know who the hell he is or whatever the fuck, and in poverty. You know who ends up
Listen,
paying for that?
sir,
You
sir, you
you
don't
pay the
know. You
house.
must not know. You must not know Bomb. I know you don't aren't familiar with me because there's no way that Bomb sits and says, "Hey, it's a great idea to have babies
Well, I'm
in
not saying
poverty
you.
while not being
I'm not
married."
saying you,
Nobody
ma'am,
is
ma'am.
saying
I'm not
that.
saying you. Yeah, yeah, but hold on, wait. I'm not saying that about Bomb, and I'm familiar with Bomb, man. I know as well as you know it, but I'm familiar. I'm kind of new, but not that new. And I'm not saying that you said that. I simply said the black community, ma'am. The black community as a
But
whole.
what,
The black
sir?
community as a
Please,
Okay, well,
whole.
I have one question. So my question to Mr. Perfect and General. So when you guys are telling these young men not to get married, are y'all also telling them to wear condoms and don't busting females
amen.
Yes,
then?
yes. We say it all the
Hey,
time.
well,
You have
Because
do not be
okay. Let me
irresponsible. Do
answer.
not be sexually irresponsible.
Yeah, let me answer for myself because I have two sons, and that's exactly what I tell them. I'm not against marriage. Anybody that knows my history they know that I have a very checkered past when it comes to marriage. Marriage, okay. What I tell my sons is make sure that you vet the woman and you make the right decision, and if that's what you want to do, so be it. But
Hmm.
also, I arm them with the information that's out here, so that they do not go out here and recklessly get married, have 2, 3 children with women, and then the marriage dissolves and they're on the hook to take care of their responsibilities, which is what I preach, taking care of your responsibility. So I don't tell men one way or the other to get married or not to get married. Let me be very clear about that.
Hmm.
Okay, that's not my lane. I don't tell people what to do. I simply advise them of the ills that could befall you if the relationship should not work out. Case in point, I was I won't say lucky. I understood what I needed to do in order to save my ass and my assets. Luckily, I had some pretty decent women in my lives that were not all about getting half of what the fuck you got.
Okay, can
So
I ask a question of you, men?
I had pretty deep. Let me finish. I had pretty decent women. My last wife, for example, she wanted to go back to her home country of Europe. Yes, she was black. She decided, hey, I don't want any of your benefits, your retirement. I only ask that we co-parent and take care of our daughter that we have together. That's it.
Okay. Now let me ask you guys a deeper question because the people and I can't tell the names yet, but there's at least two people who seem to be pretty down on black men and black young men getting married. And then you're also down on the child support system. So my deeper question to you would be, do you not want more black people to be born? Because if you don't want them to be born within a
I'm glad.
marriage, and let me finish, and you don't want them to be born to single parents, how should we repopulate? How should we continue to have more black folk if black people don't marry and if they're not supposed to have children as single parents?
Okay,
Go ahead, fantastic.
first off, let me give you context to the out of wedlock scenario of single parents. When I'm saying that, I'm saying you're not in a long term relationship in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Casual sex, oops, babies, all that type of things. Even if you're not in a state sanctioned marriage, you have these things called spiritual unions. You have trusts and LLCs and other ways and things you can go about getting married. I'm talking about the specific situation of the norm right now of where a woman has a child with a man that's not going to stick around to help her raise that child. Okay, so that's the proper context when I say out of wedlock. If you're in a long term relationship and you guys are living in a monogamous and being together and you just don't have a piece of paper, I'm not talking about that. Okay, not talking about that.
And we
As
do have
far
a
as the,
lot of
the
wait. Let's wait. I'm gonna stop you there. We do have a lot of black people already in that situation, right?
That's right.
So when y'all talk about marriage is down, you would absolutely mean that maybe the legal marriage is down, but the spiritual marriage or connections are there.
Well, still, bomb that still wouldn't suffice anyway because the reproductive rate is down. Everybody's having less babies. It's not just black people, not just white people. People in the country for all over, the
Right.
reproduction rate is down. Everybody's having less children.
But
Everywhere.
my
But
question
this
to
is the
you is,
thing. So, hold on,
what
real
type
quick.
of
Let me
if
answer the
people
second half of your
if
question.
people
Can I answer?
if
Can I
people
answer the
don't get
second half of your question,
married,
please?
if they don't get married, and you don't think they should have children outside of marriage because men shouldn't commit because it's not good for them, what? How should black people have kids?
Again,
Is what I'm saying.
well, hold on,
You shouldn't.
that's why I say let me answer the second part of your question again. Well, first off, black women are having way more abortions than anything else,
Oh boy,
regardless, married, not
Oh
married, or
That's
so on
not
and
man,
so
true.
forth.
that's
Over
not
That's
60
not
million,
true.
true.
over 60 million,
that's
That's
over
not
not
60.
true.
answering
Yes,
my
it is true.
question.
That's
It is
not
true.
even.
Black
No, it's
women have
not.
the
No,
most
it's not.
abortions of anybody in the country.
That's
That was
Hands
not
not
down.
answering my
true.
question.
That's
I
not
That's
bet
not
that's
true.
true.
down.
White
Do,
women are having them, but they have them at private doctors,
They're
so it's
not
not being
having them
recorded in
at
the
the rate
census.
that black women
Come
are
on,
having them,
man.
yes,
bro. You
they
can
What does
Google
are,
the
it.
abortion
Y'all
have to
dude.
can't
do with what I
argue with me.
said?
Y'all are trying
Okay.
to argue with me something that's a fact. You can Google this. Google is your friend. Don't argue with me. Go look up
But you
Google.
won't listen to
Okay?
what we were saying,
Yeah,
right?
you're
There's
Right.
a
you're not
way where I
answering the
can go to
question.
my doctor and have an abortion without anybody knowing it, except me and my
It's
doctor.
bomb, but bomb. That doesn't matter. It's still an abortion. It's still an abortion.
Right.
Yeah,
I
but
don't care
And
what
the
it
reason
doesn't
I'm
get
saying so
recorded when you
when
have a private doctor.
right,
When you
so
have a
that's why
it's
private
I
still
doctor
an
say
that is
white
counted
abortion.
women
as city
aren't
doctor,
having them.
it
What does
doesn't matter. It
abortion
doesn't get
have to do with my
recorded.
Bomb.
question?
That helps my point
Okay.
even more though.
It,
He still has to
all right.
report the abortion.
No, you
No,
Hold
he
don't.
on.
doesn't.
Hold on.
Yes, he
It
Legally,
doesn't
he
does.
have.
can't. No, he do
He ha-
not.
Yes, he does.
it,
Oh my God,
Only
you
parent,
guys are
only
so wrong. Can the
dude.
lawyer lady please step in here, please? The lawyer, ma'am, I don't know your name.
Uh,
Look,
I actually
he,
can tell you that Bomb is right. If you
no,
go to
he's
your
no,
private
she's not.
doctor, but let
Yes,
me just be Bomb. Can I just clarify again? I didn't ask him about abortion. Why is he going off
right.
about abortion?
Of
There's
They
course,
always
because you
bring
don't
uh,
want me to
abortion
talk
up.
about abortion. Because you don't want me to talk about abortion because abortion is a way
When
bigger
you
problem
go
than
to
black
a
men or
private
anything else.
doctor, that is a when you go to a private
Oh my
doctor, that is
God,
a HIPAA law. It's kind of
brother,
like going to your private lawyer
you
or a
guys
well,
are
priest. I
leaving.
already
okay.
know
All
because
right.
my
All
wife.
right.
Please,
All right.
Okay,
hold on,
go ahead.
wait,
Now,
so he's
stop.
not going
All
to
right.
When
answer my question.
you hold on, wait, real quick.
God
When you
damn,
say
boy.
the
Y'all
private
just
doctor,
y'all. Can y'all?
hold
Can
on,
we have the
yo, I'm cool.
conversation?
But hold on, bro, just chill.
Fuck.
Listen. You guys talk about the private doctor thing. The private doctor, only thing the private doctor does is not put your name to the abortion. The
No,
fucking doctor still has to make a
Okay, so
report
okay,
of
so
the
wait.
procedure.
So here we go. So if they don't put
Saying,
your name, they don't put your race, then what do they get marked down as? Just an abortion? So then
right.
that
And
person
that's
don't go
another
into it
point.
as a black
bro,
person. Like,
again,
come on,
listen,
man.
That's
Man,
right.
listen. Oh my God, you're not listening. Again, they don't put your name. They still take down the demographics of your race and all of that
No,
shit.
listen to me.
Yes, they
A
do.
private doc. Wait, let me.
so hold on. I got a question. God damn it. So the
Jesus Christ.
CDC.
Every
So
medical
the
procedure
numbers.
is
So the
private.
numbers.
That's not
Hold on.
true.
Fantastic. So the numbers that get reported to the CDC are skewed. That's what you're saying. You're
Listen to
Yes.
telling
me.
us that
Yes,
the
let me tell you,
That
and
CDC.
would
let me
still help
explain.
our case.
Stop.
Wait
Do
a
you
minute.
understand that
Let
Goddamn.
would
me.
help our case?
Good God, y'all want. Okay, listen. The only person who's required to give any numbers are those who receive monies from the government. That would be Planned Parenthood.
That's
But if
right.
I go to my personal private doctor, I can he all and when y'all say the medical procedure, you know it's just a pill, right? Do you know that you have an abortion just by have taken a pill,
That's
unless your
one
father
version, bomb.
alone? What?
Bomb, that's one version. That's only one
Yeah,
version of it, bomb.
yeah. What you mean? So how about the white women who go and get that pill in time?
But again, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's one version. You have the pill, and then you have the actual killing of the fetus. Like you stick a
But
needle
how
in there
about
and you vaccinate it
What?
out.
That is
coming to their house and doing it?
that's right. There's
Huh?
a lot. The wealthy.
That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
so
You got your private doctor. They can come to your house and and perform the procedure at your
Listen
house.
to what I'm telling you, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Come
If
on,
you
man.
gonna do some backyard, backdoor, motherfucking dirty
It's
coat
not
hanger,
backyard,
Russian
back
coat
door,
hanger
dude.
shit,
Don't
of
your
course,
numbers can be
that's
skewed?
not gonna
Numbers can be skewed, sir. You know that, right?
brother. That's not gonna be reported. We know that. But this is
Okay.
what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. And instead of you trying to argue this, us trying to look past the actual problem and issue here, which is a huge problem. Again, over 60 million children, black children, have been killed over the last 50 years, bro.
oh
60
my
million.
God.
Don't
Let me
why
enlighten.
are y'all getting mad with the
Okay.
Come
facts?
on,
So
man.
what's the
God damn.
okay? But okay. So what's the point?
Can we have a conversation? Okay.
The
So
point
I will
is,
read. I will read something to you. The CDC numbers are published annually, are derived from the actual accounts of every abortion reported to the state health department.
That's right.
Reporting to the
That's reported.
CDC. Stop. I'm a finish it.
Mhm.
Reporting to the CDC is not mandatory.
There you
So
go.
some states choose not to report abortions to the CDC.
There you go.
However, here's a second part. This is what you're missing. So what Mr. Fantastic actually meant was, of the abortions that are reported, black
Okay.
women are having more.
Okay. That makes
Look
sense.
at the
but
numbers.
okay,
But
but you
white
can't
women
say, but you
are gonna
can't
go
say
where
what
where
he meant.
nobody knows. Right? White women are
But you
gonna go
can't
where
say
nobody knows.
right, but you can't say what he meant for number one, and then number two. Okay, so being reported. So if I don't want mine reported, and I'm a white woman, I ain't got to report it. So the numbers are skewed
Well,
to make it
So,
goddamn,
seem like
okay,
brother,
all right,
black
hold,
all right.
women
hold
So
are
on.
this,
having
Let me
more.
hold up.
I hate this. Every time we get to this fucking conversation, we want to drag every other race over into our shit.
I'm
That's
not
I
because
don't
dragging
y'all
care.
nobody.
y'all
But
the
I
hold
ones
on.
who
don't
brought a
care.
race
Q,
I
in.
don't
but
care.
Q,
I personally don't care about what the fuck white women are doing. Reason
Okay,
being,
so let me ask
I
you a
don't want to.
question.
So why would you
I
say
don't
we having
stop.
No, let
more?
me
but hold
wait.
on.
Let me
Can
ask you
I
a question. Let me
finish?
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, So
We're
let's
not
say,
talking about. We're not talking
okay, so
about.
okay, so let's leave it
We're
alone. But
not.
let's say this.
Goddamn, brother. We're not talking about women in general. We're talking about the black community here. So that
All right,
means we're
I heard
talking
that.
about black
I
men
get that, and
and
that's
black
fine. But
women.
what I'm saying is, you cannot fix the problem by putting out false narrative. So I'm gonna ask you a question. My question is: let's just say you and your wife is divorced, and both of y'all cheated, but the lawyers and the judge only gonna go off for your two cheats and none of hers, because yours is reported. But you know she cheated. You ain't gonna say, "Well, damn, y'all going off of that. She cheated twice too, so we even." You don't want them numbers put out there then to make it accurate.
Brother, hold on. Let me help you out here, bro. Bro,
What
listen.
the
The
fuck?
thing about it is this. Either way, hold on. Yeah,
Okay.
hold on, brother. Hold on, wait. Either way it goes about it, bro. Listen, you guys are actually
What I'm
bolstering
saying
our
is, if
our
they're
our
not
points
reporting other
because
races'
if hold on,
abortions,
let me finish,
then you
bro. Let
can't
me
say
hold on.
that
Let me
black
finish,
women are having more.
Does
brother.
other
Let me
races of
finish.
Is my
Let
abortion
me
point.
finish.
affect the black community? Does
Yeah,
white women having abortion affect the black community?
no,
Does
but yeah.
does
Hold
does
on, let
white
me.
women? Does the fact? Hold on, fantastic. Let's clear this up because some of these motherfuckers cannot have the
Okay,
intellectual.
so let's clear it up then.
Does white? Does
The
the
black women that are
does
having
white women
abortions are
stop?
from
Stop.
dusty
That's
ass
not the
men who
question.
don't
That
want
was
the baby anyway. Then,
number
so
one.
let's
That's
keep it
not.
real then.
And she
You
chose
you
that
just
dusty
you
ass
just want
man. That's
to
on
argue
her.
for whatever the fuck
That's
the
on
reason
Nobody
is.
her.
want to
Number
argue. You just
one,
can't
that
put out
wasn't the
false
question
stuff.
that the woman. That wasn't the question that the woman asked. Number one, the
She
lawyer
not talking about
asked.
abortions then.
The lawyer asked.
Right. She never
The
said nothing about
lawyer
abortion.
asked.
Right
The
then. That's
Well,
what I'm
lawyer
saying. Come on
asked.
now.
The lawyer asked, "What should we do for black people to have babies?" That's where the abortion rate came
yeah,
into the
stop having all the
equation.
fucking abortions. And that's married women too, because you know,
Fuck.
even though a woman is
Are y'all
married, she
not
can have
intellectually capable
an
of
abortion.
intellectually understanding what the fuck is being
That
said?
wasn't her question.
That
God
wasn't my
damn.
question.
That wasn't her
I
How
gave,
question.
come?
but there was a
Right.
Can you
hold on.
My
just
There was
lean
an
point
answer.
in?
exactly.
There was an answer to the question.
Can
There
you
was an
lean
answer
in
to the
answer my
question. Again,
question?
if
It has
if
nothing to do
again,
with abortion.
it has everything to do with
Not
abortion.
at
Again,
all.
if yes, it does. Again, the number one killer
Bomb.
of
What the
black
fuck
people.
is some
Hold on, wait. The number one killer of black people is abortion, ma'am. So
Oh,
how
I
is that not an
listen,
answer to
sir.
the question?
I don't because listen. Here's what I asked the question of, and I'll ask it again. I said we have at least two men here putting down the concept of young black men taking wives, getting married, and having children. Because you're talking about stuff like alimony, which most black men will never pay because they don't make enough money. But let's not even go there. You're talking about that, and then you're putting down single mothers, saying they shouldn't be having these kids. And what I'm saying is, if black men shouldn't get married and have children within a marriage, and if single parents, single moms shouldn't have babies, how are black people supposed to have babies? That has
well
nothing to do with abortion.
Right.
Okay,
okay, so
well,
number
it
one,
does because that's
Fantastic gave his answer, and I'll give mine. So when you say there are two, number one, there are not two men here. There is one, Mr. Fantastic, and I'm not trying to throw him under the bus, nor would I ever do that. But from my personal standpoint, is this: like I said a moment ago, the general, I do not tell people what to do with their lives. I have two young men that I've raised that are doing quite well in society. I don't tell them, son, don't get married. Look at what your dad went through, blah, blah, blah. Marriage is no good, this, that, and the third. I simply arm them with the information. Then they can make the decision best based upon how they want to live their lives. As
Right.
far as single mothers having children, I also have two daughters. I tell my daughters, listen, I know sex is a part of what's going on in society. If you do not want to have any children and have a rough life without having a parent a father presence in the child's life, protect yourself. You
That wasn't
make
my
sure
question
that you're
either.
on the pill, or make sure that they're using condoms. If you decide you want to have a child, make sure that you do it in the proper construct of a legal of some sort of a binding contract, meaning a spiritual marriage, if that's what you choose to do, because you're grown now, or a legal marriage.
Let me ask you
So
this,
that's
General.
where I stand on it.
Right. See, you different though,
Well,
right?
well,
You're I don't,
I didn't get to finish answering. But go ahead. My
but
bad,
but
mom.
I'm gonna let you answer. But I have a question for the general because he mentioned that he has daughters, right? My, so your let's say your daughter come to you and she says, "Hey, I like this guy. We've been together for a while, but he won't marry me." What do you tell her? Like y'all, they want to have a family, but he don't want to marry her.
Well,
What is
that's a
your
no
answer?
go. Well, that. In my, if she asks me for my advice, I'm gonna tell her that's a no go. If he
Okay.
doesn't want to make a commitment of some sort to you before talking about having a baby with you, then that's a no go. Period. Point blank and period. Because I understand how difficult it is out here to be a single parent raising a child in today's society.
Right.
We
Well,
don't want to.
I think
We
that
do not. We Let me finish. We do not want to put the blame where the blame is. A lot of the blame goes on some of the parents for not teaching their children, and the other half of the blame goes on the parties involved.
We
If
agree.
you're a young woman and you already have one child, why would you got one kid at 17, or oops baby out of high school? Why in the fuck would you want to graduate, get through high school, go off to college, and then replicate that issue that you have when you knew how difficult it was having that one child and trying to support yourself and then trying to get an education? Now you have two babies. It makes it that much difficult. Now you got a third child before you graduate from college. You just fucked your life. If
I
you're a
think
young man out here, if you're a young man out here and you are paying all of your money out to child support, you cannot build anything significant for yourself. It's gonna make it that much harder. It pushes you back beyond the goddamn goalpost of your own end zone.
I think
Come on,
everybody up
people.
here agree with you. I see that's what I'm saying. I think for the most part, especially I know everybody up here agreed to that. We're not pushing single parenthood
that's
to
right.
no one, not to the males nor the females.
The
I
Okay.
think
attorney
Well,
asked the
can I answer?
question. The attorney
Okay.
asked the question, what should they do? I'm mightily interested when Mr. Fantastic answered the question. I want to hear her give her take on what we should do to so that black people can have children. I
Well,
want to
Oh,
hear
okay.
what she had her answer on that.
Okay, okay. So this is the other answer to my thing. So you said abortion wasn't, one of the solutions, but this is it. Black women, you can stop taking advantage of the divorce system, the court system, and actually make it to where men want to get married and not run them through the ringer, or get bring down the divorce rate back to where somewhere around the 40% rate versus 60 to 80, and make it more, appealing for men to actually trust you in getting married. Then if you do that and you are actually, with the intentions of getting with a man, staying with that man, raising a family with that man, then that will solve all the problems and solutions. I mean, that would be the ultimate solution to us continuing to the race, as you guys would say. Otherwise than that, I mean, it's very, very simple. Black man can just go get another woman that's non-black, or excuse me, non-American black, and have children with them, because they seem to be a lot more willing and able to stay in marriages,
they
longer than black
divorcing
women.
y'all too. Shit.
Well,
Bomb. I mean,
well,
okay, let me.
no,
Can I just ask? I mean, it's so
Okay,
funny because
but
when black men talk, no, no, don't, Mr. General. When
okay, go
black
ahead.
men say this stuff, right? They throw all this stuff out. Like when they go get these women of other races or other nationalities, it works out so well. Let me tell you, when you look at statistics, if you want to look at failed relationships and single parenthood as a woman, like let's say a woman of any national, like let's say you come to America, you're whatever nationality, if you have a baby by a black man, chances are much greater that you'll become a single parent. It's not just black women. But I want to answer your Mr. General saying, what do I think? Now, Mr. General, I believe in marriage. I was born into a marriage. I don't see marriage as bad for men the way that you guys see it. Most men don't. Most black men in particular, and when I say black men and black women too, I'm not just saying like black men are poor and black women are rich. Most people aren't taken through the quote unquote ringer in divorce court. It doesn't go that way because most people don't have that much. They just don't. They don't have that many assets. So that doesn't happen. That's more of a thing. If you are an upper class Black person, you've got a lot more to lose in that sense, right? Because you have.
Hey, okay, can I interject something right there? I agree
But
with
I
you.
didn't interject when you spoke.
But that's okay. But this is what we do. I need to point out something because right now you're pushing a false narrative. If I make $20,000 a year or $200,000 a year, half is fucking half.
No,
So
nobody.
stop the narrative.
Let me tell you something. What you're saying is false. Nobody making no Black man or Black woman making $20,000 a year who got married is giving up half of $20,000 a year. That does not happen. That is not.
No, you're not giving up half of $20,000 a year, but you're giving up. You're not giving up half. You're not giving up half. You're not. Stop it, lady. You're not giving up half of your $20,000 per se, but you're giving up half of the things that you put into that apartment that you bedroom apartment that you live in, and half is half.
But you chose that. But you chose that. You married her.
Both people lose that. But if you're poor, like most Black people are, you're not losing. You are not going through what a person of means is going through. Is my point. You guys are
just because you got that's that bullshit that some that's that bullshit
are not paying.
That's that bullshit that some Black people push, and I'm tired of it. That's that classism. Oh well, you're not a man of means, so you know if you have to give up half of $30,000, it's not like
you're
a man
not giving
who has
up
to give
half
up
of 30,000.
half of.
That's the problem. You're saying something that's untrue. Is my point. If you get a divorce, if you make $25,000 a year and somehow you got married and you don't have children, you're going to take your little $25,000 a year and go on your own.
Little.
Wait, why I gotta be little? Wait, why I gotta be little?
Wait, no, stop. So then when she goes, so when we go into that divorce, wait, hold on. See, this is what I was talking about, Fantastic. This is where motherfuckers need to stop with the bullshit. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I'm quite passionate about this. I'm sorry. That's the way I speak. I'm a military
passionate about something that's not true.
I'm very
passionate. You will not lose half your income.
Can I finish?
$25,000 a year.
So I've known men who are in the service who make less than $28,000 a year. They're married with no children. They go through a divorce. Guess what happens? She gets half of the furniture that they accumulated together. She gets half. She gets one of the two vehicles.
Okay,
Or she gets, wait a minute. I know what you're getting ready to say. Well, it's your fault. You chose. Fuck all of that.
No, I didn't.
Nope. That ain't what I'm saying.
Can I finish?
You talk forever. Sometimes I'm saying you have long conversations. So let me
you two are saying things that aren't true.
How? If I've seen it and I've seen it happen.
I just want to know: do she work or do she don't work? Do she work at home or does she don't work?
She's not working.
It don't matter. Okay,
no,
so
it don't matter.
So a question: when she was with you, did she get half of all that stuff?
She was getting the whole thing because she wasn't working, brother. She's already
so if I'm with you, so if I'm with you,
and then on top of that, as far as the alimony thing, as far as the alimony thing goes, I know as a service member, when you separate in a divorce, you have to pay her the BAH for her in order for her to live for X amount of time until the marriage is dissolved.
Mr. General,
know that
Mr. General, can you tell me something? How many people, what's the percentage of people in our population in the military?
0.001%.
There you go. You keep talking about the military as if it's the norm. As
well,
if it's not.
It's a sizable.
I don't even know anything about the military.
It is a sizable demographic. Okay, so now. It's a sizable demographic. To give you it's a sizable demographic.
14%.
No. Okay. That is by throughout the entire DOD. 37% of the DOD is Black. That's including the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and the civilian population. This is what I do. So you're talking about anywhere from a total force number of roughly 9 million motherfucking Americans serving in any given capacity.
Mr. General, what I'm talking about is if you want to have a military, what goes on in military courts. What goes on in military courts is not representative of what goes on in regular courts. Is what I'm telling you. I'm not arguing with you about the military.
But
ma'am, just real quick about the military.
Yeah, but just real quick, man. That's what we're trying to
tell you. The military doesn't do divorces. You have to go to a civilian court.
It's civil and family court, man.
You have to go to a civil court. Thank you.
Yeah,
But wait a
it goes
minute,
still
you
through
go
the
to a
civil and
family
family.
court and you're talking about BAH and all this. I don't even know what that mess is.
Well, I'm telling
I
you
can
Well,
what
that's
tell
what
I'm
you
I'm
that I
telling
telling
you.
you.
practice in family
I'm
courts
telling you
with
that
Okay,
if you listen,
non-military
maybe you'll
people.
learn something. If
okay,
you
okay. So
listen,
You're trying
Well,
to
question.
maybe you
make
would
your
learn
Okay,
military.
something.
okay. Because now we
hold on.
argue. So my question is, how do we fix it? What do men want then? What do military men
Men,
or men who feel you
we're
way?
telling you
Wait,
what men.
wait, let me
We're
finish
telling
it.
you
Let me
what
Yeah.
men
finish
want.
it.
We're
Let me
telling you
finish
what
it.
men want. Men are
You're
simply
not no, you're
walking
not telling me
away.
what you want. You tell me what you don't have and what you're not
No,
getting. What I'm
men are.
saying is,
That this is
okay,
a
so
part of the
listen.
conversation.
Okay, so
Men are
listen,
telling you
listen.
what they want. This is why men are
Okay,
walking
so I'm
away.
asking.
This is
That's
why
Okay,
not
so I'm
why
marriage
men are
is
asking
walking
you.
down
away.
within the
Oh,
black community and divorce is up at a rate of 2 to 1. Stop it, man. You
this
need
is what
to
I'm asking.
educate
What I'm
yourself.
asking is when. Okay, so Miss Festa, since you still married, out of y'all two, if you and your wife, forbid it don't happen, however it's structured, able to get a divorce, what do you expect to give her on the way out? What would you like to give her on the way out? Or how
Nothing.
would you
She
want to
can she
divide it up? Is
she
what
can
I'm
keep the
asking.
car that she can keep the car that I'm paying for her. She can keep that. And whatever
So she
child
keeps
support
a
she needs for
bill.
my son. Whatever it takes to take care of my son. Outside of that, what else? She's working. She's an adult. Why should I pay her to leave?
Well, most men don't. And that's my point. And Bomb, I don't,
But
I mean, it's
hold on.
making my throat hurt. I'm just going to say this and I'm going to leave. I think
But hey,
it's
can I ask you a
ridiculous,
question before?
Bomb,
I'm not trying to
that
be
the issue,
argumentative.
I'm going to leave because I can't, I have
Please,
little kids
just
here
one
and I
question.
can't keep
Okay.
yelling just to be heard.
Okay.
But what I want to
Well, I
say to
mean,
Bomb is that it's very difficult to have a conversation when we're talking about a small subset of the population as opposed to the general population. And our general population does not operate like the military. What I want to say is most people do not have the assets for marriage to be this big deal that you lose half your income and you lose this. That's not happening to most people. That's not most men's experience, which is what my point is. That's not why most men are leaving or avoiding marriage. That's not. If you want to talk about the military, I'm ignorant about that.
Well,
Talk to
tell
someone
us.
who knows about it. I don't. I can't discuss something I know nothing
It's not
about.
just about the military. Okay, so I want you to tell us why men are not
but
getting married.
Oh,
Tell us
I'll
why
but
tell
black
you
hold,
men are
why.
not getting
I'll
married.
tell
but
you
hold
why.
on,
There's
hold
a
on.
lot of black men. You
Can
Tell
talking
I?
about
us. Tell
black men or
us.
men in general?
Well, we just keep it a black man. Just keep it a black man.
Okay, I was going to say because younger people aren't getting married as
Tell
much.
us.
So
True indeed.
younger people are not getting married as much. They're doing more
That's true.
cohabitating. They're doing things like this, and that impacts us too. We have a
Hmm.
culture that tells black men, "Hey, you can have as many women as you want." They don't get to see marriage modeled for them. Bomb and I both grew up with married parents. Okay, marriage was modeled for us, and so therefore, what did we do when we became
So did
grown
I.
women? We
My parents
got
are still
married.
married after 55
My
years.
parents are still
So,
married too.
and
And you got married too. I don't know why you're interrupting me and arguing with me. Didn't you get married before? Yes, you did. It was modeled
Three
for you.
times.
And that's my point. Most people come from single parent homes now.
Get
Marriage
out
is
of there.
not modeled for them. It doesn't make sense economically for a lot of them because if you're a poor person, like a lot of people are, and you're receiving benefits and you have a girlfriend receiving benefits
Poor.
and you're living in her housing, it doesn't make sense economically for you to get married. There's a lot of reasons. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying, don't say it's because men are losing half their money through marriage when that's not the case for people who don't have that
Well,
much money. That's
but hold,
all I'm saying.
yeah, but hold on. This is my thing, ma'am. I was just trying to say this. Listen, it's we're not preaching that the whole thing about losing half your shit or something. And again, I think we think too small and we put limitations on the black man too. That's a big thing and a big problem in the black community is we make the black man think that he's going to be the same at 21 when he's 41. And that's what happened with the Dr. Dre situation. Nobody, very, very few people in this world start out with 400 million at 18 years old. And this is why we're telling the young, we're trying to in the black manosphere sector or the thinking black man sector, tell them you should be start seeing yourself as the mogul, as the owner, as the millionaire, as a multimillionaire, as a possible billionaire. If you have that mindset and you have the drive and the dedication you're going to put into yourself in order to be successful, then yes, you should plan on being that guy within 5 to 10 year range
Good.
that would usually be of a marriage if she stayed in it for that to lose half your shit. Again, so this is why
But you
we're
do
saying
know
it.
that Dre.
Hold on, real quick. I agree with your premise of the like, hey, most people and not just black, the majority of fucking people in this world live paycheck to paycheck, don't even have, I think they say what, $300 like in a bank account or something like that. That's the
Right.
liquid.
majority of what's name. But this is what we're saying. We're trying to change the whole paradigm and the mindset of young black men into valuing yourself, saying that you are the prize. And if you see yourself as the prize and being a high earning, high value man, you should not get married, especially within anything before the age of 30. So this is why I would preach to any my son. My son's 14 years old. He's nowhere near close to it, and so on and so forth. And until the laws change as to where a woman can't just say, "Oh, I'm sick of this. I'm out. Give me half your shit." If you're putting your son properly on the track, or the young man that you're mentoring or whatnot on the proper track to be a high earner and a highly productive individual, then if he gets married at an early age because of a cute face of in a big butt, now he will lose half his shit because he's on his mission and his program as a high earning man, high value man, and he does ending up in the situation, even though he did not start out that way. I hope that's a better explanation as to now the full picture of what we're trying to say here.
Well, I got to tell you, there's parts of what you said that I agree with and I mean, there's parts I don't like, but I like your overall idea of encouraging black men to really dream big and to really want to be better. I think that's really powerful. I respect that from you guys. In terms of you're the prize and all this kind of stuff, I'm not going to get involved in that because I'm a very old fashioned person. I think children and black children in particular do better with two parents that are married to each other and are raising those kids. So I can't get into some of your thinking, but in terms of trying to encourage our black men, young men to be successful and to think I can do it and I can build and I can be that person, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, that's and like I said, you brought a lot of great pushback and counters to it, but that's just my thing. It's not just like don't don't get mad because I have a daughter. I have a daughter too, so of course I would want my daughter eventually to get married, but at the same time, like I said, I would want her to get married to a young man that's prepared, that's successful, that's on the road to, what I'm saying, success for her to enjoy life and all these other things, be taken care of, protected,
Hmm.
all of those things. But at
But
the
that's
same
the weird
time,
thing about you guys. On the one hand,
well,
you're encouraging your son, don't really get married. And then on the other hand, you're telling your daughters, get married. And it
yeah,
creates a weird situation for black women, which
but
is why part of the reason so many black women have children without the benefit of marriage.
yeah, but that's
Yeah,
what I'm
but he
saying. At
never
the
said
same
his
time,
daughter gonna marry a black man either, though.
but hold on. At the same time, I'm trying to tell my daughter, I'm having to teach my daughter as to, hey, you can't get in this situation and take advantage of the man at the same time. Like I said, I'm not saying you should be there humping and doing everything equally as him. It's fucking hard, working just as hard, and fucking fixing the carburetor on the car and shit or whatever on the box Chevy. I'm not saying that by any means, but I am saying you should definitely, in this day and age, like you said, this is a two income society. It's no
Yes.
longer going to be anymore to where pretty much you get to sit home and enjoy watching TV all day, or being a homekeeper or homemaker. That those days are over with. I'm just, what I'm saying, trying to, and it is difficult. It's extremely difficult. And then you have the pressures of social media and these crazy unrealistic expectations of society that's getting bombarded with by the daily, especially for these younger people. But again, this is just all idealistic for the most part anyway. So
Right. Who am I speaking? Who's talking right now?
Mr. Fantastic.
Oh, you were talking so crazy earlier, so I didn't know that was you. But I really appreciate how you just summed it up and made me feel respected and heard because I just wanted to give you guys
Yeah,
another
yeah,
perspective.
I didn't mean, I didn't mean, again, I'm sorry. I don't mean to, what I mean, that's why I had to bring it to that. That's why I tried to make sure, I gave you respect and I was able to, tell you were in law by the way you're speaking and everything. I meant no disrespect. I apologize to you. I apologize to your husband. That's not what I meant by any shape, form, or fashion. But shit
Well, no,
gets
it was
real
a great
heated,
conversation. I
and
really
I,
appreciate talking to
what I'm
you.
saying.
I
I
love debating.
apologize.
I don't like to yell though because I have like little ones living here, not my little ones, but I have some
Everybody
little
up,
ones with me.
everybody up here are respectful people. Mr.
Yes.
Fantastic.
What
He know yeah,
Well,
general.
I'm
I've
Everybody.
been
gonna get
saying
off,
that
Mom,
all.
but I just
I've
was
been
so
saying
happy to
that
talk to
throughout the
you again
conversation.
because I haven't talked to you in a long time, and I want you to know I love you and I'm thinking about you.
I love you too.
All right, bye.
I
I'm gonna
have
get
been
back in the chat though.
Okay.
I have been
All
saying
right, bye.
that throughout the entire conversation. conversation that we have to not allow emotions to run wild and speak over each other. You have to have the honest. That's what I meant when I kept saying have the honest conversation. It's
Right.
hot and heavy. It's a very passionate topic, and I have a tendency to get very passionate about this subject too, because I have the next generation of young black men and young black women to consider. That's one of the reasons why I absolutely despise the fact that when we have this conversation, the first thing that's done is, well, black women, well, white women, what about white women? What about what? I could give two fucks less what the fuck white people are doing.
Right.
And
Right.
I'm not a racist person. I'm just pro-black when it comes to my own people because I have young black men and young black women that I am responsible to. Not
Right.
just my own flesh and blood, but within the community.
And I
And that's
get
what
that,
I
but
was trying to allude to.
okay, but if you're doing that, then you can't bring in numbers of what the black people are doing because who are you comparing them to? It's not like we have two sides of blacks. We got these blacks and those blacks, and you compare the numbers. You're comparing numbers based off of other races. So if you're gonna bring in numbers to make a fact, then it's towards who? Other races. So if we keep it about black, then we can't bring in numbers that are miscued about black people doing this, black people doing that. We don't have two sides. And then to me, in all these
Okay,
conversations, we always talking about what's wrong, but I never hear nobody giving out what should we do going forward.
Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna
and
ask
that's
everybody. That's a good
and that's
question. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
and
Jimmy.
that's where I was trying to get to. I was trying to we know the prognosis of the sickness and the illness that exists. Now, you talk about numbers, right? This past weekend in Chicago, and I hate to keep throwing them out there because Chicago does, in my opinion, get a bad rap. But when is the last time that 2 weekends consecutively in a row they've had over 80 people in Chicago on two separate occasions within this month to end up getting shot and have being in violent altercations? The Fourth of July weekend it had 84, I believe. This past weekend it had 80, 81, 82, back to back.
Okay. So that's a good question, but let me ask you this, right? Because you already know the state of our communities. What do you think gonna change from day to day if we don't really make changes, right? We need jobs. We need better housing. We need people to be placed out of certain areas if we want that to stop. Because people are still hungry and they're gonna do whatever they think is right to feed themselves and their family. I disagree with what they're doing, but it's not gonna just stop. We
Okay,
gotta.
so here it is. What in my opinion, this is just my humble opinion. I volunteer with an organization here in the state of Texas that assists with at-risk youth, primarily black youth, in this community that I live in. Okay, we set them up with job training, education, VOTEC skills, so forth, things of that nature. There's a company, the oil companies down in one of the main companies you work with is one of the oil companies down in South Texas, right? They train these guys and pay these guys and girls at the same time. They start them at a starting salary of $60,000 a year. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Do you know that out of the 72 young black men over the course of the last 90 days that entered into this program, only 12 out of 72 are still down there working. When they came back to the program in order to get the money. And we said, the question was asked, hey, you got the training, they paid you on the job training, you get a salary. Why did you not stay? You know
What was
what was
it?
said?
What?
Oh, wasn't nothing down there to do. It was boring. So I
Oh,
said, you left a $60,000 a year job to come back to work at Burger King and McDonald's flipping flies because you know that you didn't have the education, you did not have the skilled labor jobs that it takes to go to work on these housing developments that are popping up all over this Central Texas area. So you gave up $60,000 to come back here and work for $7.25 an hour because you wanted to smoke weed, get high, and fucking run up and down the street and do nothing. That's what you wanted to do.
Yeah,
Let me
because
sum it up. Let me sum it up for you. The way that we fix the problem is we have to retrain and retool the mind, the way we think as a group
mhm.
of people in this country.
well, yeah, and
That's
to
the
piggy off
problem.
back that, and to piggy off that too is also too we have to lead by example because Like I know firsthand, the school my son goes to is a popular school or whatever. You got a lot of kids who leave college for a ride because they homesick to go back to their neighborhood. And unfortunately, over the past 2 years, two of them got killed. They left the program. Okay, so I get it. That's because that's popular now. Being on the corner, smoking weed, flashing money we ain't got, driving cars, being in a fast life, clubbing, all this stuff. So we gotta lead by example. We shouldn't be on YouTube promoting knowledge, but yet we smoking weed while we promoting it. You know what I'm saying? In some of these live streams or carrying
And
ourselves a certain way. You know what I'm saying? So not
I
only teaching it, but carrying ourselves a certain way as well, though.
I agree with that. So, and this is one of the reasons Bomb has heard me say this, and other people that are listening have heard me say this. You have to, if you are a content creator, you have to be very, very mindful of the information and the content that you're putting out because you do not know who's listening to it. You got a whole demographics of young men just graduating high school. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Just graduating high school, starting life, going out into college, entering into military service. You have to be careful because their minds are like sponges. They're soaking this up. So this is why I don't tell anyone or give advice as to what should or should not be done. I simply speak about whatever the topic is. I want to talk about the topic. I don't want to talk about people.
Mm, I I understand. So let's go back to our time, the general, when you was a young man, because well, you retired military, so I know what you did basically right out of high school. But how about your
I made a
friends?
lot of mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes, Bomb. I went off
Mm-hmm,
to college right out of high school. I had a little scholarship, played a little ball, and I made some mistakes.
mm-hmm,
I did not finish because I wanted to be, I was from the city I'm from, being from California, being from Compton, California, and coming to a college down south in the south. It was a totally it was I
A
wasn't
culture
I
shock.
wasn't prepared for the south. The south wasn't prepared for me. So then I left and I entered into military service.
okay. Now see, we all make mistakes. We just have to depends on, I guess, how bad the mistake is in the beginning. Like you didn't do
Well,
anything that would ruin your military, career because
exactly.
yeah.
And
So that's
the goal is here is for me to express myself in a way so that when these conversations come up, hopefully I can get that across, and younger men or young women that are listening will say, "Oh, I heard that somewhere before. Let me try this over here." I'm not telling you what to try. I'm just telling you don't do what the fuck I did.
right.
That's all. Don't do what the fuck I did,
It's almost like we
and
giving
that
them a
way
little
you
roadmap,
won't ruin
right?
your life.
Right.
Yeah, a
Just give them
roadmap.
a little roadmap to say, hey, there's a pitfall right here because I fell in it, and I don't want you to fall in it. But you know
But
what they
because
usually
we
tell us? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
because I'm sorry, Bomb, real quick, because we're in a space where the message where there's a lot of heavy voices out here in this space. When you talk about, for example, red pill content creators, the Black Manosphere, men in that scope, you got people that are all over. I was on the Black Brain Trust the other night. Them brothers had 22 people in their chat. Do you know the information that they were giving out was so pertinent to Black people that was so helpful, could have been so helpful. They only had 22 people, but when you come to chats where they're talking about Black men are fucking, if you a cuck if you do this, you got 3, 4, 500 people.
Right.
Black women
No,
ain't
that's
shit.
true.
You got 3, 4, 500 people,
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. I was on a live stream the other
right?
day with two
So
people,
you got a
and
lot of people. You got a lot of people that have agendas to push. So and they're making money out of it. And I'm not judging anyone. I'm just speaking in my truth for me. So that's why I had to back up out of a lot of those spaces too. I had to stop going to and listening to a lot of that shit too, because I don't even want to be swayed by it. And I've had my fair share of marriages and relationships. At
Mm.
the end of the day, when you come in there and you say, "Well, no, I don't think that that's it," all of a sudden you a cuck. You
Right.
the G word, or you the F word, or it becomes a personal attack instead of it having an exchange of information so that people will understand. Well, no, that's how you see it, because that may be what your experiences were. My experiences are totally different. just like yours are, just like the other gentleman, I don't know your name, just like Fantastic's experience are totally different.
Right.
So if we listen to a one-sided conversation, then it's going to seem like to the young people that's listening, that's the way to go.
You ever feel like these men are attacking you because you're married? Because I noticed, and I have seen it. I watch
Well, I'm
people.
not married. I've been through my. To answer that question, I know where you're going, Bomb, and I didn't mean to cut
Mhm.
you off. I'm not married. I'm divorced, and I have had people to throw that out there, and I'm like, I make no bones about it. You know why? Because hopefully there are some young men that are listening. They must say, "Well, damn, I don't want to do what he did. I don't want to go through three different marriages and three different divorces." And even though men, all of the women that I was married to, and we have great relationships now. Well, at
Mhm.
least two of us do. The one I have no contact with whatsoever. So my thing is, again, my angle is not to tell you don't get married because mine didn't work out. My angle is to tell you do what you feel is best for you, but know that these are the pitfalls that await for you. It happens in relationships. Nobody nobody gets it right. Nobody is perfect.
Do y'all
That's
think?
where I am with it.
Do y'all think people are marrying for love these days, or do you really truly believe that women are just out here searching for your pockets, even when? And I'm not talking about some of you who might have big pockets, right? I'm talking about, come on, most black men don't have a lot. So
Well,
to,
No,
I was
no,
well, I would
Bob.
say this. Oh, go ahead.
But well, yeah, I was gonna say this. Yeah, yeah, Bomb. Like um the lady said before she got off. A lot of people out here, man, can't make it alone. It's a lot of people out here that's, especially in the black community, specifically, that are living in very very low financial circumstances. So you need to cohabitate in order to make it. So even from the relationship and even the marriage concept, right? And not having people don't have like marriage is I'll liken it to like buying a house. Everybody tells you how great it is and all this shit and so on and so forth, right? But they don't
Right.
tell you all the shit that come with it, and they don't tell
Mhm.
you the risk that runs. You know what I'm saying? It's never explained to you until after the fact.
Right.
And for the most part, it's not really a loss. Like I said, I would concede that to the I hate to call it the lawyer lady. What was her name, what was her name?
she, Shell.
Cheryl
Shell,
Winfrey.
yeah, Shell. So I don't want to keep calling her lawyer lady. Shell was making a great point. Yeah, about and I feel like that's a lot of the reason why people, and I've seen it happen. People that get married because for the most part, if you both broke, you ain't got shit to lose. You don't have nothing to lose. You just gonna get divorced. You go your way, you get mine. Or even more so, we know in the black community, community, people don't ever even get divorced. They just split the fuck up and they go on about their life, and then come to find
Hmm.
out, oh shit, I never got divorced. So yeah, man, all of those things are unfortunate realities for the black community. But you just gotta know what's going on and avoid getting caught up in the trap, I guess.
See, I think it's a little different.
I agree, Fantastic.
I think it's a little different. I think the women, because let's be honest, y'all say these Pookies and Ray Rays are able to get these women, and are Pookies and Ray Rays the hood dudes who make money
Yeah,
selling drugs, or just the
but
hood
they're
dudes
not.
who ain't doing
No,
shit?
hood
Yeah, but
dudes,
they're not
period.
marrying them though. You know what I'm saying? They're not marrying them because they're getting
There
these
you
women.
go.
I mean, I grew up in Long Beach, California. So a lot of them not getting
Oh,
married, they just having
LBC, what
babies
up,
and
homie?
something. They're not right. So they're not getting married. They just living together and having kids. You know what I'm saying? And the reason is too is because, like they said, we need each other. Well, they need each other. You know what I'm saying? You put a little bit and your little bit together, and then we got a little bit more
I
bit
love
to
them.
go do something with. And that's just where it is. In California, it's gonna be hard unless you got a great job. It's gonna be hard for you to make it decent by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you ain't graduated from high school, you ain't got a college degree, or you just didn't find one of those, diamonds in the rough, good jobs that'll pay you a little bit, some $20 an hour, and you're doing something. Most people out here are making $10, $12 an hour working at fast food restaurants. That's not gonna cut it. You know what I'm saying? So we get together. And then too, I think a lot of it is laziness. A lot of people are
Yep,
comfortable working those low income
yep,
jobs instead of pushing
Thank you.
themselves to go get
yep.
more.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So if I shack up with her, if I shack up with him, I can keep my comfortable low end job and we can have a little something. I can go, do this and do that. But it comes to laziness and work ethic and then mental to go get more so you can have more and be better.
But see, women.
But
You just
Okay, so let me speak from a women's point of view. It's a little different, right? Because we have to at least be attracted to you to get.
Nah, nah, Bob.
Yeah,
No,
unless it's all
maybe
about money. I'm talking. Listen,
nah. Yes.
listen. I do agree that when me and my husband got married, of course it got better, right? I was in the military. He was in the military. We don't make a lot of money in the military, so yeah, you put your incomes together. But I did not marry my husband with the thinking that, oh, I'm gonna marry him and now I'm gonna be able to get more things. That's not how it
yeah,
works.
but
you're right,
that
but
was a different
okay.
time though,
So
bomb. It was a different
and
time.
It's
that's
not
why I
no
said what I.
different, yo.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Bomb. The
Yeah, it's
thought
So
huge
you
difference.
think
process,
what you okay? So
uh,
what would make it different? The
Bomb.
women still need
The
money. I needed money back then
no,
too.
no, no, no. See, you got to understand when we say different times, right?
Uh,
We didn't have all of a lot of the knowledge that we have now at our fingertips, right?
right,
Now,
right.
if I could sit from home and I could post a picture on social media and I could get 30 women within a 20 square mile fucking radius that are willing to fucking come and fucking suck and do all of that great shit.
Uh-huh.
We didn't have that. You
Yeah,
had to
that's
go
true.
out and you had to meet. So, right, what I mean by different time, everything is microwave right now. Everything is sped up right now. There is no dating process. There is no mating
Uh,
process. There is no let's get to know each other. Let's go to the park. Let's go skating. Let's go here. Let's go there. And then the
uh,
mindset has changed. Men, I said it earlier and I'll say it again. Today's generation of men are not about taking women out. They will tell you, man, I ain't taking a bitch out to spend no money on no bitch for nothing. Fuck that. I'm not even taking a bitch to get an ice cream cone. Is we fucking or no?
damn.
That's the mindset. I don't understand how you
Where
don't
that
see
come
that.
from? Do you think that come from the music?
Stop.
Do you come from the
It
what?
it
Where that
co-
come from?
it comes from a society. It comes from the way society has changed over the last 35 years.
Hmm.
That's
And
where it
and
came from.
and it comes from broken households as to
Yes.
where these women, these girls are never raised by men, and to know what they're looking for in a man. She's never
Right.
seen a man as a child, so she, anybody that's a grown motherfucker over 18 is a man to her. And then lo and behold, like you said, she don't have her dad there, or a man that cares about her genuinely, without any type of sexual interest, telling her and put her on game. Your dad is the one to tell you, like, hey, these little boys don't love you. They just want to get, your goodies. That's it. You know what I'm saying? No matter what the hell he say to you, it's for the fucking fact of you getting your goodies. But these
I,
these
I
girls don't have this, and it's a whole different, like I said, just dynamic when it comes to how people move. And what I was speaking to about it being different times from a financial aspect. I mean, back then everything was cheaper. Cost of living now is so high, it's like ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Especially like my guy said about living. If you live in California, you live in New York, you live in like Southern Florida or something like that. Man, if you it's hard. You know what I'm saying? Because the cost of living in those places, in other areas, of course, throughout the country, are very, very high. So, if you can't make it without another person, shit, mom, hell, that motherfucker got that check. She ain't giving a fuck how he look. She'll play the game. She'll go along with it for the sake of surviving. And a lot of women are doing that. And she might just have a baby along the way with it too, because we living together, cohabitating. They fuck up and oops, oh shit! Now you got a motherfucking baby by a nigga with a peg leg and a missing eye.
Oh my
But,
God.
but see,
but
let, let me caveat on that too. Fantastic. Bomb 35 years ago, when I was 20 19 20 years old, if you could take a girl out on a date with $30, that would get you something to eat.
Yeah,
You
you're
could
right.
take her to the movies. You could take her to the movies, and you had gas where you could ride around a little bit, or you
Right.
could go skating. You could get. Try taking a woman out on a date right now today for motherfucking $30 and see what happens. They're gonna look at you like you motherfucking crazy, even if it is just a movie and a goddamn go to a little ice cream stand somewhere. The times have changed. They don't
The,
want that shit. They want $175 meal from Papa Do's. Nigga, take me to Papa Do's. Take me to Ruth
damn.
Chris, nigga. That's what they want.
Well, I don't know anything about
So
that.
so so. Well, I'm telling you, times have changed to where it's so much emphasis placed on the exterior. Ooh, what he wearing? Girl, he got this, he drive this, he got that. Girl, he was fly. Man, she got that big ass and she got them titties and oh man, I don't give a fuck. Fuck that. I'm just trying to fuck. But she want to go out to eat. You're like, bitch, I'm not finna spend a third of my salary for one goddamn evening with you.
Right.
So that's what we mean. That's what I mean when I
When
say
you
times
say,
have changed.
yeah,
Again, we got to go back. If we want to fix the problem, we have to go back and re-educate the mind. We have to retool the mind. It's a thought process.
right. So what if it was you, right? And you came up with a plan? How will we do that? Will we, and at what age? Like, I agree with what you're saying. See, I started a nonprofit and we focus on young teens. Because I think if you grab them at a certain age, before they're too old, you can educate them. So do
I
you
used to
agree
think
with
that
that?
to a degree I do, but you also must remember again, everybody has a cell phone with internet capabilities. So now you got 12, 13, 14-year-old kids that are able to go onto these, porn sites and they're able, so their mind is sped up. They're already thinking. You got kids that are 12, 13, 14 years old that are already thinking like 24, 25, 26-year-old men and women.
Yeah, that's true.
So grabbing them early to try and re-educate them, you're kind of fighting an uphill battle. You have to look at how long did it take for us to get here. We've been dealing with this single parent, single mother back household since the early to mid 70s. Latchkey kids is what we called them back in the day.
Right.
So it's taken us 35 years to get here. It's going to take us at least 35 years for it to turn around, if it can be turned around. Meaning that we're going to have to go back to doing things. And I know that people don't want to hear this. And this is where the age come in. Oh, you just old nigga. This is when that journey comes in. Well, you got two choices. You don't like the way things are going now in relationships between black men and black women. You see how the younger generation of young men and young women are turning out. All the thugging, all of the thotting. That's what I call it, thugging and thotting. You're displeased with that. So what's your ideology of how to turn it around? How do you fix it? Because my ideology is it's going to take some time. It's going to take time for us to go back to doing things the way we used to do it and create two-parent households so that young men and young women can see the things that men and women are supposed to and how they react with one another. You can't be a man if you've never seen what a man does. You can't be a woman if you've never seen what a woman does. You can't be a husband or a wife unless you come up in that environment to where you've seen a man and a woman living together as husband and wife, cooperating together. That's where the problem stems from.
And I agree with you because, like I said, a lot of people are getting divorced because soon as something happens, they're ready to, they mad, pissed off, and they're ready to run. But if you have grown up, at least in a, parents was in a relationship, you saw where they had problems, but they still worked it through.
Well, we also had this thing that was called when I was coming up conflict resolution. We don't have that anymore. When I was a young man, you get into a fight and on school grounds and you had to learn how to have conflict resolution. One day we friends, the next day we're not friends. It went from that to fist fighting to shooting and killing. And the next thing you know, all your friends are dead because you didn't kill them all.
You done killed
You
them
just
all.
fucked them up. Nobody wants to be friends with you no more. So you don't have any. So you don't have any. Listen to me now. So you don't have any conflict resolution skills as a man or as a woman. You got
I'm
women
not.
that'll say. You got women that will sit up here and say, I've witnessed this. I don't fool with a bunch of women. I don't get along with women. Well, that's because you don't have any conflict resolution skills between you and other females.
Or we know how women are, because I admit I
Well,
don't have
see,
a lot of women female
you
friends.
again, you can know how they are, but that's one or two things. It's a lot of messiness goes on, and you have to have some sort of conflict resolution skills. It's a lot of niggas that are lone wolves out here. They don't work well with others. They have no conflict resolution skills. A nigga
Yeah,
say something, a man will say something, and they'll hear it the wrong way, and it blows up. It's an argument. I'm through fucking with you, nigga. Stay the fuck away from me. And it really wasn't all that serious. It's just that you don't have the conflict resolution skills necessary enough to fucking combat the issue or fix the problem. So that's
Right.
where we are when we talk about relationships between black men and black women. We don't have any conflict resolution skills between each other. We don't know how to rectify the problems between black men and black women. All we do is point the finger and shoot to kill. Fuck these hoes. Fuck these niggas.
Right.
I've
Right.
heard it said. I've heard it said. I remember hearing this as a young teen. I would hear older women say, "Girl, let me tell you something. You better fuck them little boys, them little pissy ass boys. You better get you some education. Ain't no man gonna take care of you or do nothing for you." And I couldn't help but think that's the wrong thing to tell her. Now she done grew up. She done taught her daughter that. Now there's a bigger separation between black men and black women. I've
Yeah.
heard older men tell young men, man, fuck these hoes. These hoes ain't shit. Man, just fuck these bitches and leave them. Shit.
They're
Just
gonna
don't
go
get
their
them
own way.
pregnant. There you go. So now
Hmm.
we got an even bigger gap between black men and black women.
Right.
So if you
Hi,
say
my girl.
anything on the contrary to that in some of these spaces, it turns into, oh, you a cuck, or you a lame.
Right.
Like, you want the problem fixed or don't you?
And what's weird though is when those of us with some experience, like Mr. Fantastic is a married man. He has a lot to offer. Even if he's saying, look, don't get married, he's married. So he might say, hey, you don't want to be where I am right now. Or if you get married, look for this, that, or the third. And you have been married several times. So I but the men will turn on you. I watched you get turned on several times, General, by the young man. And the first thing they will tell us is that, oh, you an old nigga, or it's not like that no more, or you know what I mean.
But
And
that's okay, and that's okay because here's the thing about it. Um, I was fortunate enough to understand how things work. I didn't lose a lot. I lost some, but not a lot, and I was able to rebuild. Now I'm getting ready to retire. I don't have to work until I'm 67 years old. I'll be able to have a nice, luxurious life. I drive
mhm,
foreign, new foreign. I don't drive no fucking 10-year-old fucking car. I got a pretty decent place to live. I got an international travel passport, and I go and I do things, and I don't have any issue with women, none. So I get pussy. What you eat don't make me shit. You see how that is? No, I'm serious here. What you eat don't make me shit. So you can say, well, you just an old nigga. I had a woman to tell me on some panel, y'all old men, y'all just jealous that these young men are coming in. I can't compete with Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Fantastic is 20 years, 30, he's damn near 15 years or so younger than I. I'm not out
mhm,
here to compete with him. I'm not out here to compete with no 18, 20 some year old young man, 30 some year old young man.
mhm.
I'm
Oh,
only competing with myself.
right, right. No, I'm one of the people who said that the older men was pissed off at the younger men, but I wasn't talking about you. There are some men on here were lying to these young brothers, talking about telling them to focus on education now, leave the women alone, because when they get older, the women gonna then want them. And while these older
But
men
that's
want the young women.
well, in a fact though, bomb, you got to understand that is their experiences, and they have a point. I tell my sons, hey, focus on your education and your career right now. You all put yourself in a position to be ready to receive a woman
Do
if
you
that's
tell
what you
them
choose
not
to
to
do.
mess with women at all, to go their own way? There's
What
a
do you mean?
difference between telling, because I tell my sons also, look, you don't want to have any kids, protect yourself, and don't get married. I did tell them not to get married until a certain age. I said learn who you are first, and but I did not tell them, hey, fuck these women, don't mess with them at all. But when you get older, then you're gonna be worth something.
Let me just give some context to that bomb. Again, I think uh, I don't know if, and it's a lot of emotion that gets put in the message, so it may get lost in translation.
Hmm.
When dudes are telling the young men to focus on your education or your craft or your skill or your trade or whatever it may be, I mean, bomb, you ain't never been a man, so I don't think you understand just how much pussy is on the brain of a young black man. at like 90% of everything you doing is for the sake of you getting pussy. And if you were to able to take that same 90% of focus from pussy and put it towards whatever you're doing, whether it be education, trade, business, whatever, talent, skill, whatever it is, right? You just be much more likely to be highly successful in whatever that craft, trade, skill, talent is. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah. Okay.
we're not told again. You're not told that. Why? Because young black men don't have seasoned, experienced, successful black men to tell them this growing up because they don't have fathers. So I think people are because I'm not on no MGTOW shit, and I don't think there's a lot of people on the MGTOW shit. And even with the MGTOW thing, MGTOW isn't well, don't deal with women at all. It's deal with women on your terms. And ultimately, like I said, it's the thing of understanding that you are the prize here. The woman seeks the man for what I mean. She's going. The woman's always going to seek a successful man, no, whether he's tall, short, fat, skinny, so on and so forth. If you have X amount of things to give a woman, she gonna go regardless. That's just the ugly truth of it. You know what I'm saying? If you hit 30 years old and you're making six figures in the black community, you are very, very, in very unique company. That's not often. That's not, what I'm saying. That's not just something you find out of the way, especially and you're settled in, you're secure, and all these other things. So and it's somebody for everybody. I mean, you can be the ugliest dude in the world, and you can find that one dime that's actually interested in you. Well, even if she's not interested in you, hey, she's willing to motherfucking bust it open, mouth and legs. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But in order for you to be in that position, you have to focus on yourself first and put yourself in that high earning, high value position, and it will come. So that's
Anyway,
that's what I think people don't seem to understand when we say this, and they're telling the young boys, "Hey, we're not saying don't and be fucking celibate or don't get no pussy. Hell, who don't want some pussy? Like, yeah, come on, y'all take this shit too literal. But we're not telling the dudes to not deal with females at all. But we are saying, hey, don't get in any long term like you said, same thing you tell your son. Don't get into any long term serious relationships early on in life because we all know 9 times out of 10 those aren't going to work out, and it's going to take you off your focus of what you need to in order to be that successful person. Ideally down the line.
okay. So yeah, that makes sense. And you're right. That's why I like having you men have a conversation because, like you said, we think differently, and that is true. Men and women, we completely think differently. So I've been married a long time, and sometimes me and my husband, I might be saying I have to ask him, hey baby, like what are your thoughts? Because at the point we've been married so long, it's at the point where he just let me speak, y'all. And he might disagree with me. He won't even say anything. I guess he's at the point where it don't matter. It's not important. You know what I mean? So I have to ask. I'm like, well, baby, do that sounds right? Do this sound right? Am I right or wrong? And then he'll talk to me. But I think in marriage you pick your battles. So in relationships you pick your battles. And in the beginning, I used to be one of those women who wanted to be right. Because I thought my way was right. I'm from the South, my husband from up here, up north, and everything about our relationship was different. I come from that type of family. He come from another type of family. And so that's what I try to tell people with marriage is. Marriage is about two people who are completely different trying to come together to make it work. And some people will run as soon as they have an argument. But you're going to have arguments because you're two different people. You see?
You're definitely going to have arguments. Okay, so again, see, there are two questions that need to be asked, and I don't think they're asked enough in a lot of spaces, right? Okay, one, do black women, in particularly women, but black women in particularly, do they want protection, provision, guidance, leadership, discipline, order, structure? That's the first question. Do they want these things? The second question is, do black men have the ability to provide those things?
Mhm.
Now, if you want those things, you must first look for those things in the man that you desire to have. Secondly, or do black men want those women who need those provisions to be provided for, have provisions, discipline, order, structure, and all of that stuff, right? And
Right.
then you have to look at it from a man's point of view and say, am I capable of providing these things for her? And
Okay.
is she willing? Is she willing to submit to these things? See, one the dirtiest word in this area of Black YouTube. One of the
It's submit.
dirtiest words that a man can use towards Black women and particularly Black women, since we want to say, oh, it's just women in general. One of the dirtiest words is not the word bitch. One of the dirtiest words you could throw out there is submission. What is it in today's time that the modern Black woman is doing to to get a Black man to even want to or have the thought of proposing marriage? What are they doing and what are they not doing? That's the bigger question when we talk about relationships here.
Right. So being a female, a woman, the word submission, especially the way it's used on YouTube, is almost like a cuss word. For a man to tell you that you need to submit to him before being in a relationship with him, because that's what some of these men are saying. They're saying that Black women do not submit, but that's not true. Because I'm quite sure you've been married. Your wives have submitted to you. It may not
Right,
been.
but let me
Go ahead.
see. So here's a bigger. So again, here's a bigger problem. On one hand, Black women expect for Black men to jump out and play captain, save them, right, and provide and protect and all this stuff, but there is no respect, not even submission. The respect is not there.
Not yeah. There are
Well, yeah.
some women. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, with submission, I think they don't really say it, but it's just a more femininity. There's a lack of femininity, like the general said. It's a lack of respect for the Black man. But you know what I mean? It's just like, damn, man. I'm not trying to argue. It was crazy today, right? I pulled up to get some gas, and this chick, like, she rolled her eyes and did this shit all of it. Like, I didn't say anything to her or anything, just looking through my motherfucking front windshield. It's like giving me all this attitude. I'm like, bitch, what's wrong with you? Like, what is your problem? Like, I'm
Right.
I'm not even trying to look at her like on like I'm trying to holler at her or anything because I'm not interested. She was just I'm not gonna get into it. But I'm just like, we made eye contact and she immediately went into like attitude mode. And I'm like, what is wrong with this dumbass bitch? Like, ugh. I see why you were in the car by yourself. You were
Right.
in the car alone in some little bitty fucking like Honda Sentra or some bullshit. And I'm just like, yeah, this is why you're alone.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's the again when it comes and two, let me a lot of these niggas don't understand, man. Like you said, mom, I don't expect just any and every woman that I meet just be like, please, sir, what do you want? What can I get you type shit. Like, nah, I mean, I'm not interested in you. You're not interested in me. It's not your job to fucking submit to me because you're not my woman. I would never. I wish a motherfucker would come up to my daughter or or somebody telling her, you bitch, you need to submit, nigga, you get punched in your motherfucking throat. But who the fuck are you? If she don't belong to you, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I understand that, but I think they conflate two things when they're saying submission. They're actually meaning femininity, but they just like Black women to be a lot more feminine and respectful to the Black man, in the Black community. It just seemed like if you're not the hyper masculine, Ray Ray type nigga, you out here, on some stupid shit, you don't even get noticed. You get looked over. The straight lace guy, the goody two shoes guy, the lame guy, the cornball guy, whatever the fuck they want to call him. They don't want to deal with this nigga until you had your fun. And now that you had your fun, it's like, well, no, bitch, no, 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 no. You missed the boat. You missed your chance. Or he goes and he's dealing with the white girl or the Hispanic girl or the Asian girl. It's his fault. Well, no, it's not his fault. When he wanted you, you didn't want him. You were in your prime early, and men and women don't even understand this too. A woman's prime starts in her teens. You know what I'm saying? A man's prime don't even start till he's well grown in his 30s. You know what I'm saying? So they a lot of them, broker and just pretty
Y'all
much
backwards
squander
on
away.
that. Yeah.
Huh?
When you say prime, what you talking about? Because when you talking about
Physical.
success, or
No,
you
physical and success.
so
Physical prime.
so it's actually backwards. You men are in your prime at a young age, and you start dropping
No,
off. Yeah.
no. A man doesn't start even reaching his earning potential till he's like in his 40s, mom.
Oh,
A
you
man's
talking about
earning potential.
earnings? See, that's different.
Well, Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Earnest and physical prime. Your physical
earning
prime
and
for a man
physical
don't.
paralysis don't start.
Yeah, physical
Don't
man. A man's
Mr.
physical prime don't
Fantastic, you're
start till his
right.
30s. Yeah, a
That's
man's physical
right.
prime don't start till his 30s.
His
You
physical
you're at
prime.
your
Yeah, it's
yep.
physical
At
prime.
you, when you hit
What does that mean?
32,
Uh huh.
physical prime meaning your strength, your man,
Yeah,
what's called your manly spread, your strength, your your mental faculties being together.
Oh, you
All of
mentioned.
these
Oh,
things
yeah.
have to work together. All of these
Yeah.
things have to work together in conjunction with one another. Okay.
Okay.
This is
Okay, that
why it
makes sense.
said that girls. This is why it said that females typically mature faster than males.
Yes, we do. We do.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay.
yeah, but
So
that's physically though, bomb, not mentally. That's where y'all
that's
get it messed
physically.
up.
No, no, no,
Right.
no.
That
Uh,
no, bum.
no, that's mentally.
I'm not okay. I get
You
it. I
men.
understand.
No, you meant.
If that's the case,
Uh,
if that's the case, bomb, then why do we hear this conversation about men not having the ability, the inability to lead? When we're the ones who, at the same time, yet are expected to provide to have provisions and to protect and to provide and to give you order and discipline and structure. We're the ones expected, but you're mentally more advanced than us. So how can we be the ones expected to give you all of these things if you already are mentally capable, more mentally capable of doing it than we are? That
but it's
doesn't
not
make
about
sense.
being mentally okay. So, how old were you when you decided to buckle down and do the right thing? When you no longer wanted to be with your friends, you didn't care if it was boring in a certain area. That's why you mentioned earlier,
I was about 24 years old when I was like, oh fuck this shit.
right?
Fuck
See,
this.
but a
But
young,
see, this
but
is why. But see, this is why. Okay, so and I'm gonna tell you. So this is why, yet again, um, when do you talk about all that mental shit? Women go through this thing called menopause. It generally hits right around 45 to 55, right?
nowhere near. No, menopause don't hit a woman until she in her 60s, baby. We talk about it and we be complaining.
So
Oh, I
okay, all
must
right.
be going through
I don't want to get into all of that, but I know women that get these hot flashes and these fucked up feelings and shit well before they hit 60.
Yeah, we blame it
Now
because
the
we blaming
onset.
it on menopause, but it's not menopause.
Okay, I got it. I don't want to get all bogged down in that, but men typically don't go through a change of life until 70,
No,
midlife
y'all go through a
crisis.
change of life at 40. Okay, that's
No,
when.
we don't.
Okay, no, listen. This see, cause you talking about
No, we
as
don't.
far as having children versus mental, right?
No,
So let me tell you,
I'm talking about the way we think.
right? So you hit when you turn 25 is your first change of life, right? Then you start thinking like, let me get a job, let me start acting right, and you try to figure out what you want to do. But young girls, we get out of high school, we basically that's why the women go to college. They already know what they want to do. By the time you turn 30, then you do another change of life. That's when you start thinking about family, children, marriage.
As we okay, so as we peel the layers to the onion back, we understand that. But you generally, as a human being, we know that you go through different phases in life. All right.
Mhm.
So then, tell me why women have multiple phases of the multiple whole phases. Tell me why a woman will be a hoe in her 20s and then she'll hit and do right. Oh, I mean, stop being a hoe so I can get married and have these kids. And
Right.
then now here I am at 40. I'm ready to get back out here in my whole phase. And then, it's like, oh shit, I made another bad decision. Let me straighten that up. And now hopefully I can find somebody that's gonna be with me until I die.
Well, we go through
You see what
phases
I
as
mean?
well. We go through phases as well. It's just that we tend to have to be a little more mature because of children. So women, we get out of high school and the first thing we think about is children and marriage. Like, I don't know why that is. Maybe that's the way they train us with the baby dolls as
It,
we
it,
little
it's
girls.
it's what's it's yes it's what's been it's what has been it's what has been, if you will, driven into you.
Right,
Yeah, that's the first thing they do. Like, I didn't
right.
give my girls baby dolls and shit. I was like, no, that's teaching her to be a mother at a fucking at 4 or 5 years old. Fuck that.
See, you're smart.
She
See,
ain't finna get
because
no goddamn. She ain't finna get no goddamn baby dolls, no little kissy pissy wet baby doll, and changing pampers, and we're not doing that shit. No,
yeah,
no,
because
we're not.
I'm gonna tell y'all if I were to be honest, I did get married early. I think I was 19, babe. I think I was 19. He was 21. Um, and I felt like an old maid. Because my girlfriends already had babies. Now they weren't married, but they already had babies. But I knew I didn't want to have babies until I was married. I started feeling like, oh shit, like it's getting late. I need to get married. And that, I think most women, that's what it. That's how we feel.
Right,
And I think
right. That's how you feel. And then you get into that marriage at 19, and then by the time you're 29, 30, you feel like you missed out on a lot of shit. I
yep,
went through it too. I went through it too
yeah.
because of what was instituted
And
into
that's
me
that
by,
hope phase you talk about. That hope
what
phase.
I grew well, it was what I grew up seeing. See, a lot of it is outside factors as well. My plan
Mhm.
was to get married like my mom and dad did and be married to that one woman for the rest of my life. My mother and father have been married for 55 fucking years. So
Right.
that's what I grew up seeing. I grew up seeing my grandmother and grandfather be married because they lived with us until they died. I grew up seeing them being married for 70 fucking years. So
Right.
that's
Right.
what I had. That was what was instituted into me from birth. So
And
that's
that's
what I
what.
wanted. That was the desire that I had to have.
Right.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. So, that's what prompted me to try it again because of what was into and that's what was instilled in me, wanting to be in a marriage and in a relationship and have a family and have the traditions and all of this shit. As you grow older, and things begin to change because when my mother and father got married in the fucking 50s of 60s or what, yeah, 60s, then when my grandfather and grandmother got married in the fucking 40s,
Hmm.
right? Totally different lifestyle. So here
Right.
we are now. Here I am now. Still, I would say in the prime of my life, I'm not a half bad looking Negro. I'm 6 foot 2.5 inches tall, about 230 pounds. I don't have a problem with women. I've done quite well for myself, but I still have to go out here and interact with these women who are now going through yet a third whole phase.
But don't you? My question is, do you want that? Are you complaining about something you want, or are you looking to settle down
I'm
again?
not complaining. It's not about complaining at all. We
Not
know
you
I
per
know the
se, but
risk.
men.
All right. I know what it is. Most men, that's what most upwardly forward thinking men, that's what they want. They want to see a version of themselves through their children, through their sons and daughters. They want to be in a stable, secure relationship. Most men, not
Mhm.
all, but most.
Right.
Most.
I, and I agree
But
with
you
you
have
100%.
the younger generation that sit and they're hearing all of these horror stories and they're seeing all of these horror stories and they're like, fuck that shit. I don't see no reason to get married. They now have become abreast of the laws, and I can't blame them for that. They now have become abreast of the laws, and they're like, oh, I done went out here and I got a job and I went to college and I did what was right and I don't have any outside children. Why do I have to settle for a bitch that got three different baby daddies? Why?
That's a good
And we can
question.
say,
It's a
well, pick.
valid.
You can say, well, pick, well, pick. You choose. Okay. Well, if 8 out of 8, I'm just gonna give a number. If 8 out of the 10 women that are out here are all in that mode, they all baby mamas. It's
Hmm.
only two left. Now the numbers even out. That means that the competition goes up because it's 5 men looking for those 2 women.
Right. No, I
That's the
listen.
problem here. Look, I
And
had a
yeah.
girl. Look, when I was a young man, I learned a very important lesson. It was said when I was coming up as a young man, teenage and into young adulthood, when I left high school and went off to college, I learned a very important lesson. I had a 1972 Volkswagen Beetle. I thought it was the shit. The boys in the hood Beetle. I thought it was the shit. Little 4 speed, had my little speakers in there, primed all up, ready to go to the paint shop. I thought I was doing it. This girl that I was interested in, I was kind of dating. We were kind of girlfriend and boyfriend, puppy love, whatever, right? She broke up with me to get with this nigga whose parents had bought him a little IROC Z. He had a better car. He had a better car.
Mhm.
I had my car, but he had a better car. So she leapfrogged. She got in the
Wait a
car with
minute.
me one day, looked
Hmm.
over at him, and jumped out of my shit and jumped in the car with him. And I was like, fuck, that was the end of our little dating episode. But then years later, as we went to our high school as we went to our 20th year class reunion, this same nigga that was the hot boy in high school in and out of penitentiary, never
Mm-hmm.
held a job, showed up, fucked up. I'm not saying that I was better. Look at the fucking odds.
But
Now
you
here
know,
she comes. Now
mm-hmm.
here she comes, looking like the goddamn number 8, talking about. I wish I hadn't. I remember when we was in high school. Ooh, I was so. No, you wasn't. You now are looking at that same scenario play out in front of you 20 years later. Now you don't want to ride with him. Now you want to ride with me because I did the right things. This is
Right,
where we are.
but that's all of us, right? Because we all were young at some point. And so I'm not saying what she did was right or wrong, right? I know it felt
It's
to you
it's
it was
just an
wrong because
example.
right, no, I know what you're saying, but what this is the problem with the black manosphere. I'm not talking about you nor Mr. Fantastic, but I'm talking about the black manosphere, right? They feel like they're saying the same thing. They're saying, hey, when she had a chance to be with me, I wasn't her type. And as if she don't have the right to choose who she want to be with for whatever reason. But now the men are saying, well, but now I look better. Well, yes, you look better.
But
You
that,
look
but
better
that's,
to her.
but okay. So let's be fair here, and I'm not here to defend anybody in the sphere. Okay, I
Mm-hmm.
would tell you this. Let's say you met a dude and um he didn't have a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that wasn't the dude you was looking for. You was looking for a dude that was able to take you out and buy you nice little trinkets and gifts and things of that nature, right? So we went with that guy. Okay. As years went on, the guy that wasn't able to do these things made his niche in life, and now he's worth two and a half, three times the amount of the money of the guy that you chose over him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can you see what happens now?
Right, but we could do
So
the reverse
so
too,
we
right?
sound like yeah, and we do that all the time. So
Because
it sounds
look
like
at what just
it,
happened
it
with Jada Smith, right? Her
let,
husband.
let, let me let me finish. It
Okay.
sounds like you want to tell men that you don't have a right to feel that way, and I disagree. You have exactly every right to feel that way. I may not be every woman's cup of tea, nor are they my cup of tea. But at the end of the day, don't get mad at me when you want to go out there and do what you want to do. And I kept my nose to the grinding stone, and now you want to come back, and I'm not interested because when I was, I didn't get that shot. You can't hold that against me. That's my
Oh
personal
no,
choice, as it is
right.
for a woman.
I agree with you. I
It's your
think it's a
personal
person,
choice. It was
right,
a
and
girl
I
that was
agree.
so. It was a girl that was so ugly in high school. She was ugly than a motherfucker. I mean, big old thick Coke bottle glasses, the three goddamn plaits on her head, wore these big old clothes. And when we got to college, that girl left and went to Chicago for a summer. When she came back, nobody recognized her. And all the men on the college campus were in her face.
Hmm.
Nobody knew who she was. And she was like, nope, not interested. Nope,
Right.
not interested. Because you didn't want me when I had them big glasses on. And I remember this, so because I was one of them dudes. I was like, man, I got to get them. Ooh, let me get this bitch right here. When she pulled them glasses out, I was like, oh shit, that's the same bitch that I laughed at freshman year.
Right.
But she
But
was right. Was she not right
yeah, she
to
was
feel
right.
that way?
But
Okay
y'all
then.
not taking it all the way, right? Because she couldn't date all the men who was in her face anyway. But maybe there was one who she did choose. So that's what I'm saying. You men, you are angry, not you per se, not Mr. Fantastic, because you married and y'all know how to deal with women. Anyway, that's the problem of black manosphere. These men, and you said it earlier, they do not know how to deal with women. Like you said, in
I
our day,
cannot. I can't. Okay, so
go ahead.
once again, Bond, before we, because I don't want to get this misconstrued, I cannot speak for the men in the manosphere. I will not attempt to speak for the men in the manosphere. I
Okay.
speak for men and black men in general. That's where
Okay.
I keep it at. That's
So
why I
let's talk
said
about this
earlier.
age. Let's talk about this. Remember, in our day, you had to approach a woman. Men had to walk up to me and ask me, can they dance or what's my name? These days, like you said, they're online. And
Yes.
we women, we know what you men do, right? You don't just throw your line at me. You threw your line at 50 fucking women in 5
Yeah,
minutes.
but
You hit up 50 DMs.
Right, but at the end of the day, you don't just flash your eyes and flirt with just me. You flash your eyes and flirt with 50 niggas in the club. Let's be real here.
But that's not what women really are
No,
doing.
let's come on,
Women do not go
Let's
out to the club and flirt with
bum.
everybody.
That
They
was
don't.
that was that bum. That was we're talking about eras. That was in your
I'm
era.
talking about
Now we're talking
now.
about
When
bullshit.
they go to the club, remember they look for the one with
Bullshit.
the money, the best car.
Man,
You even said it.
right. And these hoes will
That's not
bounce their ass
everybody.
on any. Damn near, if you're in the club, you popping bottles. You may not be the man with money, but if you give off that appearance, these women will bounce their ass right on top of you. No, if they even think you got a little bit of paper.
Mm.
And it ain't just about having money. If they like your swag, they'll do it. It could be the way you dress, the way you carry yourself, the way you act, the way you talk, the way you sound. It's a lot of
Right.
things that draw people in. So we can't just narrow it down to having money or not. We
No,
can't just narrow it
y'all
down
do
to
that,
being
not me. I don't draw the women. We're saying
well,
what you're saying
again.
now. It's not about your
We're
money, but
pointing.
it is about your
Let's
swag.
let's not point fingers. I'm just giving you some of the things that are out here that
No,
I'm
I know what you're
observing.
saying. When I say you, I'm not talking about you per se, but
Right?
I'm
No,
saying,
I'm
and just
saying
like
in
you,
general.
right? So what? But this is what I'm saying. The men are saying. First, you all say that women is about money. Bomb, it's about money. Yeah, it's about what they can do. But just now, you just said, yeah, it's not just that. But and that's what I've been saying. I've been saying a man with money,
Okay,
she might go on a date with him, but
ask
she
the
will
women in
end
your
up
chat.
cheating on his ass with the poor dude.
Right, I got it. But ask the women in your chat, and that's the problem. That's part of the problem. Now, ask the women in your chat a simple question. Ask them if they would deal with a broke man. Ask them.
Ladies, this
Ask
is
them.
my question. Yeah, I'm about to ask. So, ladies,
Okay.
um, and when you say broke, what you talking about? You're not talking about
I'm talking
the
about
dude
broke. I'm talking about broke. I'm talking about maybe he got a
broke.
job. He might have his own little car, but
She takes
the
care
nigga
of
living
him.
pretty
He's a
Okay.
steady.
hobosexual.
Yeah,
He's a hobosexual. She
homosexual.
takes care of him.
There you go.
Oh,
Ask him.
yeah, because you know there's different brokes, right? To me, a broke
Yeah,
man could be a
ask him.
man who worked, but he just don't have a lot of money, but he got swag. He just your type. Would you
Ask
date
him.
him, ladies? Or does the man have to have a lot of money? Do you have to pop bottles? If y'all could let us know in the chat so we can know. Because I venture to say that there are a group of women who go for the money, but in the end, within the relationship, she will end up cheating on that dude with that money with the dude who don't, because it ends up being about who we are attracted to.
We know this. That's
Okay.
we understand that. It
No,
happens.
you
Those things do
understand that,
happen.
but not all these men. All these men don't
The
understand that.
out the outlier is women need the first things that women ask for are what? I need a man who has the ability to do what? Give me the three things that you hear oftentimes more so than not.
Well, I could tell you what I was looking for in a man. He
No,
had to
not
look.
you, not you.
Well,
We're talking
I'm a
about it in
woman,
general.
and in general, we want somebody who can take care of us. That would equal
Which is
protection. That would equal take care of us, which means he could feed me and house me and protect me.
mhm.
So yeah, that's what we look for. Some women, want it
So
to
the reason why money is thrown out there because those things oftentimes more so gives the man the ability to do those things. Why?
right.
Because he may not be able to protect you, but he can put you in an area to where it doesn't require you to have that much protection. You can walk down. He can put you in a higher in an area where people walk to the store. You know what I'm saying? He could put you
Mhm.
in a gated community, for example, that has its own private security. That's a form of protection. He can provide for you. Get you in a big
Right.
old 3,000 square foot, 2-story home. He could get you the Range Rover, the Land Rover. He could take you on trips. That's providing, right?
I agree. No, I agree.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about. Versus a
Yeah.
motherfucker who can do none of those things for you, and you have to every time you go out, you swiping your credit card. Every time you goddamn me want to get your nails done, you swiping your credit card.
Yeah.
Every time some shit break around the house, you gotta call and get it done. Ask the
Well,
women in the chat if they're willing
I
to
wouldn't
deal.
date a man
Ask them.
like that. Come on now. I'm
You
thinking
see,
to
but
myself,
so here's the flip side. But
isn't that
yet you got
society
women
though?
out here.
Uh-huh.
Here's the flip side. But yet you got women out here who are baby mothers, maybe one or two or three, even possibly three,
Mm-hmm.
right? That have
Right.
gained a lot of weight, haven't taken care of themselves. Their attitudes are not the best, and they expect men like that to take them as they are.
I, I'm not
That's
sure
what's
if they
being said, and nobody
oh,
has been able.
go say. See,
Hmm?
that's what I'm saying. I don't see the women saying that. I do see the men saying that the women are saying that, but I think these women aren't really. They know who they're not going to attract. A lot of women know where I got too
Well,
many
bum,
kids. They know.
I'm not saying that I am the cream of the cream of the upper crust of the pot. What I am saying is I've met women who have been in that position, and the first thing they would tell me is that I'm a package deal. Yeah, I got 3 kids by 2 different men. You just got to take me as I am. They don't go to the gym. They don't work out. They don't eat healthy. And their idea of they want men to take them the way that they come. You just have to take
Yeah,
me as I am.
and
I don't
I
want
would
you to
say
be
that
anybody
too.
different,
Yeah, see, I would say
huh?
that too. If I was dating, I would be like, "Hey, if you like me, then like me as I am." But I wouldn't say, "Hey, you have to like me as I am," because you don't have to like me at all. But
Hmm.
yeah, I'm a big girl, and my thing is, you
But
ain't
it's
got
not
to
so
like
much.
it because there's a million other motherfuckers who do. You
It's
see,
not so much about. It's not so much as about a lot of times what you look like as it is about your attitude. There are a lot
right?
of big girls. There are a lot of big girls who have very feminist attitudes and very feminine ways. Not feminist. They have very feminine ways and attitudes and their personalities. They're docile and they're domesticated and they don't speak like men. They're not always rough and tumble and who the fuck you talking to and snapping their neck and all that shit. What man wants to deal with a woman like that? Do you want to deal with a sissy ass man? A little wimpy ass man, every time you say something, oh, he dropping his head. Oh, babe, well, that's all right. If that's what you want, babe, okay. Do you
Not me,
ask the
but
women, do they want to deal? Well, ask the women, do they want to deal with a nigga like that? Would they deal with a man that's like every time they say something to him, he wimp up? Oh, yeah, okay, baby, that's if you want to go. I don't care. It don't matter to me. Go ahead, do what you want to do. No, they don't want that. So
no,
why do
them.
they expect us to take this? So why in the fuck do some of these women out here expect us to take women with these attitudes like men? Why? And they think it's cute.
And
I'm a
listen,
strong,
I'm
independent
not
black woman.
disagreeing with. I'm not disagreeing with you because sometimes I look. I think it has a lot to do with the media. When I see that one female, what she's the sister to Tony Braxton. What is her name? And she's on the show. I think her and her husband about to get a divorce. She to me is so trifling, and she does roll her eyes, and she used that word shade. Oh, bad. I think they're learning this. They're getting this attitude from the media,
Look,
and
it's a
the
lot of
women.
it's a lot. I agree. It's a
Mhm.
lot of beautiful women on Love and Hip Hop, and it's a lot of men that would say, "I'll fuck them," but as far as having a relationship with them or be married to them or want to marry them, no. I'll fuck the shit out of them, but I don't want no relationship with them. That's what I'm talking. Even women that are nice and attractive and fit, Love and Hip Hop, housewives of the basket NBA housewives or whatever the fuck it's called. It's a lot of
Mhm.
beautiful women on that show, but their attitudes are fucked up. And ain't no
Right.
man for to deal with that.
There are men who will deal with it, but I know what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying, and so I guess I'm
The
wondering,
pro-
how do we
the
stop it?
problem
Like,
is
do we let the women know? Because that's the thing. I think women like listening to you all. We just don't like when y'all take things and say things that's way extreme that might not be factual. But we listen to you men because the truth of the matter is y'all drive what is some of the things we do. But y'all talk out of both sides. You say one thing and do another. That's the issue, right? You'll say
some
you don't want
some
to thought,
do.
right?
Some do. Some women do the same thing. They'll say they
Exactly.
don't want to. They'll say they don't want the thug, but those are the very men, the women, men that they're laying down and having babies with.
Having kids with, right?
They'll say that they want, a guy that opened. Look, man, listen. I've had right here since I've been in Texas. I've met this one lady at the down in Austin at the little live listening to some live music. We hit it off, exchanged numbers, decided to go out on the date. And so
Mhm.
through the week of conversation, she was like, "Well, I like a guy who's a gentleman, and I'm old school. A guy who opens doors and who pulls chairs out, and I like a gentleman. A real refined man." And I'm
Mhm.
thinking, okay, shit, I'm with that. I'm an old school brother. I went to go pick this woman up. We go out to eat. Before I can get the car in park, she was already out the car. And I'm thinking to myself, like, bitch, what happened to you liking a man to open doors for you?
Wait.
We
Okay. So
walk
I.
to the restaurant. I'm holding the door open for her. She's waiting for me to go in. We get to the table. I pull her chair out. This bitch go to the other side of the table and sit down.
Right. Okay. So let me explain it.
Stop it.
She told you what it is that she want, because in her mind that's something she would want, but she's not used to it. You see,
No,
somebody like, see,
no,
myself.
no, no.
No, let me explain. Like me today, if we was in a car, I would wait for you to open the door for me, and the reason being is because my husband opens the door for me. But my husband hadn't always opened the door for me, so it took even me a while to get used to knowing that I'm supposed to sit here because he's going to come and open the door for me. You see, so instead of punishing the women, just understand that she told you something that she would like because it sounds good. It looks good. She just doesn't get it. She's not used to that.
Then don't say that that's what you want if you're not if you're not gonna act in accordance with it.
You should have told her right off the bat,
If
hey,
I
you.
tell you, if I tell no, we had that conversation. She was like, oh
Oh,
well, there was no answer for it, and I
well,
get it. It's a force of habit. I get it. It's a
uh-huh.
force of habit because what she's having to deal with. If I tell you, hey, look, when I come home from work, I like a woman to have my bath water done and give me some head right off the gate before I eat.
Hmm.
If I come home and then I go in there and take my own bath and I get shut up in the room and jack the fuck off, you'll be like, wait a minute, nigga, that's not what you said.
Right, right.
Come on now. We gotta stop trying to goddamn justify shit. People say shit and don't even understand what the fuck they're saying when they say it. They
I,
ask, I want this type of man and that type of man, a man that does this. I want this type of woman, that type of woman, a woman that does that. And then when you get it, you're not even prepared for it.
you're not
Because you
prepared for it.
don't know what the fuck you want for yourself.
Exactly.
We
And
have
that's
we
why I
have
told
to
my.
have the honest
Yeah, but
conversation.
my hold up real quick with this whole pumping gas thing. I never got that. I never understood that. What the fuck is wrong with your legs and your hands to pump the motherfucking gas? Again, I mean, I pump gas, you pump gas, we both got cars. I'm not gonna hop out the car and pump your motherfucking gas all the time.
my
And
my husband
I got a wife.
my husband and my children make sure that my car is pumped. I don't even have to stop at a gas station ever. So they
Okay,
make
well,
sure, because I guess I'm not sure. I guess I would have to ask my husband, but I think it was a thing where the women shouldn't have had to get out, shouldn't have had to pull up nowhere to even put gas. Now,
yeah,
if I'm
but
traveling long distance and it's just me and I got to get gas, then of course.
well, yeah, that's my whole thing because this is what I'm saying, and I'm not saying be completely, I still open doors and stuff like that, and pull out chairs. But come on now, again, you have to the times advance. This is totally different. Again, women fought for y'all went to the courthouse, y'all went to the good old white man and said, hey, equal rights, equal, 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 equal.
You,
So when you
hey,
say and talk
fantastic.
about what's up,
I got it now, Bomb. Do you see what I'm saying? You got two different men from two different eras.
Hmm.
I did not. My wife never, none of them ever had to put gas in their cars or check their tires or check their oil or none of that
Right.
shit.
well,
None
no,
of
I
that
do all
shit.
that shit. Like I say, yeah, she ain't got to
None
do
of
none of
that
that.
shit.
She ain't,
She
she
never
don't have to
had to
change
pump
no
gas.
tire.
Do you know why? Do you know why? I'm fantastic. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I was taught that you make sure that your woman, the woman that's in under your guidance, under your leadership, that her vehicle is always roadworthy. I was taught that by my father. You make sure, hey, I don't want you to get up and have to. I'm at work and you got to run out to the store for something, or you got to go to the doctor or something. Your gas light on. No,
Right.
it's a courtesy that men of a certain era just were. It was instituted in us to do these things.
Well, no,
And then the
and I'm
problem is, go ahead.
well, no, I was just saying because like it's been situations to where like I have pumped gas at times for my wife, but it's been also times where like my wife pumped fucking gas for me. Like shit. I mean, we both work. I work too. God damn it. Hell, I
Right.
mean
Right.
shit.
We as women
But
don't
see,
mind doing it, but go ahead.
but bomb, that's what I'm telling you. Two different eras. There was a video that was circulating around Facebook a year or so ago. There was this young guy. He was sitting in there. He was on the phone in the car. It was cold as fuck. It was in the wintertime. Snow everywhere. And the girl, the woman in the relationship, got out and pumped the gas. And everybody was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this, that, and the third." And you had men in that on that thread saying exactly what Mr. Fantastic said. Well, shit, they wanted equal rights. Now you get equal lefts.
Exactly. Shit.
Yeah.
You
See?
hey, you listen, this, and I'm not saying I'm not one of these barefoot and pregnant girls that in the kitchen and none of this shit. I'm not that guy. But this is what I'm saying, and I don't think women understand what they're asking for when it's certain things you want to do. If you want to tell
Thank
me that
you.
you can get out here and do everything that a man could do and all these other things, and hey, well, things come with that. More responsibility comes with more power, right? But you
Yeah,
can't
but
just
y'all taking this feminist movement, y'all taking it to a whole nother level. Women
well,
were not trying to control men. There were a lot of women. What happened to a woman if she wasn't chosen, if she didn't get married? What do you think happened to those women? And if they wasn't able to get a job, right? Because when we say equal rights, we're talking about we want to do the job. We want to be able to do a job if we think we can do it, and if we do it well as men, we want to get paid what you get paid. We're not saying, hey, we want to come and take over your jobs. So, but you
Well,
men,
but bomb. That's what has happened, though. Bomb. That's what has happened. Again, feminism has turned it to the point of where women, yeah, we don't want this, but I'll take it. That's what you guys don't say, bomb. You say what you don't want, but again, everything is made it a
no, we
benefit for the woman at the man's detriment.
No,
You you you, you made
we do want the equality. I feel like
no, you don't.
if you and I are doing the same job, if I want to be a fireman and you
But
are a
bomb.
fireman,
But bomb,
mhm,
but that's what I'm telling you. And I'm glad you brought that point up. Bomb. I think they just say now. Used to be in the army and general still in the army. Then they just last week or within the month, general put the first female Green Beret, right? Something like
Yep.
that. Yeah,
Yep.
mhm.
and you know what she didn't have to do. Bomb. She didn't have to carry the 200-pound man on her fucking back like everybody else did. They lessened the weight for her. Bomb.
That's
When
what
you
they
do
do
the
Yep.
for women,
PFT,
right? They've
but
always
what?
done
That's
that.
not
I did
equal.
less.
Bomb, but
But
bomb. That's not equal. Bomb. That's what we trying to
listen,
tell you. That's
but
not
you,
equal.
but also there's some men who wouldn't be able to pull the weight that you could pull. So it's not gonna be.
Yeah,
Listen,
but that's
see,
few and
this is
far
that
between
bullshit y'all
compared to
talking. So
women.
if I could do the job. Like, unless the job is for me to pick up that 150 pounds every day, if you know what I'm saying, by myself, because even men, you usually have to do that only if you had to, but you would usually have help, right?
No,
You a
Okay.
military dude.
Okay.
All three of us up here are
Okay.
veterans,
yeah, but the man
right?
don't
Okay,
get no help.
bomb.
What you
Okay,
mean the
bomb.
men
I
don't
got a
get help?
question.
Oh, go ahead. Go
Hey,
ahead.
bomb. I got a question for you and the ladies in the chat. You're
Mhm.
up on the 10th floor of a high-rise building. The building is on fire. The fire trucks come and lift that ladder up to that window where you are. Would you feel more comfortable seeing a 150-pound woman climbing up the ladder to carry you down, or a 150-pound man coming up that ladder to carry you down?
If her ass look like she's strong enough, baby. You see, I'm, I'm gonna be honest, cause we know that got men who might
You
look
know
like
goddamn
they could.
well, you know goddamn, you know, at, at a given moment, you probably gonna be like, I don't give a fuck who comes as far as how to get me down.
Right,
But at the end of
right.
the day, when you look down that ladder and you see
I'm gonna
that
be like,
woman
bitch.
coming up there to carry you the fuck down, you're gonna
Nah,
be like,
hey,
hold on,
I'm gonna
bitch,
ask
where's
her,
nah,
give me
bitch.
a
Can
new
you
general.
get
one?
me?
Yeah, general. When she start huffing and puffing because she can't lift her ass up when she can't get out of that
Yeah,
window, then
yeah,
that's what's gonna be like.
yeah.
Send a man up here,
That's
damn
when
it.
it's gonna
Send him
kick
now.
in.
Send that
This is my
man up
thing.
here.
I I personally would not go to be a fireman because I know I don't have the heart to do the job, the strength to do the job. But there are women. When I was a young woman, though, I would have been. Well, I wouldn't have been a fireman because I'm scared of fire. But That's why I went in the military. I was gun ho. I was that woman. I shooting,
Bum, we get it.
being in the
Okay,
woods. You know what I'm
we get
saying?
it. We get it.
Uh-huh.
We get it. Now, I wish that I should have, and the next time I have an opportunity to, I will. We were getting ready. We were loading out a 5 ton. You know, their 5 ton sit pretty high, so everybody had to throw their own rucksacks and duffel bags up on the truck. So the girls the female soldiers drug their bags out, and they didn't even try. Many of them didn't even try to put them on the truck. They left them sitting
So you
at
make it
behind the
get.
truck so the guys could come and do it for them, so the men could do it. But you know what
Mm-hmm.
happened? Because of recent events that's going on in this installation, the guys came out, they took their shit off their back, they threw it up on the truck, they went back in the building.
They didn't
The
even help the
females are
girl.
like, y'all not gonna help us? Hell
Nope.
no.
Nope.
Equal.
You getting the
Y'all
You
ain't
same
didn't
not gonna
pay
say.
help
I'm
us.
getting or
Y'all
more.
ain't, you can't help me put my bag.
Nope.
No, you want to be equal. God
What
damn
you
it, you
say,
get
babe?
paid the
Okay.
same amount of money as I do.
Wait a
Be
Yep.
minute. Wait a
equal.
minute.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. My husband is right here laughing, right? Because I need to ask him. Would you feel the same way they do that? If the women like, would you? I know you would help me, but would you help the women or convince the men, the soldiers, to help them? How you feel about that, babe?
Hell no.
He said no. He agreed with y'all.
Exactly. Thank
God.
you. See? Yeah. That's what
Hell
happened, bomb.
no.
Oh
Y'all and
man.
bomb.
Hell
See,
no.
y'all really don't
He
understand
said not
men. Men
there.
are fine. Men are fine with helping women as long as you want to be a woman. But a man takes it as a challenge. If you men are naturally competitive by nature. So if you're
Hmm.
going to tell me that you can do
Thank you.
everything I can do, you gotta fucking show me. If you're gonna be
Oh.
compensated just as well or better than me for
Hmm.
allegedly doing the same job I'm doing, but I know for a fact I'm seeing you on the daily do half the work I do, and you're not
Uh-huh.
held to the same expectation or standard, even along in just the run and like the push ups, sit ups, and what I
Right.
think I do pull ups in the fucking thing. That's what I'm saying, bomb. So that is I don't think women understand just how deadly and how counterproductive feminism is to the man woman
To the man.
relationship.
Wow. You know what? I never. It makes sense.
But
What you say?
that's like man, now I'm showing how old I am. But like when I went for my EFMB, right? Everybody had to finish. Yeah, everybody had to do a 12-mile road march in 3 hours with a 50-pound rope and an M16 with no sling.
There you go.
Right?
There
Right?
you go.
750
There you
people
go.
went in. 750 people went in. 72 graduated. Right? Out of the 72, 68 were men.
Mm.
The women couldn't carry the ruck and rifle.
Oh, okay.
And there was no, oh, well, the women
Right.
get to carry a 30-pound ruck. It was no. Everybody gets weighed in. It's 50 pounds. Strap it up and let's go. And they shut the doors at 3 hours. There was 4 women in there. That was it.
So there are some women who was able to do it, but they
But
just weren't married.
they were literally the last 4 people in.
It would probably would have been me, just the last person, just because
Literally.
the PT test. I used to be like just making it on that run, but see the.
And there were dudes that were in there when they did it.
Mhm.
There were cats that were in there an hour resting. They did the 12 miles in 2 hours.
Mm. So I guess, ladies, this is because I never really thought about it. Like I see it from the women's point of view, but now when you men are saying it's a challenge, like what y'all just told me, now I see it from your point of view. You're taking it, and you're right. I admit, even being in the military, although I felt like, hey, I'm here just like you. The truth of the matter is, we had to do less. The run, the what we had less. I know when I did the road march was less, few push-ups and everything.
Yeah, everything.
Now we had less weight on our road march. In
Yeah,
fact, I didn't even do the road march because I was on a profile, baby, doing basic. I was on
but
a
yeah,
damn profile.
that's the thing, mom. Like I said, and more men are just becoming aware to it and looking at what's going on around them. And like you said, it's no longer those chivalrous, practices being taught. You know what I mean? Ain't no dad, like say, General said his dad taught him, hey, take care of the women, your mama, your sister, everybody in the
Mm.
family, so She don't have to worry about anything, so on and so forth. But boys don't have that no more. So that's what
Right.
women don't understand too. When you kick the man out of the situation and you push the man out, that man can't teach the son to be a man, and the man can't teach the son how to treat his woman. He learns from
Right.
he sees the woman do all of these things where she's being superwoman. So what? You supposed to be self sufficient anyway. My mama did that shit, and you ain't better than my mama. I may like you, I may love you, but hell, I ain't gonna never, what I'm saying, hold you to a higher esteem than my mama. So my mom can do it. Damn it, you can do it too. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
people
that
don't understand, like, over time, that's just how mind understanding pretty much changes.
right. And that makes sense. Like my husband, of course, taught my sons, they open it like I think it's innate in them, right? If I'm in the car, they just go to open it if he doesn't open it. But if the kids, well, they older now, so they don't really drive with us anymore, ride with us. But yeah, if they see me in the car, even before their dad could come around and open the door for me, one of them would grab it and open it.
Open the door for your mother.
Yep, because at a certain age, he would say, "Open the door for them." And they were young, huh, baby? He was making them open the door for me when they were young, so it's instilled in them. But yeah, that makes sense what you just told me. There aren't the fathers aren't in the house to do that, and therefore the men they just not doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nobody to teach them. And another big thing too is, like, these moms are coddling the hell out of these boys. They turn these boys into their fucking boyfriends. They dressing them up like the niggas that left them, and they're not teaching them no type of masculinity, because they don't know what it is themselves. Not to mention, a lot of them are not really concerned with being the best of moms. I won't call them bad moms, but they're so focused on trying to get the next man and the quality of man that they're bringing around their sons too. See, again, a lot of people, especially in the black community, man, one of our biggest issues and problems is a lack of mental health and understanding of psychology. So when your son sees the type of dude you allow to bring around, right, treat you a certain way, that's the person that's supposed to be his dad, but it's not his dad. It's some strange guy. And you're allowing this guy to treat you like crap. You know what I'm saying? Run over you, or you're taking care of him even worse, right? You bring this dude into your house. He's laying on the couch. He's not working. He's not doing all these things. You're the breadwinner. What message does that send to your young son? You know what I'm saying? Your son got to motherfucking compete with this nigga to play his PS4, play his motherfucking PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? And again, I don't think people really take into consideration the seriousness of the damage that's being done, because women are women. Women want to be loved. Women want to be cared about. A lot of women see a man or not having a man, especially in the black community, as being a failure. So any man will do a lot of the time, or it may just be the nigga that looks good to her, and is giving her some good rod. You know what I'm saying? Satisfying her sexually, but that's the only thing he's bringing to the table. But then again,
Right.
like I said, at the same time, she's not thinking about what the image or the perception of her son and or her daughter is having. So now the vicious cycle continues.
Right. Wow. Yeah. This is even deeper than I thought. Especially now that I'm seeing your perspective.
Oh,
We already go ahead.
it goes way deeper. It's way deeper than just that.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? These are just some of the problems. You
Right.
see, because people, all right. So people are human. Humans are creatures of habit. Okay. The way a young boy sees a man operate and treat women, generally is how he's going to turn out. One or two things are going to happen. Either he's going to do exactly the same thing, or he's going to do the exact opposite. So you
Right.
hear some men, and you've heard some men say, "Man, I was seeing my dad. Man, all he did was beat my mom. Man, that's why I can't be like that. I don't hit women." Then you got some other men that say, "Man, I watched my dad. Man, he just broke his back for my mama, and she was just no good to him, and she treated him all fucked up. I hate bitches."
Right.
And a lot of that is spilling out over into some of these spaces. It'll never be said because they don't want to be looked at in that manner.
But that's typically what happens. I said it before earlier, and I'm gonna go on mute here for just a second. I said it before earlier. A lot of people, right, in general, right, they if you have not seen a man and how a man takes care of his wife and his children, you don't have that experience. You cannot do for you know not. If a woman never seen a young girl growing up, never seen how a woman tends to her husband, cooks for her husband, make sure that he has a lunch before he go to work, make sure that he has his uniform ready before, or his clothes, his suit, or whatever laid out. She ain't finna do it for no motherfucking body, cause she don't know that she's supposed to do that.
Right. And I mentioned before that women, I know some of the women think they can raise their little boys to be men, but we can't, right? Even though my husband worked a lot, like I dealt with the kids, right? That's how it is in the community, right? The women dealt with the kids mostly, so that's how it was. But even though he didn't do a lot, like the everyday things, what he did every day still affected my kids, right? They saw that he got up every morning like clockwork and went to work. So they know they got to get their asses up and go to work. We never had to argue with them about getting a job. Never had to really argue with them about going to work, because they saw their dad do that.
Well, yeah, and
So,
like and general touched on something that's um humans learn through copying, through emulation. You learn how to walk through watching somebody else walk and saying, hey, I want to do that. You learn how to talk the same way by seeing someone else talk. Hey, I want to do that. And you copy what you see. So again, like you said, your husband is a perfect example, or father being in the home is a perfect example. The boy automatically knows and he sees what he's supposed to be, and he has a distinction between his mother and his father. But again, when you don't have that, you only have the one, which is the mother. Now you never ever get to see what you're supposed to be. You can only follow the directions of your mom. You know what I mean? Because it was it's like the example of like when initially you teach a boy how to potty train, right? He has to sit down because he can't, what I'm saying, stand up. You don't want to get
right.
fucking pee everywhere. But eventually, you stand him up after a certain time, and you teach him to, stand up and pee. Well, and I've seen it. I actually had to do it for some of my wife's friends or other people to like, hey, will you take him to the bathroom and show him how to pee? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because that's the way it's supposed to be done by a man. Again,
Right.
that's pretty much what I guess it's the best analogy that I can give of like pretty much without a father, a boy is forever trying to learn how to pee. You know what I'm saying? With only a mother in the household.
Right.
And that's just that's I guess like a small correlation of that to manhood versus a father being in the house but a father not or a man not being there.
Right. And on how I think with women, we don't understand that we can't teach men how to deal with other men in manly situations. For instance, I can't tell my sons how to approach another man and shake his hand, or how y'all dap or whatever that shit is, because y'all don't really do that around women much. So,
Yeah,
and
no.
isn't it important to the men how you deal with other men? That is very important in your lives.
Oh, it's not only is it important, hell, bomb, that shit could be deadly depending on where you are. Like I said, if you are in one of these, urban areas, highly fucking urban, big city areas, man, Atlanta, Chicago, LA, New York City, places like that, you do the wrong thing and say the wrong thing, man, you might lose your life. You might get beat the hell up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So by all means, yeah, man. Then teaching your son or when to and when not to engage, or because like I said, man, sometimes aggression can be a good thing or bad thing, but only a man can know when that's the case. Hey, this dude flipping out all of a sudden. Why the fuck is he flipping out? Is he just having a bad day? Does he have a real problem with me? Is this like some, am I in the wrong place? What the fuck is going on? And
Mhm.
only a man can really read those situations like that. A quick story. So before I got married to my wife, we was kicking it and whatnot, we just chilling, and it was this McDonald's outside my crib. So we going through the drive through. She wanted to get something from McDonald's. We in the drive through, and we in the car. But but her door is unlocked. So I tell her, hey, lock your door. And she's like, oh, why I need to lock my door? Whatever, you scared? You just stand the other. I'm like, look, man, don't fucking just ask me questions. Just fucking lock the door. What she didn't understand, she didn't realize was the McDonald's was right next to a trap. Old gas station ran by Arabs or whatever the fuck, and a whole bunch of niggas standing out front. And I
Mm-hmm.
saw the dude, even though so I'm ordering the food out of my peripheral, I see the dude walking towards the car. So I'm like, oh shit, just in case, I know this nigga coming from a trap or whatever. So I'm gonna tell her to lock the fucking door because just in case, and it wasn't no big area like that where they carjacking niggas or no shit like that. But just in case the nigga do some stupid or crazy shit, it's just like at least he can't open the door on her, and I got enough space between me to just pull off. Versus the nigga yanking the door open and motherfucking putting the pistol in our face. Now we done. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So she didn't understand it, but I told her to do it. She did it, and lo and behold, I guess it was God, proving the point. The dude had to step over a fence or something, and when he stepped over the fence, he motherfucking almost dropped the pistol. And then I told her beforehand, I'm like, this nigga got a gun on him, so that's why I'm telling you to lock the door. Oh, he ain't got no gun and this and that. I'm like, yes, he just fucking stop arguing with me and fucking lock the door. And then lo and behold, something happened to show her that I knew what the fuck I was doing. And
Mm-hmm.
from that point on, she didn't question me when it came to certain things because a woman just naturally doesn't have an eye like that. If a woman don't know what it's like to see if somebody's holding, if they not, or a motherfucker's just maybe they mad for now, or a motherfucker just slam crazy. A lot of people can't even discern that.
Yeah.
So that's the whole um importance again of like a man being around, man, that women don't understand for a young boy, because you don't want your son to even hanging around the wrong people, like the wrong crowd, you know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
even some dudes that come from a rough background, they may have been a dope boy back in the day or gangbang or whatever the hell. A lot of dudes want to even allow their sons to get caught in the same shit, and then tell them, hey, you're not gonna do the same shit I did because hey, I lost lives, I've been shot, I've been locked up. Your brother, your uncle got killed or somebody got killed over this shit, and I'm not gonna allow you to do it. So these are the type of people you shouldn't be around.
Yeah. Um, the queendom, you wasn't connecting now, Q. You could come back in. The queendom said our children have severe mistrust, lack of recognition of authority too. They're hard to reach. Do you agree with that? Cause
Yeah, that's all.
I agree. Huh?
Yeah, that's all male leadership. That's all the man. The man is supposed to be the authoritarian. The mother's supposed to be the nurturer. And again, when you get into a psychological aspect of it, it's confusing. It's confusing to especially the boy, because the person he's supposed to go to after dad has inflicted pain if necessary, like corporal punishment or something. The mother's supposed to be there and explain to him, hey, your dad did this because of this.
Because
This
he
is
loved
why.
you.
Yeah, exactly. He loves you. He don't
Yeah.
dislike you. To you know what I'm saying. But the mom can't do both. She can't beat the hell out of you for damn 5 minutes. Have you dancing all around the damn living room, and then give you a hug and say, I'm doing this because I love you, type shit. Now you
Right.
don't love me, god damn it. You almost killed me. Shit, I thought I was gonna die.
I used
So
to use my
again,
husband as a weapon. I used to
And
tell him,
mom can't show up at school in the second grade and start yelling at the teacher for something he did too, because she just gave him carte blanche to act out.
mm,
yeah, man.
If
yeah,
he knows that mom's gonna back him up, he's gonna do something stupid, and then sooner or later he's gonna cross the line. But you can't stop him.
Yep, exactly.
You
And
just
like,
blessed all this.
mm, yeah.
yeah, that's what.
Go ahead.
My bad, bro. No, go ahead,
No, go
bro. My
ahead.
bad, my bad.
No, I
Well,
was
yeah,
saying,
I was just
go ahead.
yeah, this whole thing we got going on right now with it, defund the police, and all police are bad and all these other things. And what do you see with it? Like clockwork, crime is exploding. You got black folks getting killed every day, left and right. It's a record after a record after a record. But you guys are out here telling these black communities they don't need police, like the last
No,
frontier of.
defund the police don't mean get rid of the police. It means
Nah,
to,
it does, bomb. It does.
no, it doesn't. It means
No,
it.
Something
no.
to do.
Oh, someone
It's
want to
something to
take it.
do.
Well,
Yeah,
Wait, so we got a
well,
conflict, and what the meaning is?
yeah.
Oh
That's
Well,
what he's trying to
shit.
tell you.
well, can y'all hear me? Well, here
Yeah,
it
go ahead,
is.
Q.
When they talk about
Oh.
all right, so just as everything, a lot of things get misconstrued. Some people hear defund the police and it means do away with, get rid of them totally. We don't need them. Other
Mhm.
people hear defund the police meaning we need to defund the militarization of the police. Like, why do they need all of these heavy military style vehicles, and why do they need these military grade weaponry? That's what they're talking about. Some people when they say defund the police.
Right.
Others talk about defunding the police, meaning we don't need them at all. We need to go
Oh
through
no.
some other system.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Oh,
the
okay.
smart people understand that that's not the right thing to do.
Hmm.
And when
Well,
you
most
talk about
The
defunding
criminals
them,
want them gone. The criminals want them gone.
when you
well,
right, when you talk about defunding them and you say they don't need military grade weaponry, well, hell, most of the criminals are the ones that got these goddamn these assault rifles and high caliber
yep.
fucking weaponry. So what the fuck
Right.
do you want? So you have to do a couple of things in regards to how we're going to go about fixing that problem. One, and this is I wanted to have a conversation the other day, but the panel got cut short. One, what has to happen is, in my opinion, once a policeman has been found to have done something negligent, he's taken off the police department. He's defunding out of he loses the union protection, right? And then he gets tried as a civilian. See, so what happens is, like, as is the case with the young lady who went in that stupid ass white bitch that went in there and killed that boy, Bottom John. Okay, the only reason why she got the amount of time that she got is because she had police protection. They tried her under the law of her being under law enforcement officer. She should have lost that protection and been tried as a regular citizen. That would stop some of these motherfuckers. Not all in completion, but it would stop a lot of them from goddamn doing these heinous acts.
Right.
That motherfucker that kept his knee on Floyd's neck. No, you don't get no police protection, buddy. Now your ass get tried as a regular citizen for murder. Now your ass can go to death row.
Mhm.
That's how you send a message to these motherfuckers out here doing dirty shit to these motherfuckers. Just like the little black boy and the little black girl, the college students down in Atlanta. One of them stupid ass black ass police officers in this case said gun. They got a gun and they tased that girl seven times.
Damn.
Snatched her out of the car and tased her 7 times. And
Mm.
now they're trying to justify it.
Yeah, it's a lot of. We know. Look, a lot of us know that these police, a lot of them are criminals. I watch them in communities. If you live in certain communities, you see the police come in and do dirt. We can act like we don't see it.
You damn right. And then too, you got to, and I hate to say it, I typically try to stay away from the political side of it. You got a motherfucker up there now who won't have. Has he said anything about George Floyd? Has he said anything about the brother Botham John? Has he said anything about any of these black people that have been killed unjustifiably under the law? Has he said anything about any of them?
Hell
No, he
no.
has
No,
not.
He
But you got
told them not
motherfuckers sitting up here.
to to
But
he
you,
told
but,
them not
but
to be
you,
nice to him. Remember?
right? But you got motherfuckers sitting up here saying Trump is the best thing for us.
Right.
define us.
It depends on who us is.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mm.
Define who the fuck us is.
Yep. When us lives behind a gated community, he's the finest thing.
Mm. And that's the wealth of him
Hmm.
when we can go. Yeah.
Like the ones I hear every day. Oh, the economy's doing good? Oh, yeah? Then why are you here?
Mm. Man, this is a great topic. Great conversation.
But this is the problem. This is part of the problem. And so as we live to see it, just like all this COVID-19 and all this stuff, yes, it is um, a very real virus. People are dying from it. But do you really think that it is bad as it actually is? And I've seen, because of what I do, and I have to go in and check on soldiers and all this shit. I've seen motherfuckers with this shit, and it is serious. However, comma pause, we also must understand that this is an election year. And what they're going to do is watch. As soon as the election happens and it's over with, and whoever's going to be the next president is declared, this virus is gonna go away, never to be heard from again. Watch
How
what I
you
tell
think?
you now.
How they gonna get rid of it? I mean, they gonna give everybody some medicine or something?
No, I'm just telling you. Listen,
Oh,
that's what I want you to think about. This is what
Well,
America is a America is a one alpha country, meaning that we are the top of the top countries in the world. Why is it that all these other countries, Japan, China, Europe, look at their COVID, their levels of the virus compared to ours? Now you
cause they
mean to tell me
listen. They listen. Their people was told to put mask on and stay in, and we didn't. We didn't listen.
no, no, ma'am, no, ma'am,
no,
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 What you
ma'am.
think, babe?
no.
They still have it. They just don't have it like we do.
Oh, okay, bomb. Whatever you say.
But tell me
Whatever.
what you
Well,
saying,
I
cause
got, I
well,
got, I got,
let me give
let me.
y'all a little piece of
I got
information. So,
partners. I got
uh-huh.
partners that are in some. I got partners that are in these countries, that are in Spain, that are in London, that are in Europe, that are in China. I got partners that are serving in the military, and we talk on a regular basis. And I asked,
Mhm.
and they were like, "Man, we didn't give a fuck. These people didn't give a fuck. They were out just like everybody else was.
Mm.
They was
Oh, I
out
don't.
playing soccer and in the parks and in all this other shit. And especially in Europe, it's festival time. It's summer right now. So they got to do what they gonna do. He was like, man, shit, it didn't stop nothing over here. Motherfuckers was still doing the same shit niggas been doing when you was here.
Yet not.
Out
There
in
are
parks, at
countries
these
where they
camps and
are.
all this other shit.
Yeah, they
Africa,
are.
Saudi Arabia, countries that are under the severe tyranny and oppression, yes. They
Yeah,
was
there
whooping
are countries.
motherfuckers'
You're
ass in
right.
Africa and all these other countries. But
You,
London,
you
it didn't stop shit over there with them.
in
China
some
got
places.
how many billions? How many billions of motherfuckers is it in China?
Well, I have no. I know it's a lot.
And you mean to tell me that they got billions of motherfuckers compared to 340 million? They got billions over that bitch. And you mean to tell me they were able to sweep the goddamn country clean to where they have an almost zero rate of the virus? No, I'm
Well, I
not
don't know.
buying it.
Wasn't that the country that was out in the streets spraying? They were. They were.
Nah, the whole thing was
Yeah, they
again.
locked them in their homes. They couldn't go no damn way.
Yeah,
Okay,
but this is the thing though. The U.S. is the only company. I mean, excuse me, country. That was a Freudian slip. Was the only country that incentivized the medical system to claim COVID, and they actually have had several things and instances where they saw people were being unfairly or improperly diagnosed with COVID.
right,
Even when George Floyd died, they say he had COVID. Okay, and then the joke is, hey, a dude gets shot in the head. Hey, well, he died of COVID. It wasn't the bullets that
right,
killed him; it was the COVID. So they told the medical system here that hey, the healthcare system, hey, if you give somebody a COVID thing, you get a $10,000 or X amount of dollar stipend to the system. Well, what you gonna do in the last capitalist society on the planet? Of course, you're gonna maximize your dollars. So this is how and why we have this incredible spike of COVID. But the reality of it is this: the president even said it. He said it several times. The COVID-19 thing has a 99+% recovery rate. Yes, you had X amount of people that actually the people that actually died of COVID related only. Not they had like stage 4 cancer and then they contracted COVID and they was gonna die anyway. But like, hey, COVID killed them. When you do the actual
Wait a minute. Wait a
COVID
minute. Let's
testing,
back up. Wait a minute. So you saying okay? Because like my
not
husband is
me.
diabetic. Wait, because I want to make sure my husband is diabetic. If he catch COVID, there's a chance that he might not survive. So but you wouldn't say that he died of COVID. You would say that he died of diabetes.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, if you has
What?
a pre-existing condition and diabetes wouldn't fit, it'll usually be something that's a pulmonary or respiratory issue, like something to do with lungs or breathing or something like that. That's why
Well,
they say elderly
diabetic.
people.
They say anybody with a pre-existing, and diabetes is
Well,
one of them.
diabetes wouldn't fall under the
Yes,
thing.
it
It would have to
does.
be something. Well, if you die from COVID with diabetes, you got like type 5 diabetes. I'm just telling you that'd be something
No,
different.
people have died,
Not
haven't
type 2.
they? They say with
No,
anything. I don't even have
no, it's
a
that's
issue.
what that's
Huh?
what I'm telling you. That bomb. That's how they get you. That's how they fooling and they scaring everybody into thinking it. Bomb.
Hmm.
You've been in the military. You've been in the army. You wore a gas mask before, right?
Right.
All right, a gas mask. A gas mask is the only thing that's going to protect you from any type of biological,
Chemical warfare.
pathogen, and such as
Right.
exactly, such as a virus. Okay,
Not
a
a
cloth
virus so
mask,
much.
a cloth mask is not going to do anything for you as far as protection or stopping the spread of any of that shit.
I
Again, this
agree.
is
That's
just
why you have to have a filter.
but they're telling, they're not suggesting filters. They're
No,
suggesting
they
that you wear
do.
cloth
No,
Yeah, I
cloth
agree.
mask,
They're
cotton
telling
cloth
people.
mask,
Okay.
and surgical mask. That's
no,
what
they
Before you
said
say
are.
by
that,
the CDC.
it's like a cut
No,
man.
that's not true. Oh, the
Yes, it is.
They
CDC.
Look
told
at the
us no.
CDC website. Look
Wait
at
a
the
minute.
CDC website,
Wait a
Bob.
minute. I do go to the. I make the mask, right?
Yeah, but
So
you're making it different. He's
no, there's
saying that
all
they're
types of masks, but the CDC website and has from the beginning, since I started making these masks, has always said 2 layers of cotton with a filter.
Yeah,
That's why
cotton.
I make either 2 layers of cotton with a filter. And if you couldn't find a filter, then I started making filter pockets so people can get their own filters to put in the center. Now, it's true that the media isn't saying that. The media themselves are saying, oh, wear a mask, wear a mask. It needs to be cotton. But the government has always said 2 layers of cotton with a filter. And it's
Yeah,
on their
well,
site.
Okay. All right. So let me go ahead on and chime in because the Army here at Fort Hood, they're handing them out. And what they giving us ain't got no goddamn 2 layers of cotton and no filter in it.
I
And
know
this is
because
this is coming through official military channels. Now, who if would you think would be important at this particular point in time? You would want the motherfuckers who protect the country to have the ultimate protection, would you not?
not our president.
Well, our president is that. Okay, so
There you go.
again, this is the motherfucker who's saying that we want to open up schools and put
Right.
kids back in schools doing this, doing this. Does that make sense to you?
None.
Okay, this is who we're dealing with.
Right. And that's why when you was about to ask that question, wouldn't we want to protect our service members? Yes, we do. That's if anybody get
Because
protected, it should be
if
you all.
shit go, if shit go to shit, and they feel like another country feel that this country is weak as far as being able to protect itself due to this COVID shit, the way it's being portrayed in the news, we
Hmm.
fucked in the game.
Yeah, we fuck right now. Look, I'm shocked that nobody attacked us. They know we got a weak ass president. In fact, COVID might have been the attack.
Well,
If you
they
think
know we got it. They know that they know. They also know that we got a motherfucker who doesn't think in a proper within the proper scope of the way that most people in politics think. And they
right.
know that every man. They know that there's too many goddamn civilians. The population. We got too many guns over here for a country to just jump up and run over here and be like, "Fuck it, we're gonna take over."
Well,
They know better than that shit. They ain't
Nobody
crazy.
built to travel.
oh, okay. Nobody else told me it's built to travel for
No,
ours.
no,
That's why
They
we
not.
travel.
they're not built to
They
travel.
they not.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, yeah. That's why you don't. I mean, when you see somebody like when Russia invaded, damn it, Czechoslovakia, it's right there. That's like going to the McDonald's, right? But like when Saudi Arabia got invaded by Kuwait, and
Mhm.
Bush was like, "Hey, look, y'all gonna back up or what?" And they were like, "What?" We were there 3 days later.
No, we were dead right there.
Yeah, but we're the only country built to travel.
Oh, I always wonder why they always, why we always fighting these wars, even for other people. But
Well, I mean that's a horse and carriage for another time. At the end of the day, back to this COVID shit. Now, if watch what I tell you, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not a conspiracy theorist to a degree of sorts, but watch what I tell you. After the elect, this is a way to keep motherfuckers in. And as the closer we get to November, they're gonna start tightening up the reins, closing down the states. Everybody must quarantine to keep
Mm-hmm.
motherfucking voters, certain
Oh,
voting populations locked in.
but even
Watch
oh,
what I
then,
tell
I
you.
see what you're saying. So you,
Yeah, I
Oh,
know what he's saying.
I
Like,
see what
but
you're
come
saying.
like November 14th, it'll be
And then
like,
they're gonna
oh,
be free.
everything's fine. Yeah, go back.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you think
oh,
that they got us locked up so we wouldn't vote?
come Black Friday and Thanksgiving, they're gonna be like, what COVID?
Yeah, get out there
Wait,
and spend.
you think we're gonna have
Yeah,
a king by next January? We're gonna have a king?
what COVID? What
Oh
do you
man.
mean?
Nah,
Come goddamn Christmas
boom.
Eve, what COVID?
But
1
let them know,
December,
look at them now. These
ain't
cats
no
like
COVID.
them, they talk tough and act weak.
Mm.
Talk this shit all tough and shit from your basement.
Well, how they gonna get rid of
There's
it?
no virus. Yeah, your boy did it. Dr. Phil talking all tough and shit at the studio.
Mhm.
Oh, the flu kills more people than this and this. And then his bitch ass is sitting in his kitchen doing his show.
Right.
Man, shut the fuck up.
So listen, my family have been through COVID, right? And right now there's a fear because my grandchild is sick. He was taken out in public, and then he came back here and he's sick. That's why every once in a while y'all don't hear me because I keep running in there checking on him, and I'm not supposed to be near him. I'm supposed to be quarantined away from him, so I won't get it because the people in this house who's at risk will be me and my husband. The baby
Well,
probably survived it. Hmm?
well, let me tell you what's going on in Texas. These motherfuckers, Texas is a republic, so they say fuck it. These motherfuckers, they say you're gonna be fine for not wearing a mask. These motherfuckers, I went
What?
down to Austin. I just drove down to Austin, right,
And so
to the
that's
state
why I
capital.
said talking tough and acting weak.
And these motherfuckers in Texas are saying fuck you, fuck COVID, and fuck a mask.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
You saw those fools at Palm Beach talking about how it's a violation of their constitutional rights.
Oh yeah.
You can't make me wear a mask.
Yeah, but see,
Calm
if they
denominator shit.
die, like, cause they have been people who did YouTube channels and everything talking about, I don't care about this COVID, and then they not here anymore. They actually died. Like they
Bomb.
have been.
This is what I would tell y'all. Hear me and hear me good. We just had a major holiday, the 4th of July weekend just went by.
Mhm.
We've had riots in the streets across the United States of astronomical proportions, correct?
Right.
You would think that it would be millions and millions of motherfuckers that have contracted the COVID-19 virus with all of the
I,
recent events that just passed, correct?
I, no, I don't think it's been millions of people out there, but the
You're saying
numbers are high.
shit.
What?
The numbers are high, dude. Everybody's not gonna catch it the same way. Some people have it
What?
and they don't get symptoms. So we just don't know. And they
All right.
found out that you can have your antibodies might leave, so you might be able to get it again.
There should have been there was the dude, the Dr. fucking Fuchsia, whatever his name is, right?
Uh what his name
Trump,
is?
why do you think Trump is trying to why do you think 45 is trying to keep that motherfucker silent? Why do you think he's trying to decommission a goddamn the group that's supposed to be the leader of the country as far as viruses and shit like that's concerned? Why do you think he's trying to keep that motherfucker quiet?
I don't know what you think.
Why do you think?
What's about
Because
that?
he doesn't want the truth to come out.
Mm. Here, you talk, baby. My husband right here. I gotta check on the baby. I hear him crying. Y'all continue talking. Y'all good.
He don't want that shit to come out. And this is what I don't get. I don't believe in he's just for black people the way he is because his track record doesn't speak to that. Not for me.
Not to me.
Yeah, he plays on people's emotions by saying, "Oh, my African Americans, look at my African Americans over there." You stupid motherfuckers are being used as a pawn in the game and don't even see it.
They are. And I could
When
care
that
less
when
if
they
you're a Republican.
when he was at that rally and that brother was punched in the face, or that sister, the way they was pushing her around, and he was like, "Get him out of here, throw him
Yep.
out into the
Throw
street.
them out.
Don't be too gentle with him."
Away
And
from you.
some of
Mhm.
these
Him
Negroes
away
don't
from
even
you.
see that.
I mean, that's what you said, so it's up to you.
Okay.
They can't see it though. But I mean, yeah, and then there's the one they all look up to, Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, you see, again, this is where black people have to become astute. Here is a young black woman who benefited from, who got a lawsuit. She got a lawsuit, a discriminatory lawsuit, which went in her favor. But she's up there talking all of this bullshit.
You good?
Like, stop, man.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can't see what's happening?
Man, I don't trust. We don't. I stopped trusting the media so long ago, to where you be thinking this one way, it be another way. You start thinking this that way, then it's another way. So I don't even know.
Well,
Yeah.
they understand how they understand. Hey, what's up, little man? They understand how to play on. They know that. Let's look at it like this. I'm sorry to say it, but it has to be said. We are a very emotional people as far as being black is concerned, and they know how to get you all up in an uproar and how to sway your emotions. And now you got, and I don't have no problem with what your political affiliation is. I don't. But don't be fucking stupid.
Yeah, we agree.
I'm with you. Like I said, I don't have a problem with black Republicans, but when you start supporting Trump, now I have problems.
And it's like
Exactly.
Trump because he's Trump, but it's Trump because he's Trump, right? His actions,
Yeah,
Well,
not. So
but it's just him. Period. I mean, like he said, this cat has a track record of being against black people. He's been sued 3 or 4
okay.
discrimination in his housing. Yeah,
Shit.
he waged war on the Central Park Five, right? And
Exactly.
to this
But you got
day
motherfuckers talking about he
hasn't
for
said
black people.
shit. But he'll say he loves black people. But he
yeah,
ain't saying shit about them. That cat campaigned for them to get the death penalty. And they were coerced in their confessions. They were found innocent.
and then
And to
he
this day,
claims he said they still did it.
yep,
He still don't
Yeah.
believe. Hey,
yep. He's they just but he'll never say he was sorry. Yeah. But any one of them. Yeah. And then that's the run with the joke. Hey, not all Trump supporters are racist, but all racists are Trump supporters.
somebody said that Biden has a worse track record. Well, Biden has been in politics forever. So yes, if you go in his old shit, he would
And
have.
even then, he was one member of Congress. There's 400 and some odd other ones there. So
Right.
so what did they get a clean bill?
I
Yeah.
know, like
And
they. Go ahead.
and if you look at 90% of the motherfuckers that are in Congress, you will also see that they got fucked up track records.
That's
So it's
why I
both
Right.
said why
sides
they get a clean bill.
is both sides playing the middle. But we
Yep.
know that Trump has been sued on multiple occasions for not wanting to rent apartments in his
Black people
apartment buildings
to
that he owns in New
minorities.
York to
Right.
minorities, to black people. But
Mm-hmm.
all of a
Now you're
sudden,
gonna
this
say
motherfucker over
minorities. I
here,
mean, now he wants to build a wall to keep Mexicans out because they're all rapists. Yeah,
He
and
claimed he didn't say that.
oh, of course, no, that was Fox News that said he didn't say it.
Oh,
He
okay.
didn't say that in his. Oh yeah, he did. He said it. Yeah, and then he even said rapists and all that. But yeah, but like for your point, yeah, I'm trying to remember who. Oh, it's how Bush got elected. Who was his last name? But I forget this cat's last name. But he was a convicted murderer in Buffalo, New York. And in the media, his first name was Willie. Now you hear the name Willie, what's the first thing you think of as far as a man?
brother.
Yep. And he was a brother. They released him after 12 years, convicted murderer. Can't went out and killed somebody again. Yeah. First thing he
Well,
said was,
look, I'm sorry. All you
yeah,
got
go
to do
ahead.
is think about it. This last guy that he just commuted his sentence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't he commute this guy's sentence? The guy went to jail for what? For not testifying in front of Congress, right?
Oh, his boy. Yeah, talking about
Yeah.
Roger
Yeah.
Stone.
There you go. His homeboy. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and motherfuckers can't even see this, man. Like, are
Yeah.
we blind, or are we just looking for the great white savior now?
Well, he's just a used car salesman. And then that's all it is, like get behind closed doors and say, look here, Roger. Yeah, you're gonna go to jail. Don't sweat it. It's not like you're going to Alcatraz and making small rocks out of little rocks. You're gonna sit in some minimum security somewhere, and I'll pardon you in a year or so when this dies down. Don't sweat it.
And I'm gonna
That's
make
what
sure
they're
that you
doing.
get. And I'm gonna make sure that your attorneys keep you out of jail for until I can get around and get
Thing
the
else.
pardon done.
Yep.
Bingo.
Meanwhile, he's putting the cats in to do it for him. Bill
Exactly.
Barr.
You know what I
Yeah.
hope? You know what I hope? And I hate to say this, but I'm kind of hoping he does get another term. I'm
But
kind of hoping.
what you hoping that he does? That most people who support him will
Because I
realize.
want, yeah, because I want to sit back and say, ah, ha, 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 ha. That's why.
Yeah.
It do make you want to think. I'd be thinking that too. I'd be like, yeah, these motherfuckers.
But either way, it's like a year or so from now. Yeah, it can go either way. Like he's not in office anymore, and all of a sudden the dominoes start falling. Yeah. Or he's in office and the dominoes start falling. But trying to explain to his supporters, hey, look, man, y'all just got sold a used car. This cat had a college named after him. It was a scam.
Yeah, it was a scam, man.
He had airlines, went under. Yeah. Anything this cat touches turns to shit. And right now he's got his hands on the steering wheel of this country. And if you don't think that this can go down the same path as these other things, y'all got something coming.
And now his niece is actually has written a book, a tell-all story.
Oh,
and
hell
they're
yeah.
fighting, to keep that from coming out. Not to mention the anonymous little group that does a little anonymous YouTube videos. They took them down. These motherfuckers say that they got shit because the bitch that the boy that killed the man that killed himself, his Ace Boon Coon that he was running with, that was accused of raping the young ladies, right? The bitch that he was running with, she just got locked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. They're saying that they have video proof and recordings and evidence to show where Donald Trump had engaged in improper relationships with underage teenage girls.
Oh my goodness.
Oh hell, he said it in the show.
Yeah, remember he would talk about his daughter sexually.
No, he was the Miss America thing. The girl was like 15, and he was like, "Yeah, 3 more years, and I'll get in there."
Oh my God, he said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the Miss American girls, they were saying how he was just
Miss
barging
America,
in on them as they were in the middle of changing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then it was my house. But yeah, I mean, but like I said, this cat is just a used car salesman. And if Biden doesn't roll his sleeves up and get just as dirty as him,
he's gonna lose.
He's gonna wind up just like all those other Republican cats when he came out, because he would say shit they were afraid to say. Oh, look at you! You had little hands. You know what that means?
Oh, damn!
And then they look. I'm here to talk about this and this. Yeah. Well, I don't care about that. I'm looking at your little feet too. And then these cats falling off because of bullshit like that.
Yep.
And then make America great again. That was a dog whistle for the old white cats, because that's what he wanted to say. Remember when you were white and you used to be able to just beat up on a blackie for sport? Yeah, blame him for dirtying up your bullets and shit.
Let me see.
Those were the ones.
Yep.
But even then, they called him on the carpet and say, "For all you make America great and shit in that hat, why don't you take it off and look where it was made? Wasn't made here."
And then I'm like, wow, man, I can't believe that motherfuckers are falling for it.
They are.
Yeah,
I just can't believe that motherfuckers are falling for the old hook, line, and sinker.
Man, what's great is it could be Darwin at his finest. Like, he could be the next Jim Jones, and he gets voted out and tells all his followers, "Man, they don't want us here. Drink the Kool-Aid and I'll meet y'all on the other side."
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be afraid. It's going to taste good. Yeah, we all going to meet in Montana. We're going to do this together.
And it'll be terrific. It'll be terrific.
It'll be the greatest thing ever. But like you said, like with the military thing, see, half these countries don't want to poke the bear because this cat is just itching to be the second one to ever light a nuke.
Yeah, maybe he wants
somebody
to mess with
so
him.
he can justify lighting a nuke because only one president's done it. Somebody's got to be the next one, and that's who he wants to be.
Mm. Well, you ain't heard shit out of North Korea. They ain't shut off shit else.
Nah, and that was only because he made a deal with them. See, look, here's the irony. Like, if Obama did half the shit he has done, the White House would be burning down right now.
You sure right. They'd have
Right
been
now.
drug his ass
If,
out of there.
if Obama would have had a secret meeting with Putin with no translators and no nothing like that behind closed doors, nah, you can't bring your black ass back here. You're a traitor. Yeah.
They would have killed
If
him.
Obama stood on national TV and said, China, if you're listening, he wouldn't have gotten to finish that sentence before they'd have rushed the stage. But when it's him, it's like I said, all those cats lost those debates. He had already laid the groundwork. Oh, that's just Trump being Trump. Y'all bought this shit from the start. When he started talking stupid shit, y'all let him go. Now you can't rein him in, and he's still doing it. And when he gets called on it, he knows y'all aren't going to do shit about it. His base, no matter what.
They're gonna send out the ring of protection.
Yep. No matter what. Just like he said, I had a police, I had military, and I had a motorcycle gangs. Right? But the first thing he wants to do is put Antifa on the terrorist list. Not the Proud Boys, not the Klan. Yeah, because they're fine people. They were in Charlottesville standing up for their rights to be rebels.
Somebody told me Antifa was military people. Is that true originally? Like, that's what they said. They said that they were military people who had problems with certain things. And
I think there were some ex or retired military people involved in that organization.
Yeah, but even then, like, there's different chapters of them. See, his problem with them is that you finally found a group that will get down and dirty with you. Like the skinheads that'll go and whoop on a brother just for sport. Antifa has no problem whooping some skinheads ass just for sport either. None. These cats will tell you, oh, you want to show up to a gunfight with a gun? I'm going to show up to a gunfight with a gun and a knife. Yeah, this is how we roll. So that's his problem with them. That's none of that turn the other cheek and be all meek and massive, passive and shit. You hit me, I'm gonna whoop your ass.
Well, have you heard of this other group called the Not Fucking Around something?
Yeah. You see what they did, right?
What they were called?
The Not Fucking Around Committee.
Is that the ones who went to the KKK?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, doctor.
And even then, you saw what these cats said. Same thing, talking tough and acting weak, sitting in your basement talking about, hey, I'm supposed to be afraid of some black man that comes to Stone Mountain with a musket? Bitch, he was out there. You're talking shit from your basement. I don't see you sitting out in Stone Mountain across from him saying, oh, this is how you want to do this?
Because they don't want a war for real. They want a war in their minds. But when they start thinking, wait a minute, they might shoot back at me. Then they want to sit.
You know it's even better? You make this argument with them. Hey, look, you really want to go messing with these black cats? I got news for you. These cats been sitting in this neighborhood shooting at them at each other for years.
Right.
And they don't have no problem with it. You think for 1 minute they're not going to pull the trigger on your happy white ass?
Right.
Yeah, you show up with your hood and see what happens.
I miss you too, doctor. I was thinking about you the other day.
Show up in the hood wearing your hood.
Y'all, and what's going on with these, what they call them women? Karens, with these Karens, man. Yeah. Yeah, man.
They're just privileged little snow bunnies, that's all.
Yeah, you like them Karens? You been looking at them Karens with your mom?
That's all they are.
His feet were going down, man.
Like, you wouldn't dare touch me. I'm a white woman.
And I'm going to call the police on you. Get out of my neighborhood. Even though you claim that's your house, that's not your house.
That's not your house. I've known those neighbors for 30 years. I've been here for 30 years.
Oh, man, these Karens are crazy, y'all. She really said, I know you don't live here because I know these people. And that man was like, okay, well, You heard it too? Yeah. You sound better, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
His fever went down. His fever to gone. Yeah, say I had a fever. Say, but I'm quarantined. He's quarantined, which means I'm quarantined. Huh. Which means we quarantined, huh? Yeah. You want to walk? Yeah? Okay, go ahead. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye, Papa. Bye-bye. He looking at you. You going to bed, babe? Fantastic. You still here, babe?
Is that the guy we were talking to?
No.
He said he'd be right
Yeah.
back.
No,
Nah,
yeah.
yeah, I'm here, Bob. I'm trolling all your people down in the chat.
Oh, okay, yeah. We got some good people in the areas. We
Yeah,
can
the
handle.
queen. I done taught the queen them a couple of things. She, I don't know, so I'm putting her in my debating class real quick. I see she got a lot to say, but
Yeah, Queen,
yeah,
she speaks her mind, man. She's over there.
yeah,
She's agreeing, and
yeah, she can come. She can come over to the channel anytime she want to see, the real talking to it. Yeah, by all means, man. Doctor too. Shout out to Doctor, man. I remember I saw her when I first came over on your channel. I didn't know she was a damn scientist, a fucking genius. I didn't know that.
oh yeah, she's a doctor, baby. That's a doctor.
Yeah,
That's
see, people have screen names, right? You don't really think it's real, but like, damn, like, yeah, she's really a doctor. Like, damn, shit. Okay, cool. I
yeah,
know that.
yeah. So we got lawyers and doctors and
Yeah,
teachers.
see, y'all got the women. Y'all got the women's motherfucking the women's league over here, man. Y'all heavy hitters.
Yeah, that's right. That's why the men come over. You always wonder why the men come over in my area because I got all the beautiful women. Shit.
I can't get caught up over here, mom.
Oh,
They'll be trying to call me Jada out this motherfucker. I can't stay around. And I don't want to scare nobody. I'm the ugly fella, man. I ain't trying to scare the pretty women away. So you know what I'm saying. I just stay well in my lane.
well, if you wasn't married, because I told people that you was a Scorpio a while back. That's all some of the women had to hear. You
Yeah,
Scorpio.
they don't want these kind of problems, bomb. I keep having. You know what I'm saying. I had a couple stalkers in my day.
Six figures, how you doing? We're gonna get back to having our little Freaky Friday or something like that.
I
Bless
might I
you.
might fall I might fall through.
Yeah, we need a male Scorpio to come in and give your perspective on some things.
Yeah, I might. Yeah, I done had the fucking all this crazy shit going on since what April. I had the fucking man. I don't even know. I was staying to myself. They shadow banned me and a lot of other shit too. So,
Oh,
but
okay.
everything.
Everything good, yeah. But
Yeah.
that was sometimes that's the best thing. I haven't been on because I started a little business. When I started making the mask and T-shirt designs and a lot of my crafts, I started selling. So I've been busy.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then my
trying to get.
grandchild.
Is he? Oh, he got the COVID.
We're not sure. He got tested today,
Oh,
but
okay.
his mom took him out the weekend to Dairy Queen, and then he came back sick, and I was like, oh shit, like we're not supposed to be out and about, man. It's bad out here. Delaware uh cases are going up. This COVID shit is, I know you young people, y'all can brush this shit off because the chances of you surviving, like my son had COVID, like we had COVID in my house. I believe all of us had it. And if that's true, it was before this year. And I do believe my mom passed away from it. Right? So
Yeah.
my mom passed away last August, right, babe? September.
No,
When?
like October.
If it was October, it was like the first. It was like the first. But anyway, yeah. So my mom passed, and yeah, you're right. The beginning of October, huh?
I think it was the middle of October.
No, I think that's when we went there. Remember, I was there a whole week before y'all came. But anyway, so my mom passed. My mom was in the hospital only because she couldn't keep food down, and they was trying to figure out what it was. And I was calling, keeping in contact with her, the doctors. They told me everything was fine. The next day they called me and tell me my mother, she couldn't talk. When I tried to talk to her, she couldn't breathe. And the next day she was dead. Then we went to a funeral and everything. I came back when I got here I got sick in November. My husband got sick in December. My other son got sick in December. The one son who I don't think got sick is on the third floor. But I'm telling you, before January, we had that shit. So that's why I don't trust the media. You know what I mean? They claim that it came from China. Where they say it came from?
China.
China. From somebody eating a bat at first. They were like, oh, they was eating bats. Like, what the fuck? But you young people, y'all can say it might not be real, right? Because if you get sick like my sons did, they survived that shit. Some people surviving this shit, but a lot of people are dying. And if you in our age group, it's normally older than us, but we still fall in that, right? What the age they say?
Yeah, but that's a mom. That's the thing. Nobody's saying it's not real. I know that I'm not. I'm never one of these people to say like that the disease is not real. I believe and I understand that it's real. They proven that it's actually real. It's just the data behind it when it comes to the actual effects on the thing. We don't really know the true numbers because like I said, they incentivized it as far as
Oh,
it being reported, and then like they even had to do a couple of states had to come back and do changes to the actual reports because it was
no.
being over reported and false reportings. So the
Oh,
whole
Like
thing
Italy.
is,
Italy?
Like Italy.
What they
yeah,
say?
Italy,
Italy was
yeah, Italy,
blaming
yeah,
everybody that died. It was
yeah,
COVID.
Italy claimed it.
Everybody. He got run
Italy,
over by a bus. It was
yeah,
because of COVID.
yeah, Italy claimed that like 500 people died in like a day or some crazy stuff, man. And then, like I said, when they went back and they did the actual assessments of the thing, it was like just totally different because they were doing the same thing. But my whole thing is, man, people, and I'm about to put my little tinfoil hat on real quick. People don't understand like this is something that is got to do a lot with politics and money. You notice a lot of places are not saying we don't accept cash anymore. No hand to hand, dealings or so on and so forth. The
Yeah,
social
and then
distancing thing.
they're claiming this because of a national coin shortage.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And the
I
stores
think we have
thing.
a couple thousand coins. I can give it back to them if it helps.
Yeah, and it's just everything they're trying to do is pretty much to move us into the next phase of society. What they're trying to do, and America is probably pretty much the last. America is the last, again, the last frontier of freedom, free speech, free movement, free all of this thing, free commerce, all of this stuff, right? So if you
Mhm.
get America to buy in and get them to finally switch over to accepting the mask, put your mask on, put your mask on, put your mask. No, motherfucker, I'm totally fine. I don't want to put on no mask. No, I'm not wearing a mask. No, I'm not. I will not wear a fucking mask. But people, then you get the masses to do it, and everybody else is cool with it. So you do the mask now, then you do the mandatory vaccines and the RFID chips, and next thing you know, hey, that's it.
Yeah. So I guess I'm wondering, like, why do you? Because there are requirements out in society. That I had an argument with somebody, were like, well, why do I need a mask? Well, shouldn't I ask that when I don't like to wear clothes? And I say, well, why I got to put on clothes? Why do I have to put on clothes to go outside to check my mail or go to the
Well, they
store?
Well, that's totally different. You wearing or not wearing clothes, bomb. I don't think that's gonna that's your right and your prerogative. But I get to say make the same argument. The argument you're making is, hey, if you don't want to put on clothes, don't put on clothes. But I mean, there are already laws on the books that say if you do that, you probably gonna get a
I go
ticket.
jail.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
You're gonna
yeah.
get a ticket.
So your issue isn't really the mask, it's the fact that it's not a law. But if they put it in law, you'll be
No,
okay with
even
it.
more so. No, no, no. I wouldn't be okay with it if it was a law because the law is again that's totally different. It's not clothes are pretty much a societal norm and necessity. You wear clothes for the comfort of any and everybody around you for actual reason. The thing is this. If you didn't do this for the flu, you didn't do this for the flu, you didn't do this for tuberculosis and bomb. If you remember right, shout out to Doctor. What year was it when the bubonic plague was here? The bubonic plague was here, I
My
think, in
husband can tell you,
2016. The plague, yeah, the plague, the not bubonic plague, my bad, not the bubonic plague, the fuck, what you call it? Ebola virus. This is what the Ebola virus bomb. Remember, the Ebola virus was here in like 2016, and out of the 6 people or whatever that got it, like 50% of the people died. Like you get the motherfucking Ebola virus, you you up out of here. So
Yeah.
and the Ebola virus was here in the United States, and there was no quarantines, there was no extra this, no one cared. So
They
if you
prepared
know
for
that
it. Yeah, they can't. They prepared for it.
they
They
didn't
let the
care,
birds know. They put the birds.
there
Mhm.
was no quarantines, there was no social distancing, there was
Yeah, but
no
it
wear
never
no
got that
mask.
bad. Like they didn't do that here first neither, right?
Bomb, it
Until
was
we.
the Ebola, it was the Ebola
Come on, get that out
virus.
your mouth. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Get it out your mouth. Give it to me now. Give it. Okay. He's so bad. He put a whole cap in his mouth. Yeah.
And but the difference was that there was actually a pandemic response team in place when Ebola happened. So they had people on the lookout for him. So like when that cat managed to get to Dallas, see they shut him down and put him in the hospital before he barely got off the plane.
So, and our president, even when we knew about this, he still allowed people to come from other countries into our, into the areas.
No, for him it was even worse. He disbanded the pandemic response team.
That's
so
right. We didn't even have nobody.
They were coming.
Right. So
and then it was history repeating itself. Yeah. And here's a famous quote: NIMBY, not in my backyard. So while as long as it was in China, it was fine. Yeah. But then it was all you need is this. This is transmitted in close quarters. One cat on one plane lands in Vancouver, I believe, and it blew from there. And the next thing you know, they're like, well, how can it go from Vancouver to New York overnight? Because somebody got on a plane and went to New York.
Like from Vancouver, they got on another
Exactly.
plane, and then now we got the people on the plane
But
catching it
because
from
you
that
didn't
one.
have anybody in place to tell you, hey, look, you need to watch for this. You need to shut down. Because like he said with Ebola, and they stopped flights from Africa.
You want to go about that deep?
Because that's where it was. The
That deep.
CDC was fighting Ebola in Africa. They tried to keep it contained there. We managed to get like a dozen people that got here, and they caught every one of them and quarantined them somewhere before it got out of hand.
Right, but it would have been massive too, right?
It could have been worse.
Yeah.
No, sure, Ebola wouldn't have been no game. But that's all I'm saying. It's like still like compared to that, and the people still died. Like I said, as far as quarantining and everything goes, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a whole lot deeper that I think people understand. And like I said, it's a whole lot of literature out there that if you understand it, then too, it's not a coincidence that this stuff is. And I know I'm getting a little conspiracy theorist or whatnot, but all this stuff is going on. This stuff is going on at the same time as Black Lives Matter and everything too, man. All this stuff ain't a coincidence. This right here, all of this stuff going on at the same exact time is pretty much the beginning of like a coup or overthrowing of a society. And
I
a lot
think
of
the
people
Black
don't
Lives
understand it,
Matter.
they don't see it.
I think the reason Black Lives Matter is so big now is because people are quarantined, right? Because people can't go to jobs, they ain't got nothing to do, and they're paying
not only
attention.
that, like the George Floyd video,
Mhm.
like unlike any of these other ones, this one you actually got to see this whole thing from start to finish. Before this, white cast would be like, you could pick any of them. We'll just do Philando Castile. White cast, the first thing is, well, we don't know what happened before the video.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you need to know what happened before the video? We know what happened after it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a dead man.
Right.
Then the irony is the same city, Minneapolis, 3 different incidents in 4 years. The cat that shot Castillo, quit the job. I think he wound up with a 1.5 years in jail. Maybe. I'm not sure because I might have him confused with the cat that shot Oscar Grant. Right? The black dude that shot the white woman in Indianapolis, his ass got 12 years.
Yeah, he was a Somalian cat, I think, right?
Yeah,
I think he was
I think it was like Muhammad Noob. But he got 12 years. Right?
Yeah, man.
And he didn't get the benefit of the other cat that said, oh, I was scared. And they were, oh, well, you were scared and you shot him. Okay, good job. Yeah. Then here comes George Floyd. And like I said, this thing played out from the gate. Yeah, he walks in the store and they think it was a counterfeit bill. Then they have him outside on video stand there. And then for Candace Owens to say, well, he's a criminal, he deserved that. No, he didn't. He wasn't a violent criminal or no shit like that.
Right. Not
Yeah,
not at
and
that
then
time.
and
They saying that
nobody,
years before. They
no,
said
but
before.
it doesn't matter.
Right.
Nobody deserves to have somebody kneel on your neck till you die,
I think.
regardless,
I think.
unless, yeah. And then once you start saying unless, and you start walking it back, the next thing you know, the quote, Joe Biden. Now you start killing jaywalkers.
Mm-hmm.
No, nobody deserved that. If he was a criminal, he paid his debt.
Right.
He was on the streets. Yeah,
And he was
let
doing
his
good
past
by
be
then
his
anyway.
past. But that's what happened. Then White Cat started. Oh, that was so bad. And then it was, whoa.
They heard him scream for his mom. That's
But
what I
no,
hear
I'm just
white
saying,
people
you
say.
listen to white people,
Call
like,
for his
because
mom.
like I said, to hear them all the time. Well, what happened leading up to this? You got the whole story laid out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and now it's, oh, well, nobody should, dude, where you been? This has been happening for years. Mm-hmm. Then you had sellouts, and I'm going to say she's a sellout like Candace Owens. Well, nobody said anything. This little black kid got shot in Chicago. Yes. We've been saying that that's wrong, too.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
They got little communities.
Look, I could care less. If you're a gang member and y'all want to shoot each other, y'all mutual combatants. Y'all shoot each other. But when you start, you can't shoot, you can't hit what you're shooting at and somebody else gets killed, now I have a problem with it. Because look at the mafia. Yeah. These cats don't just drive around and shoot each other. It's, now, we're going to take Vinny out. So guess what? We'll make him act like we're going to IHOP and we're going to kill his ass in the backseat of this car. That's how they roll.
Yeah.
But like you said, I mean, now see, like now for me, like I'm in the knife. So, these cats on YouTube had no idea I'm a black man. They will sit around and talk shit about something. And then for a couple of them to come out and come swinging at the rest of them. Because, when Black Lives Matter came out, a couple of these white cats had rolled out their own thing called Black Knives Matter. Right? To be the counter. And it's like, yeah, Black Knives Matter. Ha, ha, ha. But when these cats came swinging at them, all of a sudden they got all quiet. Yeah, especially when the one cat called him out on it too, like and called names. It's like, yo, you want to call it Black Lives Matter? Fuck you. Yeah, these cats had nothing to say. Then when they did regroup, now it's all of a sudden it's the quote. Yeah, they want to parrot Fox News. Well, if they defend the police, they're gonna come for you next. And well, who is they? Yeah, and like I said, they know I'm black. It's, well, like those thugs in the hoods. I was, well, who the hell are thugs? Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, they live in the hood. It's okay. I lived in the hood. Oh, maybe y'all didn't know this. I'm a black man.
They don't be knowing, baby.
And, oh my God. One of them managed to get in here. And we've been talking to them for years.
They don't be knowing. I told y'all.
And then it's, hey, look, let me let y'all in on something. Don't let the spoon taste fool you. Yeah. Not all of us do this, but because the media painted it out, just like y'all were saying earlier, not all cops are bad. You know who wrecks it for you? The few.
Bad ones. Yeah.
The few that do something bad. Because for me to sit around and tell us, well, I guess you have bad police stories. Absolutely not. So, as a matter of fact, I'll give you one that is really cool for a black dude. I was in Philadelphia, drunk on my ass, talking to a Philadelphia cop. Yeah, and I'm in enemy territory. I'm a Cowboys fan in Philadelphia. Me and this cat talk. He was, where are you going after this? I was, we're probably going to go over to this club over here for some breakfast. He was, all right, follow me. Literally drove us over to this club, walked us in, told him, hey, look, take care of these guys. If you have any problems, call me. And gave me his card. Told me if any Philadelphia police mess with me, call me. Mm-hmm. This was a white dude. Mm-hmm. In Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. So that's one of mine.
Pop is up. Say pop up.
So not all cops are bad, just like not all black men are gang members. Right. But because you put a couple on TV, like I told you before, the story of the white cat in Korea. Yeah, I was robbed, dude. What happened? Well, these two black guys asked me for money. So, what do they want the money for? They asked you for it. Oh, they wanted money for a cab. So I gave it to them before they could rob me, because I come from Kentucky, and all the black people I see on TV shoot and kill people. So I didn't want them to shoot and kill me. Dude, you weren't robbed.
You wasn't robbed. You gave them that money.
Matter of fact, and then they gave me this paper. It was with their information.
So they can
come back and get it. Yes. And the MPs were like, this isn't a robbery. If this was a robbery, these had to be the most polite robbers you ever heard of. But he stuck with that story because of that's what he grew up seeing.
Seeing on TV, and I think that's TV has harmed us as a black community also, because the younger people grew up thinking that they either had to be in the game, right? This gang shit, I didn't see this when I was
those,
growing
like
up.
that one guy was saying, those are the cats that will give you this whack ass excuse like, well, I didn't grow up with my father, so the gang was my family. It was all right. When your family members are getting mowed down, what are you gonna do? Yeah, somewhere in the 80s, going to jail became a badge of honor.
Yeah.
And then it just spilled into music. Yeah, and now you have this everywhere. And these cats, I'm not afraid to go to jail.
Yeah, I can't even listen to these young cats no more myself. But hey, Bomb and Mr. What's your name, sir?
Everybody call him
Yo,
Mr. Bomb.
Mr. Bomb. Hey, I didn't want to. You know, I was like, damn, Mr. I don't want to call him Mr. Bomb, but it's cool, Mr. Bomb, man. It's great chopping up with y'all, man. I really, really appreciate having the combo with y'all, man. And I'll catch y'all next time.
Okay, you need to invite him over one day.
Almost definitely. Hey, yeah, he got the channel. If you want to come over to the channel, sir, by all means, man. Hey, I greatly appreciate it, man.
Talk about knives.
I just told you I hang out in the knives.
Yeah, he hang out in the knives.
What the hell is the knives? What's the knives?
Yeah, like pocket knives.
Pocket knives.
Okay.
Yeah, I hang out with them.
Hang out with guns and knives and shit like that. He's into.
But I'm starting my gun. I'm starting a little gun thing, man. So yeah, you might can give me some pointers or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Right,
Thank you for coming. You spent
no problem.
A long time with me. Anytime you want to interview me, just let me know on your channel.
Hey, most definitely, yeah, bro, for sure.
You know I can handle the hard questions.
All right, y'all have a good one.
You too.
Yeah.
Okay. Look like General probably not coming back, and if he is, it's late, man. You gotta go to work. You going to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, my husband has never missed a day of work, y'all. Yeah, you talking to Papa? He's starting to feel better. He's talking now, y'all. He's feeling better because he was doing nothing but crying for the last couple of days. Had a high fever. Man, listen, leave my mom's computer alone.
Hey, Chubby.
You gonna go by Papa? You gonna sleep with me and Papa? Wait a minute. Oh, anyway, y'all. We had a great night. I'm gonna look and see if anybody said anything. Six Figure, I need some advice from you on boosting up. You mentioned boosting our immune system. Yeah. Any help? Now, don't be trying to put me on no harsh diet though. Okay, I'm an old woman, and what I want to do is still be able to drink my soda. I don't have to drink as much, but listen, I'm old. I want to enjoy I'm not trying to eat no lettuce and tomato, no salad every day. So as long as it's not that harsh, I probably can deal with it. Doctor said Mr. Bomb Cherry was talking the whole time. Damn, she said she didn't even know. Yeah, girl. He woke up. He was listening to what the men were saying. He started agreeing with them, which, yeah. But yeah, we had a great conversation. If you missed it, go back to the replay. I started off a little harsh on the Black Manosphere, but they do need to be spanked. And I came on here to spank on them. But let me do say that Q, aka what's his name, y'all? God damn it. He came up. Mr. Fantastic came up. I Am came up, and also Shell. We had a great conversation. The men gave me a perspective on women's rights, right? As far as us wanting to be equal to an extent, especially when we throw it in their face. The men were saying, hey, they don't want to be challenged that way. I kind of understand it from a woman's point of view. Remember, I was in the military. I thought I was, I felt like, hey, I can go in the military. Yeah, I'll be able to pass this PT test and I'll be able to, do what I do. I never thought that I could do things better than a man. And I definitely didn't go in to replace any men. But I do feel when you women say, hey, if I could do the job and they hire me, I deserve to get paid as well. I agree with that. But the men's perspective is this. A lot of these jobs that some women get, ladies, we might not be doing it we might not be doing it as equal as them. That's what they're saying. Some of the women be like, well, I could do the job and I do it as, just as good as the men. And the men are saying, well, no, this woman is asking me to pick up her rucksack because it's too heavy. And if she can't pick it up, then she really not equal as she say. Right? So I guess that's that little thing that we have to figure out. I'm glad I was lied to. I haven't been coming on. Like I said, I started a little business doing t-shirts and masks and other things. I'm sewing up some things that people are buying. Like for instance, I'm starting. Hey, what you eating on, lady? You gonna cut your little teeth? Oh man, stop sucking on. Give me that paper. Man, babies eat everything. Give me that. Oh man, that was one of my receipts for my business. I needed that. That was for tax purposes, little man. My little boo boo, look at your papa. You gonna sleep with me, papa? Huh? Y'all want to see him? Let me see if I can show y'all him. Give me a second. How do I? I think I have to go here, and then let me see if this is on. And then I go here. Go here. Let me see. Let me put this on him. Might be able to see him, might not. Let me see. Let me touch it. Say hey. Say hey, everybody. See, I look sick because I'm getting over my fever. He feels better. He was hot to the touch and everything. He had 103. No, yeah, it was 103 degrees yesterday. Took his temperature. He's at like 98. So he's good now, huh? Say how he been crying constantly for 2 days. He went and got tested for the COVID virus earlier today. We want to make sure that he's okay. But when they're young, you can catch a fever by teething. And he does have 2 teeth at the bottom down there coming further out, huh? You looking at your papa? That's your papa. Papa? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? Mm-hmm. My mom gonna say, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, see, I started walking. So you all watch me from a little baby. So now I'm taking steps. I have a teeth. Huh? Anyway, I hope you all have a good night. Okay. See how big he is? When we give him medicine, y'all, we have to give him. He's 11 months, right? Yeah, 11 months. He'll be 1 in August. So yeah,
next month.
Yeah, next month. He'll be 1 next month. Oh, my baby gonna be 1. But when I give him medicine, ever since he was like 5 months, we gave him medicine based on him already being 1 and 2 years old. That's because of his weight, y'all. Huh? Yeah. Gun? Really? Uh-huh. Yeah, he is a big boy. Looking at your papa. That's papa. Anyway, everybody, hope y'all had a good day and huh? You really? You ready to go to bed? Can we go to sleep? You you saying you're gonna be up all night because you slept all day? Oh damn. Anyway, what today is, babe?
Tuesday. No, Wednesday.
It's Wednesday now. I may be on Friday or Saturday, okay? Because I did want to talk about Jada and Will Smith. I want to talk about that. Put it in some different perspective. Yeah. And of course, I welcome the men to come back up because they're not gonna like my perspective. It's gonna be because see, when the men are okay when it's a man who cheated, you know what I mean? But when they tryna damn here, they want Will to divorce Jada. They already admitted they was separated at the time, right? When she was entangled. What she called use the word entangled? Hell yeah. And I remember when they want now see, remember they wasn't asking Beyonce to divorce Jay-Z. Now we can and that just happened a few years ago. Remember Jay-Z got caught cheating out there and shit when she made that Lemonade goddamn album? Shit. And the men wasn't like, yeah, she should divorce him. She's stupid. Nope. 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 They was okay with her staying in her place. But now they want Will to leave, baby. Will ain't going nowhere. They already tried to explain the relationship. I don't even know why they did that shit. They should have just let the rumors, like they've been doing all year. Them people been in an open relationship for years. Okay? Open relationship for years. And that dude who I used to like because I like his music, I need to go listen to what he had to say. But he ratted. He's a rat in my eye. What's wrong, boo boo? You mad because I'm not talking to you? Mom, I'm sorry. Uh, he want to fake cry. Listen, when he was sick and he would cry, I would run right there, right, and give him whatever he wanted. And now he gonna use that against me, probably for the rest of my life. Huh? You gonna play like you crying, and mama gonna give you whatever you want? That's what you gonna do to mama? Anyway, let me see what y'all saying. I'm going, y'all. Let me see. Let me make sure I turn this off. Huh? What's wrong? Yes, he need a double dose, Queen. How you doing, S? Girl, he need a double dose. This boy weigh. I don't even know how much he weigh, but we can see that he's over 30 pounds. Okay, he's been over 30 pounds for quite some time, huh? Say I'm the size of a 2-year-old. He wears 2 T's. Yeah, so you've been wearing 2 T's since you was like 6 months old. You remember when Cluster had said something. She had said, "Got that baby over there in them tight clothes." This shit was funny. The reason it was funny because he was only like 5 months old. Maybe no, he was younger than that. Maybe, but he was wearing 12-month clothes, and they were tight on his little butt. I was cracking up when she said that shit. I was like, "Oh damn, she cold for that." That shit was funny. Huh? What are you doing? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Little chubby self. Okay, y'all, I'm gone. I hope you all have a great rest of the week. Yeah. Y'all have a good week. And any topics, because I haven't really, like I said, I've been busy. I haven't been thinking about topics. I actually am on YouTube, but I'm usually looking at some video that's teaching me how to do something. So that's why not on here as much. Usually looking at somebody's video. Man, you gonna leave my laptop alone? Legally. Legally. He's trying to push the buttons. He don't give up neither. Come on, man. Leave it alone. Okay. Okay, there you go. We just gonna let him push the buttons. Anyway, so if y'all have any topic ideas, just email me and say, "Hey, Bob, can you go live today? And here's the topic." And if I don't know what's going on, I'll go and look and research it a little bit and then come on and we'll talk. I want to get back on track, but like I said, I started a little business. I didn't put much money in it, so I got listen. When you put money out into a business, I need to be making that money back. Come on, man. You gonna stop hitting my mom's laptop? Say bye bye. Say bye bye. Okay, everybody, I'm gone because he's over here wrecking my laptop. I can't even turn it off because you hitting on it. Come on, man. Come on. I mean, not. Stop hitting my laptop, eh? Look at it. Look at it. What did mama say? What mama say? That don't even scare. Oh, I'm sorry. You okay? My mom didn't mean it, boo boo. Yeah, I didn't mean it. He know how. He's spoiled, y'all. Uh, bye, Queendom. I miss you, girlfriend. I hope you all have a great week for real. I'll be back on sometime this week. Okay. Come on, Lee. Come on. Can I turn it off now?